and things that can happen to change the world for better or worse. One teenage boy helping a girl set in motion the fall of the United States. Frank Fox wasn't looking for love. He was not looking for ways to complicate his life, or to try to replace the woman he loved completely and had buried 8 years ago. He was content being a workaholic, a widower, and a father to a son who held him forever in contempt for not being there when his mom passed away. The U.S. soldiers in Iraq had been fighting an uphill battle, and it was one they were unable to conquer. The Iraqi troops had been using illegal chemical warfare, and the men and women who made it back from the base were brought back only to die. The lucky ones never made it back. They weren't forced to die in more pain than any one person should have to endure. Frank's wife, and mother to his son, had made him go when the call to help others came. Unfortunately for the young family, he never made it back to her. Just when the team of Army scientists had finally reached a breakthrough in their efforts to find a cure and right what was wrong in the world, Frank received an unexpected message from home. His wife had lost her battle with cancer. He needed to return home to bury her and to take on the duties of caring for their only child, 5-year-old Shaun Fox. Shaun was too young at the time to understand why his father was not there. The explanation that his dad was off on a mission for the greater good wasn't one that a 5-year-old could comprehend. Even Shaun's own mother told him it was okay that he was gone. Unfortunately for Frank, Shaun could not see past the pain that his mother had to deal with. Shaun and his dad had a love-hate relationship that developed over the years. Shaun could never let go of feeling abandoned by his dad. Frank Fox did not give up on his son, but the two had grown too far apart to be able to restructure the close-knit bond that Frank had always hoped for. Through a chance encounter at school, Shaun walked into a situation where he had the chance of a lifetime to protect the girl he had for years, secretly had a crush on. An overzealous school principal forced Shaun and Ellie's parents to come to the school. Frank arrived at the school to pick up Shaun from his undeserved detention, and was in the middle of chewing out the principal when he was interrupted. The mother of the girl Shaun had stood up for entered the office, knocking Frank off his feet and taking over the ass-chewing. If there is such a thing as love at first sight, it had surely happened that day. Frank and Karen fell madly in love. After a very short courtship, Frank asked Karen for her hand in marriage. To his horror, she declined. She confessed that the reason she couldn't marry him was not because she did not love him. She couldn't marry him because she loved him too much to put him through the same torture he had been through with his first wife. Karen had been diagnosed with a rare, untreatable form of bone cancer. Frank had lost the love of his life once and refused to let it happen a second time. He refused to accept what the doctors said about it being incurable. There was a cure that had already been developed, but never for civilian use. Frank dug through his old research papers, which held formulas he had long forgotten. He vowed he would save her and keep their love alive. He ignited hope in Karen, and the engagement and race for the cure had begun. In secret, he began to work on the cure, recruiting his lab assistant to help. Neither of the men knew of the zombie outbreak that had occurred following experiments with the original strand of the design on a cool night in Iraq 8 years before. It was a night that painted the sand red, until the bomb, which had erased all of the evidence, was released from the sky. Frank's attempts to save Karen were valiant, and his research was genius. But in the end, he just didn't have enough time to do the impossible. His lab assistant, Rogers, who thought Frank drifted too far from the original design of the drug, had faked the research, rushing the results, and testing it on rats in the lab. This led to Rogers becoming one of the infected. The damage that Rogers had set in motion that day was unfixable. He had sent a batch of X-74 to the sister location for storage and a mass creation. A freak traffic accident caused the container to spill over onto the side of the road. The drug's vapors drifted in the air, not particular about who it infected. Among its first victims were travelers who waited patiently to get back to their homes following a local volleyball tournament, which was attended by people from every small town in Iowa, as well as the surrounding states and beyond. When the infection made it back to Frank and Shaun's hometown of Adel, the town's population of the living and breathing went from 16,000 to the unknown, at best 1,000 or less. Almost the entire town had been at that rally. Only the lucky survived. The disease spread like wildfire across the Midwest, leaving nobody safe. Chapter 1. Day of Tears. Day 1. Ellie sat in the old, rusty van, quickly stuffing MREs into the worn green duffel bag. Her normally clean, dark hair was filled with grass, spurs, and thorns from the first of what would be many hard, long trips up the steep hill. They had more supplies that they still needed to get tucked away at Shaun and Frank's cabin. She was trying her best not to think about her mother, realizing that with all of the insanity going on that afternoon, she had barely had time to take in the fact that she herself was now an orphan. She would never be able to ask her mother for advice, go out for dinner, curl up and watch a movie, to do anything that had the word them in it. She was without parents, and had not even had time to have a proper breakdown and deal with all of it. She looked out the back of the van toward the path leading up the hill, thinking she should see or smell smoke from the fire they were supposed to be starting up there. She was surprised that she couldn't stop thinking that Shaun and Frank should have been back down the hill by now. Ellie wasn't sure why she was getting more worried about them by the minute, when the turned were still miles away. She looked out the back of the van to make sure everyone was where they should be, and no one had wandered off. But mostly, she wanted to make sure Greg was still on top of the van, keeping an eye out. They had all agreed that someone should keep watch for those things that they knew so little about, at least until Frank got back down the hill. Greg lay flat on top of the van's roof, holding a high-powered bolt-action rifle. He hadn't given up his assault rifle that he'd used when Frank, Shaun, and he needed to take out a mob of zombies. No, it was lying right next to him, and he didn't plan on taking a crap without that thing within arm's reach, along with a stack of 223 Full Metal Jacket bullets and shiny new magazines. He was using the bolt-action to survey the entire distance in front of them. The bolt-action rifle was not only more accurate and capable of reaching distances of 3 football fields away, but it had a scope on it almost as long as his forearm. He stayed focused, looking down the long road and checking the field, never removing his eye from the scope. The threat of the turned was too much to be able to relax. His adrenaline was still pumping readily through his veins. Mike looked around, taking in his new home, and staring at the woods. He had never been anywhere so remote and so cut off in all of his life. He periodically thumbed through his phone, praying a message from his mother might come through. His phone had not worked since the helicopter in Des Moines crashed into the cell tower hours before. Still, he couldn't stop praying that he wasn't alone, and destined to be stuck out in the middle of nowhere forever. Patrick was a little more realistic about their new accommodations. He turned his phone off after seeing the cabin on the first trip up the hill. He knew that if and when they did start working again, having cell power might not be a horrible thing. Christy was in near shock. She was sitting by herself on the edge of the hill, curled up on a fallen tree, rocking back and forth. She couldn't get the images out of her head. Her mother's and little brother's feet sticking out from beneath the bus was what she saw when she closed her eyes. The last thing she remembered was her mother's final act of compassion, shoving Christy and her brother out of the way of a bus that was coming straight for them. Her brother didn't make it far enough out of the way. Christy, caught off guard, was unable to latch onto him in time. Ellie zipped another bag shut and tossed out a half-full duffel bag. It was for one of the girls to carry up. Tina grabbed it and stacked it in a pile. She was thankful for all the supplies the old man had given them, and happy that they had gotten bags as well to put the supplies in. She knew very well that if they did not have them, it would take all summer and winter to move everything. She thought of how useful the four-wheeler would have been, had they not needed to abandon it in town when the mob of turned arrived, hungry and searching. Ellie smiled for a moment as she watched the butterflies floating through the air. Birds chirped, squirrels jumped between the trees. She was thinking how strange it was that everything seemed so normal, and only a few miles away, hell had been unleashed. Who knew how far the carnage had spread in other directions? She contemplated how it could have been a great day had the unthinkable not happened. It was warm, but not too hot yet. The Iowa summer wasn't blazing down on them, and probably wouldn't for another month. The humidity wasn't making the shirts stick to their backs, or the air too thick to breathe comfortably. The forest was painted with beautiful leaves, and she was with her best friends. It could have been mistaken for a camping trip, if Greg weren't required to be on the roof, looking for threats while holding a gun that had a scope the size of her arm. She continued to think of Shaun, and how long he and Frank had been up the hill. Ellie was surprised that the two hadn't returned, as Frank had taken charge of the group and seemed to have things under control. She wasn't comfortable with how many close calls there had been. It worried her, because there was currently no cure, and there was no way to get Shaun back if anything happened to him. He was her crutch, and she needed him to be around for a long time. She wasn't sure what would happen between the two of them, but knew she wanted him around until she made up her mind. She looked toward Tina, ready to say something, when the loud report of a pistol echoed its way down the hillside. Birds and squirrels fled, their peacefulness having been disturbed. They were not used to the sounds of gunfire in the land not frequented by humans. Ellie's eyes grew wide. She jumped out of the van, without thinking or hesitating, and began what seemed to be an endless sprint up the hillside. Tina and Greg screamed for her to stop, but she was already sprinting up the hill. She tripped and fell many times as she made her way up. She was lucky that she didn't twist her ankle running so recklessly. After what seemed a lifetime, she finally made it up the path. The single gunshot scared her more than 100 shots would have. One of the only things that she noticed about the turn was that they had always been in a group. None so far had been alone. She looked around the clearing, and the echoes of the shot had long faded away, and the quiet was almost deafening. Ellie ran into the cabin and found it empty. The cast-iron stove, which was to have been heated, was still as dark and as cold as when they first arrived. Between the echo of the shot still ringing in her head and the cold, dark cabin, her stomach turned with worry. She ran out of the cabin, leaving the door open behind her. She was confused and couldn't deal with not knowing what was going on. "Shaun! Frank! Where are you?" she screamed into the clearing in the woods. It was difficult to see through the setting of the sun in front of her view, but what Ellie finally found took a piece of her young heart that she would never get back. The news of her mom being taken by one of those things in Des Moines had instantly flipped her world upside down, and she wasn't sure how much more loss she could handle in one day. His frame silhouetted by the sun, she saw Shaun before her. He was digging a hole. His posture screamed exhaustion and defeat. He shook as he shoveled, and it was obvious that he was crying as he used all of his energy to complete the task. Lying close to him was another silhouetted figure, long and lifeless, who could only be Frank. Ellie did the math. She was confused and shocked and angry that she hadn't been told, that she couldn't, for the second time that day, say goodbye to someone she cared about. She dropped to her knees for a moment, the world around her growing fuzzy and spinning. She forced herself back to her feet and walked over in a trance-like state. She made her way to them, putting her hands to her face at the sight of Frank on the ground, covered in his own blood. She knelt down by him, her tears coming easily and falling on his chest, but careful not to touch any of his blood. She looked up at Shaun and could see just how bad off he was. He was crying uncontrollably, bearing his second parent in his short life. He wasn't capable of speech and was barely managing to use the shovel. "What happened to him?" Ellie asked. Shaun tried talking, and nothing came out. Trying to explain what he was forced to do was almost as bad as having to dig his own father's grave. He thought about the grave, realizing it would be a commodity most people would not be bestowed. Going forward, there would be no time for people to have that luxury. He stuck the shovel in the fresh ground and carefully pulled Frank's pant leg up, exposing the bite and twisting his ankle so she could see the wound. Ellie gasped at it, and almost all her questions were answered. "Did this happen at the school?" Shaun shook his head no, as he wiped his nose and eyes with a handkerchief. He whispered, "When we were on the highway, clearing the cars during the attack." "Why didn't he say something?" Shaun shrugged. "What could we have done? There's no cure. He started turning and said his goodbyes just before handing me his pistol. He thought the turn would happen slower because of where he was bitten. Ellie got up off the ground and walked to the cabin. Greg and Tina had sprinted up the hill behind her. Greg had his gun in hand. Ellie told him to go back down the hill for now, that she would tend to Shaun. She returned a moment later with a second shovel. She didn't say anything. They simply dug the hole in silence. There was nothing that needed to be said that would change anything. Eventually, the rest of the group came up the path with their arms and packs loaded with supplies, looking curiously upon the scene. From a distance, they watched Shaun and Ellie as they awkwardly slid Frank's body into the hole. Ellie explained the situation as best as she could, after closing the gap between them somewhat. Only Greg and Tina went to help console Shaun. The rest of the first night was filled with tears, heartache, and trying to console one another, at least those who wanted to be consoled. Shaun sat in the corner, picking at an MRE and scribbling furiously like a possessed man into a fresh notebook. Chapter 2. Learning to Cope. Day 2. Ellie jumped from her bunk, awakened by nightmares of hands reaching out to rip her limbs from where she very much wanted them to stay. She was breathing heavily, and not used to the new smells of the cabin. The warm temperature inside was not like that of a nice and cool, air-conditioned house. She rubbed her shoulders, checking that everything was still attached, and wiggled her fingers until she was convinced that one of those monsters was not treating them like a basket of chicken strips. She looked around the cabin. The sun was high enough to light up the small space. It had been packed sloppily with their supplies, and no organization had taken place yet. She turned around to see how Tina was doing. She had fallen asleep the previous night in Ellie's arms, sobbing for her brother Lucas and her father, who were both lost to the turned. When she turned around, she noticed that Tina was not there. She looked to where Shaun had fallen asleep in the corner, but only his notebook and a pen remained. Other than that, there were no signs that he'd even been sitting there. Next, she did a full spin around the cabin, coming to the quick realization that maybe they all woke much earlier, plagued with not being able to sleep either. What could she expect when each of them lost everything and everyone dear to them in a matter of hours? It was going to be a difficult struggle to deal with over the coming days. Hell, coming weeks and months, she was sure. She knew that they would be plagued with nightmares for the foreseeable future. She did not enjoy being left inside the cabin by herself. "Thanks for leaving me in the big, creepy cabin while there are zombies on the loose, everyone." She could not yet call this place home, and knew it would be quite a while before she did. Ellie twisted the metal handle to the side, which raised the 2x4 out of its place. The other locks had been left undone, or there would be no way to get back in the cabin, other than through one of the small, ancient, thick windows, which couldn't even be seen out of. She walked out and felt a chill run up her legs and into her back. She didn't have a watch, but she could tell from the smell and the coolness of the morning air that it was probably before 7. The sun had just barely started to rise. She watched a light fog drift above the ground and then dissipate. She looked around the clearing. It had few trees, which made seeing 50 yards away relatively easy. In the distance, a doe walked out of the woods. Its head was down, as well as its tail. Unlike her, it apparently had no worries in the world at the moment. Everything in its life was still as it was the day before. It knew nothing of the disaster that was America at that point. She knelt and watched the deer, calming herself. She let the first genuine smile grow on her face. The first smile that wasn't because someone she knew was still alive and unharmed. No, this smile was because of the peacefulness and relaxation that filled the moment. The smile did not have time to grow any further. The deer's tail raised suddenly, and she knew that the animal had been spooked by something. Ellie stared around the clearing, trying to figure out what had scared the beautiful animal. When she turned back around, she saw a pair of hands reach out from the shadows, gripping the deer by the snout and neck. The hands lifted the deer, which had to be hundreds of pounds, clear off of the ground. then smashed its head into a pulp against one of the giant oak trees that filled the area. She screamed, burying her hands in her face as she watched the animal's smooth brown fur turn red from the blood that had flowed from its cracked open skull. The turned, once a man who looked like any other, had a large bite mark on his forearm, and blood that had dried running down his face from his eyes. He buried his face deep into the deer's brain, gorging on the animal. He then slammed it to the ground and fed on the skull, ripping and clawing at it to get every ounce into his mouth. Pieces fell out of his open mouth as he shoved it in. He growled and snarled with every bite, seemingly angry at the animal itself because he could not fill his mouth any more full. Tears ran down Ellie's face as she stared into the distance. She was paralyzed in fear and shock that they were already there, and she was alone. She felt guilty for some reason, as if she should have warned the deer to be on the lookout, even though she knew it was idiotic to think that way. She stood slowly, and a dry, brittle branch snapped beneath her. She cringed, cursing herself for not being able to be quieter when it mattered the most. The tern snapped its head up, staring directly at her. As he looked upon his next victim, he twisted his head to the side awkwardly, spilling pieces of the brain from his blackened teeth. Knowing the tern had discovered her, she backed away. Oh shit, not good. Go back to eating the poor deer, asshole, and I'll just go back inside and shoot you once I figure out one of those guns. It never rose to its feet. It simply began a leap forward, looking like Wolverine of the X-Men when in attack mode, except it wanted to eat her. Taken by surprise at its inhuman speed, she tripped over her feet as she tried to turn and sprint. She crab-walked backward, trying to get enough momentum to get back up to her feet, as it covered the distance much quicker than she had hoped for. A loud bang went off, followed by a second. The man was knocked off of his warpath toward Ellie. He rolled in a spin and got up, looking more like a wolf crouching on his hands and feet, and stared at its shoulder, where it had been struck. Then he put all its weight on its feet, and just as he went to launch, a third shot cracked through the woods, and the monster's head snapped back, a red mist painting the tree behind him with blood, hair, and brain matter. Ellie looked in all directions until she heard a whistle come from her right. She snapped her head back to see Greg waving for her to come to him. As she got up, still dazed by what she'd just seen, a hand reached out and gripped his shirt, pulling him sideways off his feet. He screamed in agony. She saw a man dressed in overalls, who barely had half of his neck left, clubbing Greg with a fat mitt of a hand. Greg kicked and screamed, trying to break loose, but the man lowered himself and took a chunk from his neck, sealing his fate and future. Ellie screamed. "Oh God, no! Not Greg!" A hand gripped her around the chest from behind. She screamed, bucking her head back and catching the person's nose with the back of her head. Shaun released his grip, screaming in pain and letting go of her. He pinched his nose to try to keep the blood from going everywhere. Ellie looked him over. She was lost as to what was going on, but she had never been happier to see Shaun in her entire life. She jumped toward him, gripping him in a tight hug. Shaun put his shirt up to his nose, trying to keep the scent of his blood from attracting them. Shaun pushed her back, making a be quiet motion with his hands, and pointed toward Greg. "They're here. I don't know why they came up here, if they smelled the fire last night or what, but we have to get out of here. There's no telling how many of them will be coming." Ellie's lip quivered. "Where is everyone else?" Shaun shook his head no, and bent down to reach the rifle, which he dropped when she had broken his nose. A guttural growling came from behind him like an animal who thought its food was being stolen or its young threatened. He dropped onto his stomach, bringing up the rifle in hand, wasting no time. He sighted it on the turned man that was running in leaps and bounds. Shaun fired once and missed. It got to within 15 feet, then jumped onto a tree branch 20 feet off the ground before leaping straight at Ellie. As it soared her direction, it reached for her, its jaws open wide. Shaun's gun exploded twice, one after another. His bullets hit. The hate-filled light in the turned man's eyes went dark, as he soared past Ellie. Shaun pushed off the ground, gripping her thin hand tightly. "We gotta go! Come on, Ellie!" Ellie didn't budge from her spot, still staring at the scene and trying not to lose her mind over what was happening. Shaun slung the rifle on his shoulder, gripped her with both hands, and stared into her distant-looking eyes. He shook her. "Ellie! Ellie, snap out of it! We've gotta go! We've gotta go now!" She blinked, and he knew she was back with him. He gripped her left hand and pulled her as she ran sluggishly behind him. He held his semi-automatic rifle in his right hand by the carry handle. More growling echoed around them. They seemed to be running into a trap or a pit of the things. They sprinted down the hill, tripping and sliding to a stop. They pushed back up to their feet. The sun hadn't been up long enough to absorb the morning dew, and the leaves and grass beneath them were slippery. As they ran, Ellie looked across the way and saw 4 of them feeding next to Tina's slim form. The area around her leaf-covered body was covered with blood. 10 feet further, she saw 3 more crouched, and she knew they were feasting on what was left of her group. She opened her mouth to scream, but Shaun gripped a muddy hand around her mouth and whispered in her ear, "You scream, and we die. I don't have enough bullets to take on all of those. I lost my bag up top by the cabin." She closed her mouth, pushing his hand down and taking one last sad look at what used to be her friends. She knew in a short time that if the Turned left anything of them, they would likely be one of the dead, who would simply see her as a meal, with no memory of who she was to them. The 2 started running down the hill once more, trying to take their time to not fall again. Ellie saw that the gravel dirt road below was close and was unsure why that gave her hope, but it did, and she clung to it. Shaun's face was filled with worry. Sweat dripped from both of their dirt-ridden faces. Ellie made it to the road first and turned around, smiling to Shaun, thrilled they'd gotten down alive. She was about to yell that they'd made it when Greg came out of nowhere with ungodly speed. He jumped on Shaun, knocking him off of his feet and causing his gun to fall to the ground. The 2 of them spun down the hill, Shaun fighting wildly to keep from being bitten. Shaun's will to survive was almost enough to keep Greg from winning the battle. But almost was not good enough. Greg bit into Shaun's shoulder. Ellie and Shaun screamed in unison. He was in pain, and hers was out of grief. She had just lost the only thing in the world that she had left. Chapter 3. Deja Vu. Day 2. The home of retired Colonel Mike Weber. Mike Weber lay in bed, looking at his nightstand. It was exactly 5:30 a.m. He still couldn't sleep in, even years after retiring. It didn't matter how tired he was when he went to bed, but he knew it was the product of a lifelong military career. His wife was even worse, though. Naomi, who had been the wife of a career military man, had been getting up even earlier all those years, as she was damned if her soldier would go to work in the morning without a full meal in his belly. Mike pushed up from the bed and sat, resting his feet on the wood floor. He stretched his back out and felt every mile that he'd hiked in military boots with a pack on his back course down his old spine. Mike had been dreaming of that night in the desert, but then he almost always did. It was something he'd never been able to get over. He thought of the other men and women, long since retired, who were in that room on the night of the outbreak. They had come to the same conclusion that taking them out with a bomb was their only choice, that even as remote as the military base was in the desert, if those things got into the general population, they would decimate everything and everyone in their paths. He walked out to the kitchen and poured a cup of coffee, black. He blew on it, knowing already that it was too hot, but still determined to get that first drink in the morning to ignite his senses, hence starting his day. He looked at the kitchen table and saw that it was empty. He then looked at the kitchen, noticing that the sound of bacon frying and eggs cooking were absent, and the delicious smells weren't enticing his nostrils. He walked out and saw his wife, Naomi, sitting on the couch, still in her nightgown, with a large pink robe wrapped around her. He approached her, touching her lightly on the shoulder. She jumped with a scream, and he stumbled backward, spilling his coffee down his crisp, white shirt and boxers. "Oh, for God's sake, woman, what the hell has gotten you so damn jumpy?" He held a hand underneath the cup and placed it back on the counter. Naomi said nothing. She just pointed at the television. Mike stared at it and could see nothing. He went back to the bedroom, cursing the entire way, and found his glasses. He switched out his shirt and boxers for a clean set, adding a pair of Levi's to the ensemble. He walked back out and took a seat next to her. The CNN channel had 8 separate windows up, all showing pre-recorded video feed from hours before. Each of the feeds had a video of a large 747 Boeing airplane on it. Each plane was marked, displaying what company they flew for. He watched intently at the security footage from the Charles de Gaulle airport in Paris. A man in a red jumpsuit was driving a set of steps up to the side of the plane. In Paris, disembarking passengers were required to walk out and pass the security checkpoints before being allowed into the airport itself. It hadn't always been that way, but after the events of September 11th, very strict rules and policies had become a necessary requirement. The man went up the steps, waiting for the door to open, before pulling it the extra foot up to the side of the plane. When it did not open, he used the electric controls to pull it up right next to the airplane and entered his code to unlock the door along with his key. The security cameras were not great, but they captured the very details that the rest of the world needed to know before making their own decisions about it. The ground crew employee peered into the side of the plane, and within a second, the footage showed the pudgy man running back down the steps. Naomi yelled a Catholic blessing, unable to ever bring herself to curse, and gripped her husband's large arm. They both watched the man make it to the bottom of the steps, just before an explosion of bodies poured like a disease from the door. Within seconds, the first ones had made it to the bottom of the steps and were instantly on the hunt for fresh meat. The man ran across the open area, while a pack of 6 cut the distance in no time, jumping on his back and tearing his head and arms off. Blood sprayed everywhere. His legs and the rest of his body convulsed on the ground, and the light-colored cement pooled with blood, creating a lake. The rest of the ground crew, who had been waiting to taxi the plane into a hangar where it would be refueled and checked, ran as well. They might as well have been crawling in comparison to the speed with which the things ran. They were relentless, going after every last one of the men on the ground. Fresh pools of blood spread where they lay. By the time the passengers finished with the ground crew, there was not enough left of their bodies to be turned. The next news footage showed the same make and model of the plane, except for this time, there were guards on the ground armed only with pistols. When they opened the door, an onslaught of the turned sprinted out, and the bullets flew. Unfortunately for these guards, a chest shot was in no way a sure thing. As they fired, blood sprayed the side of the plane. The turned rolled to the bottom of the staircase. The guards approached the plane to try to take control of the situation, but were overwhelmed by the passengers when they jumped to their feet and pounced. The television screen was filled with unimaginable violence as the turned tore off heads through bodies impossible distances and jumped on them, ripping and clawing viciously into their chests. The next footage showed an army with a large row of tanks pointed at the plane. By this time, the other countries had concluded that these things could not be killed. Had they known a good headshot would stop them, perhaps the use of firearms would have been more effective, and fewer bullets would have been wasted. The camera rocked as a fiery ball aimed at the massive plane rose into the air. Before the soldiers could congratulate each other, the first zombie ran through black smoke toward the tanks. Although it was on fire and its skin was burnt to a crispy black, the thing was unhindered. A normal man would have died in the burning rubble, but it sprinted as if it were on a mission, which it was, and it was followed by all the others from the plane, who hadn't been blown to pieces in the blast. They made it to the soldiers, never slowing, even as automatic rifles peppered them with rounds, tearing out their insides. Of the turned, only those whose legs were shot off or spines shattered fell. Of the men, the only ones who survived were those locked securely in the tanks. The news switched to yet another plane of the same make and model. The cameras zoomed in on the pilots, who beat on the cockpit windows frantically. On each plane, they were the only ones who had not turned. Mike stared at the bottom of the screen and then flipped to another news channel. Across the bottom of all the screens was a scrolling message stating that the planes were from America and a European outbreak of some virus had begun. Early reports blamed terrorists and the Taliban. Mike looked at his wife with a blank face. "I need to go to work this morning." Naomi stared at him in shock, unable to adjust to what she was seeing in front of her, to what she was hearing from him. "What do you mean you were going to go to work? You don't go to work anymore. That's what happens when you retire, dear." Mike rubbed at the bridge of his nose. He was in Washington 8 years before when the call from Iraq came through from one of the majors in charge of finding a cure. The purpose of the call was to report a widespread outbreak on base. Mike and the other men and women in charge issued orders to do a flyby and see what was happening. When the reports of carnage and death were confirmed, they sent hell from the sky to the base, decimating it and leaving nothing but a hole where it once stood. He regretted having to make that decision that evening, but knew there wasn't a choice. If the outbreak were to spread throughout Iraq and eventually Europe, there would be no stopping it. He looked at Naomi, trying to think of how to tell her that he knew exactly what was going on, or at least had one hell of a hunch about it. Instead, he stood, leaned down to kiss her forehead, and disappeared into their bedroom. Minutes later, he came out wearing a uniform that fit a bit more snugly than 5 years ago when he had retired, the result of a few less jumping jacks, push-ups, and sit-ups as part of his daily regimen. His wife didn't need further explanation, and knew she would not get one. It was just part of the job, retired or not. He'd always be there for his country when it needed him. Naomi also knew that if she asked, there would be no answers. He grabbed a thermos of coffee from her, kissed her cheek, and walked out to his truck, where he turned the engine and sped like hell to get to Washington, 40 miles away, and more importantly, to the war room. Naomi went back into the kitchen, holding herself in a hug, and feeling alone all of a sudden. It was not the first time she'd been left home while her husband went to war, but in all her years, which were more than she would like to acknowledge, she had never seen anything as horrific as what she witnessed on the television that day, and she had certainly never worried that the enemy might eat her husband. She made her way to the living room, where the news was still streaming the gruesome footage. Unable to watch any more of it, she flipped channels, stopping on a camera feed from the Vatican. She sat back on the sofa, watching thousands of devout Catholics standing in the streets outside, holding candles and praying God would stop whatever was happening, that he would put an end to the suffering. It seemed their prayers would go unheard on this day, the day of death. She changed the channel once more, then dropped the remote. The sound of it hitting the wood floor made her jump. The headlines scrolled across the screen in large, bold letters. Outbreak in America. Stay indoors. Do not come in contact with the sick and infected. Naomi reached for the cordless phone on the side table and dialed the cell phone that the two shared. Mike had cursed her 5 ways to Sunday the day she came home with it, but she told him firmly, "The day your stubbornness gets the better of you and you fall and get hurt and you're able to get a hold of me, you'll be the first to admit how wrong you were." She punched in the cell phone's number and waited for it to ring, which it did. From the kitchen, she heard the buzzing of the phone on the countertop, right where he always left it. Mike sped along the highway. He was one of the only commuters out on that early morning. On any other day, he would be surrounded by traffic from Rockville to Washington, along with all the people who couldn't afford the luxury of living in the city where they worked. The only cars on the road came from the opposite direction, and they appeared to be packed to the brim. He was lost in thought, not thinking or caring about the other commuters. He was much more concerned about what would happen should there be an outbreak in the States. He'd been there that night, watching the footage from Iraq. The early morning news feeds were no different from the footage he saw from the plane that had dropped the bomb just moments before they had detonated the plane's reserve bomb, destroying it and its occupants. They left no loose ends, and eliminated the possibility that word might get out about destroying an entire military base. They had done a government cover-up on a grand scale, The kind that made Clinton's scandal, Watergate, or the Obama healthcare plan seem small. They blamed the bombing on the Taliban, a group that couldn't have designed mass destruction on that scale if they had a lifetime to try and do so. The group gladly accepted the blame and had advised from caves of whereabouts unknown that it was Allah who told them the base was there and needed to be dealt with. Mike smiled for a moment, thinking about the message the Taliban had broadcasted, and how the U.S. used the broadcast signal to send an air-guided missile into the mouth of the cave. He ran down the file in his head and was sure that everyone who worked on the project was on that base when the bomb went off. But for the life of him, he couldn't think of any way the formula created by the team could have made it out of that country. When Mike pulled into the outskirts of the city, he stopped. As the sun rose, he could see more with every passing second. He stared out, trying to understand what he was seeing. A feeling worse than the guilt he harbored jolted through his body, leaving him with a pain in his chest. He knew instantly, as he watched nervous-looking, heavily armed soldiers make their way down the streets, that martial law had been invoked. He pulled his truck forward, knowing well that he needed to get his ass to the White House. The heads of government had some difficult decisions to make. Mike realized that he might be their biggest asset in their efforts to save the nation. If it wasn't too late. He made a U-turn, backtracking, so he could look for a road that wasn't littered with cars. He hung a pass from his windshield that was long expired, but still obviously effective. That, mixed with his high military rank, which was easy for even a private to recognize, would give him access to places denied to most. He got within 2 blocks of the White House, and was not surprised to see that he was going to have to walk the rest of the way. He got out of his pickup and looked around. It wasn't a place to be pulling any kind of surprises when it came to firearms. The grounds were always on alert and ready to take out any threat, and throwing a potential zombie apocalypse into the mixture was not the best way to put anyone at ease. He reached under his seat, pulled out a .45 caliber semi-automatic pistol, and slid it, along with a holster, onto his belt. On the other side, he put an extra set of magazines. He'd rather have more than he needed than not have anything at all. He did know that if an outbreak occurred in the area, there would be little chance of escape, as the buildings were so close to one another. He would have even less chance of having enough bullets and the time to use them. He parked and walked up the street. Cold shivers ran up his back as he took in his surroundings. Barriers made out of wood and barbed wire had been put in place, and young men sat at the ready with biohazard suits, complete with heavy-duty gas masks. Mike walked confidently, having very few people in the military who he still had to provide an answer to when asked. Today was going to be a day filled with questions, probably each more painful than the one before it. He walked past the barriers, nodding to the young men as they noticed his sleeve, which was the only credential he currently needed. When he got to the front gates, a Marine who would normally be wearing his dress uniform sat alert and ready in the same attire as the others, gripping an automatic rifle. Mike held up a hand of peace to the soldier, who would never blink unless it was necessary. When the soldier spoke, it was hard to understand what he was saying. Although Mike made every attempt to, the young man walked out of the small gatehouse and approached the retired colonel, holding his gun tightly. A muffled voice came out from the mask.
"Good morning, sir. I need to ask you to leave, please."
Mike stared around at the insanity in place on the street behind him, and looked back at the soldier, snapping off a response in less than a second. "What the fuck is so good about it? And don't call me sir, you little pecker. I work for a living, goddammit." The soldier backed up a foot, but tried to hold his ground. He looked over at Mike's arm and did the math, realizing immediately that he was a colonel, and spent the additional time looking at his chest and the name on it.
"I'm sorry, Colonel Weber. I did not mean any disrespect. The White House is on lockdown. There's been an outbreak."
Mike nodded his head. "Well, I know all about the outbreak. It's spreading overseas faster than they can manage it. I have information about it and need to see someone now." The soldier started to reply with a practiced answer, which he hadn't put the thought into before saying it.
"Sir, if you'd like to give me the information, I would be happy to."
Mike cut him off, almost barking out his answer. Give you? Are you fucking insane? The information I have might save the United States, damn it. If it hits here, then we are royally screwed. I promise you, son, that if you don't get me someone much more important to speak with right fucking now, you will feel my wrath for years to come." The soldier nodded his head, hesitated for a moment, and then said,
"Sir, I will go make the call. But you should know the outbreak already happened. From what I heard, it started in Iowa, or somewhere like that in the Midwest. It's spreading like a wildfire, they said."
Mike felt like someone had hit him in the gut with a sledgehammer. He nodded his head and took long, deep breaths, trying to come to terms with the reality of the information he'd been provided. He thought about his wife alone at home, and hoped she had found a channel on the news relaying the same information. If it had been made public, he was pretty sure if they were blowing up American planes in foreign countries, there would have been one or two stories about what was going on stateside by now. The soldier came back and nodded for him to pass through the gates after being stripped of his firearm. Another soldier came from the White House in a black Humvee with dark tinted windows. He exited the vehicle and went to collect Mike, putting him in the back seat and taking his firearm from the guard. Mike mentally ran through what he wanted to say and what details he could possibly leave out. He went into the White House, where the normal protocol had been beefed up further than could be imagined. He had to get past a plethora of doctors who inspected him, none of them knowing what they were looking for, but each making damn sure he got the clean bill of health before he stepped any further into the White House. The room had been designated a clean zone, which meant the walls, floor, and ceiling were all covered with some sort of plastic makeshift wall, which obviously had just been constructed. The soldier who had escorted him up waited patiently after removing his biosuit that he had put on just to come outside. Mike was feeling perfectly normal, but all the excitement placed on him started to make him wonder if maybe he had something to worry about. He would happily put a bullet through his temple before he would ever let himself turn into one of those things. They walked down an elegant hallway, lined with pictures and paintings of dead presidents. Everything was spotless and looked like it had just been made the day before. No signs of age or dust. They stood outside a set of elevators, and Mike stared at the soldier, who appeared to be waiting for something. Then, from above, a security camera made a zoom sound, taking one last look at the man before allowing him entry to the lower level of the compound. This, Mike knew, was not part of the guided tour that the masses were allowed to go on daily. After a few minutes, the doors parted, and the two men entered the elevator, which sent them hundreds of feet into the earth in a matter of seconds. Chapter 4. Worst Fears. Day 2. Ellie ran down the dirt road, past the van that they'd been given by Andy at the Army surplus store. It would be of no use to her, since Frank had removed the van's battery as a safety precaution, so if any looters came, the teens would still have a vehicle to take back to civilization. She ran sideways, bent over in pain, and unable to cope with what she was seeing, with what was happening, and with what she was losing. She tried to scream at Greg to stop, knowing it was useless, and that he was no longer Greg. He had become one of the turned, and he would just as happily eat her as look at her. She didn't think that if she tried, she would be able to produce anything coherent. She was crying harder than she had when she found out the news of her own mother. She watched in horror as Shaun writhed on the ground in pain. She took one last painful look at the boy who'd never been anything but there for her, and closed her eyes, unable to take any more of the visual in front of her. She ran another 100 yards, and heard footsteps and growling from behind her. Just when she thought she couldn't see anything worse than she already had, she turned around. She never stopped running, but she might as well have been standing still with the speed that Shaun, Greg, and Tina sprinted after her with. She didn't stand a chance. She screamed, "No! No! No!" She could hear Shaun speaking to her, but it sounded a million miles away. She opened her eyes, jumping and screaming, "Get back! Get back, damn it!" She wailed through her tears as Shaun leaned over and shook her gently. Shaun stayed where he was and brushed her hair from her face. She looked around and saw Tina sleeping next to her. Greg was lying on the ground on top of a sleeping bag. Ellie blinked again, realizing it had been a horrifically detailed nightmare. She pulled Shaun into her, causing him to be off balance, and hugged him tightly to her. Both of her hands were clenched around his back, and she had no intention of letting go any time soon. Shaun whispered in pain, unable to breathe. "Are you okay, Ellie?" Ellie finally let go, to wipe at the tears that were still falling freely. "Don't ever eat me, Shaun!" Shaun pushed up off of her and sat on the edge of the bunk she and Tina were sharing. "God, you're weird sometimes, Ellie. I heard you screaming in your sleep, and I didn't want you to wake everyone. It's still early in the morning." "What were you doing up then?" "I've been up for hours. I couldn't sleep last night." Ellie sat up on an elbow, looking around to see that everyone was, in fact, still sleeping. She nodded to herself, confirming that there was no chance of being eaten. She lay back down on her cot, holding on to Shaun's hand, until she fell asleep, and then for a few minutes longer. Shaun stared around the room at the rest of the group, and noticed that no one was sleeping well. All of them were being haunted by something. He slipped his hand away from Ellie's grip, walked to the wooden kitchen table, took a seat, and drank from one of the many bottles of water they had carried up. He knew they'd need to save the empties so they could refill them from the stream. And he had packed plenty of water purification tablets to make sure the water was safe to drink. Shaun didn't need to sleep to be haunted. He could not stop thinking about his dad and what had happened. He thought how so much could change in the matter of a day. He rested his hand on his thigh and felt a bulge from his pocket. He pulled out a few pages that he had folded quickly and stuffed into his pocket. He undid them, remembering his dad had given them to him, right before he was tasked with keeping his dad from turning into one of those. He unfolded the papers and then folded them back up again, shaking his head. He was not yet ready to deal with anything else. He put the papers in an old box that his dad kept above the fireplace, deciding his heart had enough ache for one day. He was unsure that he could handle very much more. Shaun looked in the corner at the wall of supplies, knowing it would be a good idea at some point to figure out some organization. The only thing he did make sure of was that the rifles Greg and he had used the day before were out and ready to go. He wrote for an hour in his journal, recording everything he could remember about the day before. Shaun knew that if he wrote, it might help him to deal with some of the issues that were invading his mind. From past experience, he found it helped him deal with the thoughts of his mother. As he grew older, the thoughts of her became more and more difficult to recall, as well as the memories. He shook it off, wiping at a single tear that left him thinking that, in years to come, maybe he would have the same issues of remembering his dad as well. He fought back the emotions, burying them deep down inside himself. He woke when the sun rose and filled the small cabin with daylight. There were so many mornings he could recall waking to leftover stew and bread for breakfast. He got up, regretting that he'd fallen asleep at the table, as he felt a kink in his neck and back that would need some stretching to get rid of later. It was difficult for him to think about what he should do. There was no routine, no plan. He had simply figured that once they got to the cabin, his dad would take charge. He looked at the group, thinking that someone would have to step up if they were going to make it. He watched Patrick on the ground sleeping. It was still cool in the mornings this time of year, but he had sweat running down his face, and his hair was soaked. Shaun walked toward him. His steps on the floor made the wood creak. Greg, who was sleeping only a few feet away, stirred and saw Shaun standing above him and Patrick. Greg looked at Shaun sideways when he saw a pistol gripped tightly in his hand. Greg, never having an issue finding something to be a smartass about, stretched and said, "Looking pretty creepy standing over us while we sleep there, Shaun." Shaun nodded toward Patrick. Greg looked over and took in the mess that he currently was. He felt his own head and looked at Shaun, realizing that neither of them were sweating, and came to terms with what he was looking at, or at least what he assumed he was looking at. Greg sat up quickly, pushing himself against the wall and stepping away from the sleeping youth. "Shaun, did he get bit?" "I have no idea, but damn if he doesn't look like he did. Everyone I saw yesterday who did turned pretty quick. It's been like, what, 12 or 15 hours? Yeah, it's been a while. But look at the guy. He looks all kinds of messed up." Ellie and Mike started to stir where they slept and looked up at the two teens, who were staring intently at Patrick. Mike got up, rubbing his hands through his hair and pulling on a dirty t-shirt from the day before. "What's up, guys? You seeing which one of you can look creepier?" Greg pointed at Patrick, and Mike leaned over, taking it in as well, and drawing a similar conclusion. "When did he have a chance to get bit? He was with me the whole time." Shaun thought of Albert, who was one of the boys his dad had picked up as they were leaving the school with Greg and Tina. No one had seen at the time that he had a bite wound on him, and he turned by himself in the squad car. When Tina's brother Lucas went to check on him, he attacked Lucas viciously and mangled the young man. Shaun said, "So is Albert, and he's the reason that Lucas isn't with us today. Or did you forget about that already?" Mike opened his mouth to snap back, but knowing that he was wrong, he said nothing for once. Greg pulled the cover off of him down to his waist. His entire body was gleaming with sweat. Patrick was sleeping with his shirt off, and while he was covered with sweat, he was not showing any wounds. Greg shrugged, looking back at Shaun, Mike, and Ellie. "Do you think that possibly he got it some other way?" "Well, we can pray that he didn't, or else we really are screwed," Tina said. "What do you mean, Shaun?" "If it's airborne, then it doesn't matter how far we try and go or how long we stay up here. Eventually, the inevitable is going to happen, and we will become one of them." Greg punched Shaun in the shoulder. "Wow, Mr. Positive, you are filling me with all kinds of hope. Why don't we drink the poisoned Kool-Aid now and skip the suffering and waiting? Christ, man!" Shaun shrugged, pointing at Patrick. "Well, then what's wrong with him?" Tina and Christy heard them bickering with one another, and they had all circled around Patrick. If he would have woken up, he probably would have been more than just a little freaked out about everything going on above him. Ellie walked in closer than the boys did and bent down. She reached to grab his wrist, and Shaun protectively snatched at her hand, gripping it hard and pulling her almost up to her feet in one motion. "What are you doing, Ellie? Don't touch him!" "God, Shaun, leave the arm, man! What's wrong with you?" She tugged her wrist away from him, rubbing at it, and slapped him in the chest for his trouble. "Look at his wrist, you ass! Damn it, that hurt! Don't grab at me!" They all peered over and saw a metal chain on Patrick's wrist. Shaun knelt down next to him and flipped his hand over, reading the words engraved on the tag. "Diabetic, Patrick Clary, 515-555-2541. Shaun rubbed at his eyes, thinking how if Ellie had not been around to be rational, maybe he would have done the unthinkable and shot this poor kid in the head. "He's diabetic. Christ, why didn't he say something?" Greg murmured, feeling the same tinge of guilt that Shaun did. "Well, maybe he forgot or thought we wouldn't bring him with us if he was going to have issues going forward or be a liability." Ellie chimed in. "Well, it isn't that unrealistic, is it? That someone wouldn't want to have to worry about babysitting a kid who has medical issues?" She felt in his pocket and found his medicine. She pulled it out and showed it to them. They all read the words to themselves, saying insulin pen aloud. "We need to give him some, I think," Mike said. Greg grabbed the medicine, turned it over, and read the directions before looking up with a grave expression on his face. He hit the ejector button for the vial and saw that it had 2 doses left. The side of the pen had Patrick's name on it, and that he was to take 4 doses twice daily. "It's got 2 left in it, and that's not even what he is supposed to take for 1 dose. Here, Shaun." Shaun held up his hands, not accepting it. "What are you giving it to me for? I don't know how to use it." "Your dad was a doctor, right?" "Yeah. I know a lot of kids whose dads are doctors, and they're the last people I'd want to be giving me any medical advice." Christy walked up, held out her hand to Greg, who was happy to pass it to someone else, and stared at it for a minute, reading the directions on the side of the pen. She calmly knelt down next to him, picked a spot on his shoulder, and jammed the pen in through his pale skin. She pulled it back out and sat next to him patiently, knowing that it would likely take a while. They spent the next hour watching him and trying to act like they were busy with something else, but all were worried sick for him. It seemed like they needed for him not to be lost, because of the amount of sorrow they had already dealt with recently. Shaun sat at the kitchen table with his pistol not very far out of reach. Greg sat intensely watching. Eventually, Patrick whispered something that was almost impossible to understand. Greg bent down near to him and listened, nodding his head. Mike, not being one for patience, asked, "What did he say? What does he want?" Greg had his back to Mike, and a troublemaker's grin on his face that Mike couldn't see. "Strangest thing. He questions your sexuality, Mike." Mike jumped to his feet. "You ass! He didn't say any such thing. What did he really say? Come on, tell me." Greg and the others shared a laugh, and it was one that they needed. Shaun looked down at Greg. He might not be the leader, but he was definitely going to be good to have around to keep anything from getting too horribly serious when the tension was getting tight. Shaun was already thinking of the weeks to come, alone and on their own. The word solitude was going to have a new meaning for the others. Greg pushed up and patted Mike on the shoulders. "He wants water, and he said something about checking his sugar levels." Christy knelt down, checking his pockets, and found no such item with which they could attempt to do that. "Patrick, if you can hear me, it's Christy. And I don't feel anything in your pants." This statement, meant in the kindest of ways, erupted laughter from Greg and Mike. Christy glared at both of them. "Really, guys? He could be dying, and you need to make jokes about his crotch? Really?" Patrick was moving his lips, and Christy got him a drink of water. 20 minutes later, the much-needed drugs were moving through his veins, and he was sitting up with assistance, though he still looked pale. He explained to the group that he needed medicine, and with all the insanity of the day before, he left without them, not thinking twice. He mentioned how he usually carried a decent supply of it, but that his mother had insisted they leave the house, and the two of them forgot everything in the fridge. They had only planned on being gone for a few hours. Christy asked him, "Well, what happens if you don't get more insulin?" Patrick looked up, with sad, tired eyes, and said it as plain as he could, because it was what it was. "I will die. It's medicine, and I gotta have it. There's no cure for this." Shaun stared around the room. No one was jumping at the thought of going back to town, and at the same time, no one wanted to see the young teen wither away. Shaun did not want to have to dig any more holes up in these woods, which he had loved so dearly all his life. He thought of the words that his dad said, and pulled Ellie and Greg aside. "I know he needs medicine, I get it, but we don't know what's going on down there in town. Dad said to stay here and to not leave for anything. We don't even know this kid." Mike walked forward, getting closer than Shaun's comfort level was going to allow. He yelled, Well, you guys don't, but I do. I'll go by myself and pick it up." "Why don't you back up a foot or two? It's going to be a long walk, Mike." "No, it's not. We've got a van. I'll drive it." "No, we doesn't include you yet. You hitched a ride to safety. That van is ours. Now back up, Mike." Mike shoved Shaun back a foot, yelling, "So, you're king shit all of a sudden?" Shaun resumed his place where he'd been standing. "No, but I'm not handing the keys over to someone who doesn't even know how to drive or shoot a gun. You won't come back." Mike raised his arms to push Shaun a second time, and when he did, Shaun stepped to the side, grabbed his wrist, and swung him into the side of the log cabin face first, twisting his arm behind his back. "You see? The chances of you making it back alive are pretty slim. Maybe bitten, which doesn't do much for our overall chances. And if you don't come back at all, then we don't have a van to take back into town when we really need to, Mike." Mike looked to the side and shouted, "Let go, damn it! Fine, I'll walk there. Screw you guys if you were too big of asses to help someone besides your own group." Allie walked up and pushed Shaun and slapped him on the arm. "Let go, ass. Okay, you win. No more fighting, macho men. It's time to shut up now. We can't just leave him here to die, for God's sake, Shaun. I mean, Christ, he needs medicine. How hard can it be?" Shaun was getting heated up. He let go of Mike, who spun around, wiping at a bloody nose and rolling his now sore wrist. But he stayed back from Shaun this time. Shaun looked at Ellie, making a conscious effort not to rub the spot that was now stinging with her handprint. He knew there would be zero chance of changing Ellie's mind about the matter. He was going to have to try to rationalize with a girl who didn't know what rational meant. He retorted with, "Well, how hard should it have been to drive from Andy's shop to the woods? We lost what? 3 people in a matter of an hour?" Ellie shoved him. "That's not fair, Shaun. We have to survive, I get it. But we need to keep people alive as well." She grabbed her rifle from the day before, which Shaun had shown her how to use. Shaun watched this, knowing she wouldn't make it 10 feet in town if she had to actually use that thing without having time to aim and shoot. It was a varmint gun, and she needed semi-auto, which was something she wouldn't know how to use yet. "You can't tell me that you seriously think it's a good idea to go down there!" Ellie walked over to Shaun, shoving a pistol at him and pointing at Patrick. "You're right, Shaun. It's just too damn dangerous, and we can't go. But we don't want to risk that if he dies and comes back as one of those things. So why don't we go ahead and take him out back and shoot him in the back of the head?" Patrick, who'd been watching with an open mouth, finally tried to speak, choking on his bottle of water and holding up a hand. Wait, please. If you don't want to go to town, then seriously, let me and Mike go. It's better than sitting here and going into a coma or being shot, for God's sake. This insulin pen is almost on empty." Shaun lowered the pistol and shook his head at Patrick, knowing damn well he couldn't walk that far right now if he needed to. "I'm not going to shoot you, Patrick. Ellie, you are such a pain in the ass that it seriously hurts sometimes." He walked over to where the weapons had been stored and selected a few rifles and an additional pistol to the one Ellie already gave him and said, "Fine. I'll go back and get his damn medicine. I hope that I can be back from town quickly. If I'm just going to his house and straight back, it shouldn't be more than a couple of hours. I hope." Ellie sat up straight. "You know, as much as I love your sense of humor, this joke about you going to town alone as the lone gunman isn't going to happen. I'm going with you." Shaun said, "Oh, hell no, you aren't. If anyone is going, it's going to be Greg. He can drive and he can shoot." Greg didn't need to be asked. He'd be by Shaun's side no matter what. He walked over, picking up his rifle and a satchel filled with loaded magazines. He had run out of ammo the day before, and it had been the scariest moment in his young life. He grabbed a pistol for good measure, knowing he probably couldn't hit anything with it. But if it was all he had, it was better than nothing. Tina walked up to Greg, took his gun, and set it back down. "Greg can't go with you, Shaun. That isn't fair to everyone else here." "What are you talking about, Tina?" Shaun asked. "Greg can shoot, drive, well, maybe. Drive badly? Yes, definitely. But he's the only other one who knows how to use this stuff. If you, God forbid, don't come back, then no one here is going to survive if any of those things make their way up this hill." Shaun thought about it, coming to the conclusion that she was right. He looked back at Greg and nodded. "You better stay here, Greg. I can do it on my own." Mike said, "Wait, what about me?" "You aren't really someone I'm thinking of for an option, Mike. If you can't drive and you can't shoot, you're just something to be chased after until I shoot them in the head." Tina shook her hands in the air sarcastically and said, "Well, yay for me, because I know how to drive and can get us there and back in one uneaten piece." Shaun wasn't a huge fan of this either, but knew deep down she was right. He continued grabbing the gear that he wanted to take and put some food and water in the ammo bag, just in case they got stuck in town. Ellie said, "Sorry, it's early and all, and there aren't any caffeinated products but coffee that I can see right now, so maybe I'm taking this whole thing a little bit slow. But you two keep using the words like we, meaning only you two, which means you really think that you are going to go to a zombie-filled town, just the two of you?" Shaun shrugged and held up his hands in a "what do you want me to say here" gesture. Ellie looked at the group and back. "I don't know. How about, come with us, Ellie? We sure could use some help here." Shaun shook his head no. "What are you going to do for me? Tell me something or someone is there? And since you guys got Greg stuck here, there isn't much we can do about it, right? It would seem that Tina has got double duty going for her now." Ellie walked over to the supplies and search for the rifle that she'd used the day before when she helped Shaun clear out the turn at the school parking lot, and keeping Frank, for the time being, from being bitten. Shaun knew better than to try to convince Ellie of something when it wasn't her own idea, knowing damn well it was pointless. But he wasn't going to have to worry about her as well. With determination, he walked over, grabbed the gun, and placed it back down on the ground. "You are staying. I don't care what you say, but if you want me to go at all to get his damn medicine, you need to stay here. We've lost too much, too soon, and the only reason it's okay for Tina is she serves a purpose. You need to stay. So that's my piece." Ellie sat with her mouth open, thinking and trying to decide what she needed to say, but realized that Shaun was already doing more for this kid than he wanted to. Pushing the line with him might push him to the point where he wouldn't go to town at all. When Ellie didn't retort with a comeback, which was very out of her normal way of acting, Shaun walked over, grabbed the van battery, and slid it into a heavy canvas backpack to make carrying it down the hill a little less painful. He took the ammo bag from Greg and packed a few more energy bars and waters into it. Better to have too much than too little. Ellie punched his arm. "You two make sure you are good, okay? Don't go screwing around on your way there." Tina, who looked visibly sick at the thought of having to go back down the hill, tried to add some humor to the situation. "Now, when we get back, kids, I want your rooms picked up and your beds made. I don't want any playtime happening before the chores are done, and I don't want any back talk." They all smiled, shaking their heads and looking worried for them. Greg said, "Well, at least my mom is a MILF." This made Mike and Greg both bust out with laughter. Christy said, "Is there any chance that I can go with you? I'm sure I can figure out some way to be useful." Tina shook her head. "Someone needs to stay and take care of Patrick, and so far you are the only one who seems to have a knack for it. Besides, Ellie will need help balancing out the stupidity to intelligence ratio." Christy sighed. "We're going to have our work cut out for us with these two here. I don't know how long I can handle the jokes. Please, please hurry back. There's going to be too much testosterone in the air for me. I don't know if I can handle it." Shaun nodded. "I don't know if there is any hope for either of them, but over time maybe we will be able to change them. But I can't make any promises. It's too soon to tell." As they walked out, Greg yelled, "Bye, Mom! Bye, Dad!" Ellie, who was standing by the door, leaned over and pecked Shaun's cheek. She whispered into his ear, "Thank you for going. And God, please be careful, Shaun." The two left the cabin. It was still early, and neither of them was overly concerned with running into rush hour. Shaun took his steps slowly down the hill, as did Tina. They didn't want to fall, especially with everything they had in their packs. They didn't make it halfway down the hill when they heard the sound of crunching leaves, and it seemed to be moving at a rapid pace. Shaun held up a hand to Tina to stop for a moment, waiting to see what was going on or what was coming. He pulled her down on the ground behind a fallen tree, and they waited. Shaun used the tree as a gun rest and pointed in the direction where the sound was coming from. As the sound got closer and louder, Shaun rested his finger on the trigger, waiting to get it in his sights. Just as he was about to squeeze the trigger, Ellie came into view, face red from the run, carrying her rifle from the day before and a small pack. She saw the rifle pointed directly at her, and her face went white. As she ducked behind a tree, she saw that it was Shaun and screamed, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot! It's just me! I figured you didn't really want me staying at the cabin, so I came by myself, hoping that I'd catch up with you." Shaun pointed the gun down, cursing under his breath, trying to think of something that was a bigger pain in the ass than a cute girl, one who had nothing but his best interest on her mind. "Ellie, you realize I almost blew your damn head off, right?" Ellie came out from around the tree, smiling nervously. "Well, it's a good thing you didn't." They walked the rest of the way to the van, keeping a watchful eye for any of the turned. Ellie wouldn't admit it to Tina or Shaun, but she was scared to death at the thought of having to deal with one of those things again so soon. It wasn't something she was sure she could handle after the previous day and the horrible nightmares she had during the night. When they saw the van at the bottom of the hill, still safe and sound, they felt that they had achieved a small victory. Tina unlocked the doors and Shaun went to the front of the van and popped the hood. He took his time, being careful to reconnect the battery properly, as his dad had shown him the day before. He only had one, and wasn't interested in screwing it up, especially since he knew nothing about how to fix anything on a car. Shaun slammed down the hood and shook the keys. "Who wants to drive this bad boy?" Tina took the keys from him, and the three teenagers climbed in. Tina sat at the steering wheel and revved the engine. "Well, I guess this is it then. Let's go," she said as she pulled the van forward. The ride back to town was uneventful. Shaun got a pit in his stomach as they passed the abandoned stretch of highway where his dad had been bitten the day before. The turned were gone, or at least they appeared to be. Shaun never let his rifle touch the floor of the van, knowing very well that they were still out there. He stared from the passenger seat at the bloody hole in the window. Hair and pieces of skin hung from the pieces of glass, and it wasn't the freshest smell. "We need to fix this window and the roof, or this thing is never going to last us." Ellie leaned up between the two of them, smiling. "Well, actually, maybe if everything in town went to hell, which by looking around I'd say it did, why don't we just upgrade?" Tina said. "You sinner! Are you suggesting we steal a car?" Shaun cut in. "That really isn't a bad idea. Might not be bad to get more than one. If that dealer turned, then what will he care? Money won't do anything for him ever again, right? We should hit the grocery store, too. We have a ton of food now, but how long is it going to last all of us, eating 3 times a day?" Ellie's shoulders sank a bit. "How are we supposed to do all this when Patrick needs medicine? The dose that Christy gave him wasn't even what he is supposed to get for the morning. He's almost out." "What's a few more hours? Besides, it isn't our fault that he wasn't prepared, is it?" Ellie snapped back. "Well, if it wasn't for Andy at that surplus store, we wouldn't have had a damn thing to take into those hills, would we? How the hell should he have known that he was going to need all his medicine? He was going to a damn homecoming rally for the volleyball team and probably figured he'd be back in less than an hour. He didn't have the foresight to know that he was going to go hide in the woods with a bunch of strangers and lose everyone and everything that he probably has ever cared about in a matter of minutes." Shaun nodded, feeling a bit guilty about how he was approaching the situation. "Well, we can get him his drugs and maybe come back, depending on how things look. At least that guy gave us enough military surplus clothes that we won't have to walk around naked," Shaun added with a laugh. Tina smiled playfully, saying, "So, you're saying if we run out of clean clothes, then you'll be okay if we go nude around the cabin, Shaun?" This comment sent immediate shivers up Shaun's spine. He stared at Tina, and then at Ellie, and his face grew red at the unbelievable thought of the two of them naked. He opened his mouth to try to reply, and could not think of an intelligent thing to say that did not sound like a caveman. Ellie sat back, shaking her head, and Tina punched Shaun in the arm playfully. "You can breathe now, stud. I was just screwing with you." He accepted the challenge happily, and tried ever so slightly not to look anywhere but straight ahead. They came to the outskirts of town, and Tina pulled to a stop. They rolled the windows down and listened. There were no sirens, there were no screams, there was only silence. The loudest silence that they had ever heard. They each secretly wished for some noise or a car to go by. Tina started to drive straight, and Shaun said, "No, don't go that way. We don't want to go through the middle of town. It's too close to the school. They are probably in the middle of town by now. Hell, they could be everywhere. Who knows?" Tina said, "Well, where are we going then, great navigator?" Shaun read off the address from the license he'd snagged out of Patrick's wallet and said, "Just go left here and take a right on Summer Page Drive. We can skip the whole town this way." Tina looked over at Ellie. "But shouldn't we find out? Shouldn't we know?" Shaun shook his head no and said, "Just think about it this way. If we have to go into town and then we get chased, we still need to stop at Patrick's to get his drugs. If we are being chased by those things, we can't stop. And what was the point in coming this far if that happens? All we do if we go home empty-handed is hand him a sack of false hopes." Tina said, "Then when, Shaun?" "Simple. We drive straight through the middle of town on the way home. We don't care if they chase us then, because we'll already be so far out, it won't make a damn difference who is after us. There's no way those things can run 55 miles per hour, right? They pondered that for a moment, thinking about it, and a little worried that, yes, maybe those things were capable of speeds like that. If that was the case, they would all happily stay in those hills for a very, very long time. Chapter 5. Puzzle. Day 2. Washington, D.C. Mike stepped out when the elevator doors parted. 4 men were already awaiting the opening of the doors. They handed Mike a security badge to clip onto the 2 he had already received after passing each checkpoint. The 4 military police officers led Mike and his soldier escort away from the elevators and configured themselves so there were 2 in front and 2 behind. They had white helmets, and their fatigues had patches with large white letters, MP, embroidered on them. Mike looked around as they exited. It was an impressively large room, with more technology in it than any room he'd ever had the privilege to enter before in his entire career. A lower-ranking officer, Lieutenant Colonel Frederickson, approached, walking quickly and with a purpose. He was a man who had no time to waste, and was well aware of it. He snapped a salute to Mike, who returned it, and the soldiers parted ways, so Mike and Frederickson could make their way to a private conference room. When they were alone, Frederickson sat down in a plush leather chair and said, "So, the boys upstairs advise me that you have information that is going to help save the country. I have to say that I am very interested, and annoyed that you are just now stepping forward with this information." Mike nodded his head, taking a seat as well. He stared at the large display screen, which showed footage from somewhere outside of the Chicago suburbs. On the screen was what looked to be an 80-year-old woman who jumped high in the air and ripped the head off of a much younger, stronger man. The woman tossed the head and put her mouth over his neck, drinking the fresh, warm blood and ripping greedily at the fat on his neck. The cameras were showing footage as they switched to different areas of the country. The carnage seemed to be never-ending from state to state: Missouri, Minnesota, Nebraska, Colorado, etc. 8 years ago, during the war, we were losing men by the hundreds, and on some days, thousands. Our enemies were using illegal chemical warfare. We had to do something. We had soldiers dropping like flies, as those bastards just kept using the gas. We brought in a team of scientists, the kind of guys who can create some scary shit. We wanted to keep our troops from having to suffer a death that was too soon. What did they come up with? Hell, death, and all things evil in a bottle. When they administered it, we thought we really had something. The initial reports were amazing. We thought we had the cure. Men who were in a deep coma came back, but when they came back, they were furious and in a rage, hungry, and willing to take on anything or anyone. Only a bullet could take them out. So they were vicious, and they were eating people? They took over a base in a matter of a half hour or less. We saw no way to get the troops out into the desert, so we sent in a plane loaded to the brim with bombs. We were forced to act in order to contain it. Wait, I remember that base. I thought that it was hit by terrorists. The Taliban had been responsible for... Mike cut him off. He knew as well how precious time was, and didn't want to, even for a moment, act like it was a commodity that could be wasted. Those towel-headed god-chasing fools couldn't have set off a bomb like that if we sent one of our men over there, showed them how to use the damn thing, and got them a plane to get it to the base's remote location. So you're telling me that the whole thing was just a cover-up, so no one would be any the wiser as to what happened, and what we created? Bingo, Lieutenant! We started a fire, and we had to put it out. I just don't understand how this started stateside. Do you have the early reports on anything here? Frederickson nodded, pressed a button that brought a 50-inch plasma screen down from the ceiling, and punched some keys to start a slideshow that had the United States outline next to it. The very first report, and I shit you not, Colonel Weber, came straight out of Des Moines, Iowa. We aren't sure who she is, or how she could have come in contact with it. Mike started speaking to fill in what he needed to know. It is spread through nasal inhalers. When we were out in the field, if someone got hit with a dose of that chemical shit, The idea was that we wouldn't have to worry about if we had a clean subject before injecting, or having to have a single syringe for every man and woman out there. The inhalers were a genius concept, as far as the diversity, because we could load up 100 doses in one inhaler, then switch out with a new tube, and start all over again. Well, Colonel, it started in Iowa. Here's the first person who came into contact with it. She is patient 0, as of now. She was admitted to the hospital's cancer wing. The report states that when she was admitted, she was already comatose. She was never in the military, married once, divorced once, and had one teenage daughter. The lady's name is Karen Randall. Is there any reason that you would know that name? Negative. Never heard of her. Her daughter is Ellie Randall, and it shows that her emergency contact is someone by the name of Frank Fox. Excuse me? Fredrickson punched a few more commands into the computer, and Frank's driver's license picture popped up on the screen. Mike read it to himself. Dr. Frank Fox. Heaven almighty, you have got to be fucking kidding me! That man is supposed to be dead! What do you mean, is supposed to be dead? We were told by the head scientist that everyone was accounted for. That was just before the shit had hit the fan. We monitored the base from a plane's aerial cameras, and we were confident that there was 0 chance of containment. The only chance we had of saving the region and the continent was to take out the threat. How Dr. Fox's absence from the base was overlooked, I have no clue. As you can see from the grandma ripping the head clean off of that unfortunate man, they aren't going to be easy to stop. We need to know if there's a cure or a way other than bullets to stop them. I'll see this as an uphill battle, son, if not. We can send in a SEAL team. We will figure out where he was doing his work. Our top priority is finding Frank Fox and his research. Give me an hour, and we will have boots in the air, and in 5, we can have them on the ground. Mike watched the video feeds from across the Midwest, shaking his head. Probably a good idea that we do a small remote team, or if one of them gets infected, then you might as well consider the entire platoon lost. Fredrickson punched a button on his computer and said, Get the SEAL team ready to roll. I want a plane in the air in 20 minutes. We can brief them in the air once we have the information that we need. Mike watched, a bit in awe. Christ, nothing related to the government happens that fast. Did you find magic in a bottle? No. I have something from the president saying that I can take whatever action to whatever extent is needed to keep us from becoming extinct. The word extinct hit Mike hard. He had a second to think about it and realized that the further red the country grew on that screen, the harder it was going to be to recover and rebuild. Mike said, You're going to need to get some of the infected as well. Research is our first priority. They don't seem very intelligent from first reports. Just hungry. Hungry like nothing we've ever seen. Even animals will stop eventually. But these things just feed and feed once they've changed. If the victim doesn't get finished off, depending on where they were bitten, the infection can take minutes or hours. Those who turn are all of a sudden jumping impossible heights and running at speeds that would win every goddamn medal in the Olympics. Well, what else can I do to help? Fredrickson thought about it for a moment, tapping a pen on the paper. If the retired colonel hadn't come in, they could have wasted weeks trying to find out why Frank Fox was even important. Do you have anyone you need to take care of, Colonel? Take care of? Are you married? Do you have kids? Take care of. A wife? Why? I suggest you get home to her while you still can. If you have the stock to do so, I suggest you stay put at home and do not leave your house. People will be acting insane in a matter of no time. You expect them to be here then, don't you? People are fleeing the Midwest, and it can't be determined if they are healthy or not. It is going to spread, but there's nothing else we can do until we get his research. Mike stood, looking at all that was going on through the windows. He placed his hands on them and looked down. He was feeling every ounce of guilt there was to be had on his back right then. He knew that if they had not tried to streamline science, this wouldn't be happening. Mike thought about the other men and women who were there that night, wondering how so many can do so much wrong in such a short time. Fredrickson looked up already consumed by the tasks of the day, and saw Mike resting against the window. "Are you all right, Colonel?" "Not really, son, but I wish you all the luck in the world." He opened the door and was escorted through the facility, back to the elevators. Chapter 6. Medicine. Day 2. Tina drove slowly until she got to the street that Patrick lived on. She punched the gas, revving the engine and bringing the vehicle up to 40 miles per hour on the deserted street. Shaun looked at her with shock written all over his face. "What the hell are you doing?" She was holding the wheel tightly. Then she let go with her right hand and turned the engine off. "Just thought that maybe we should coast into the street instead of having this thing backfiring every 5 seconds and sounding like we're setting off grenades." Ellie patted her on the shoulder. "Tina, sometimes you have moments of pure brilliance." Tina coasted the van and brought it to a stop in front of the house. Shaun got out first, looking around the neighborhood. It looked like any other day, which was somewhat relieving to him. He glanced down, seeing the rifle in his hands, then figured there was a great chance that anyone who looked out their window and saw the teens walking the neighborhood armed to the teeth would be more than a little concerned. The street that Patrick lived on seemed quiet enough. They went up to the door and knocked, waiting for someone to answer. Ellie said, "Well, do we just go in or what?" Tina laughed. "No, best to wait until somebody comes home." Shaun tried the doorknob, and it was locked. They walked around the side of the house to the rear, almost guaranteed to have a deck or patio, and they were rewarded with a large sliding glass door. It was also locked, but when Shaun pulled on it, it had some give. He yanked the door back and forth, but it wouldn't budge off the track. He turned to Ellie with a shrug, then went back to shaking it with no success. Ellie stopped watching Shaun get nowhere fast and found a rock that was part of the family's simple landscaping. She sent it sailing through the air, smashing into the glass door to his right. Shaun jumped a foot before spinning on his heel. He threw his hands up in the air, shaking them as he spoke. "Are you insane? You could have hit me!" Ellie nodded with a serious look. "You mean if I'd have thrown it 4 feet to the left?" Shaun thought about it and realized that maybe it wasn't really that close of a call. He used his assault rifle to go around the edge of the glass, breaking the loose pieces away to make it safe to enter through. He took the barrel of the rifle and slid the curtains to the side. He wasn't about to enter the house blindly. He wasn't going anywhere until he knew what they were going into. Shaun called out, "Hello? Is anyone here? Sorry about your window, I guess." No answers came back, and Shaun walked through the opening of the door, the glass cracking under his feet. He walked into the kitchen, rifle up, and safety off. It looked clear. It was absolutely silent. Nothing. Not even an air conditioner running this time of year. He moved into the living room, and when he saw nothing, he motioned for Ellie and Tina to come in. The girls entered the house. It was too quiet to be peaceful, but it was nice to be in a home. Much different, and way more inviting than the rustic log cabin. Shaun pointed at the kitchen and said, "Probably a good idea if we take any food that can be easily taken back up the hill with us, at least until we get a chance to come back down and get some more supplies with the others." Ellie shook her head no, setting the rifle down on the small kitchen table. "What we need to do first is to find Patrick's medicine." The 2 girls started looking through the cupboards, quickly finding what they were looking for. Ellie squealed, pulling out a box and holding it up for all to see. "Got it!" Shaun gave her a thumbs up. He was feeling uneasy about being in the house. "Since we are already here, I'm going to go get some stuff from his room. And then we should get out of here. It will be one less place that we need to stop on our way back through town." Shaun headed down the long, dark hallway, typical of any single-story home. He opened the doors, one after another, lighting up the hallway as he made his way. The first door was a bathroom. The second, sadly, was a little girl's room, most likely to be forever empty. When he opened the last room's door, what he saw took him by surprise. It took a moment for him to realize exactly what he was looking at. He concluded that it must have been Patrick's mother. She lay on the floor, with her chest ripped open, blood and guts all around the room. Her blood had sprayed everywhere. Shaun walked in and looked out the window. The door began to creak behind him. He turned around slowly, feeling the creeps. A red-haired, pig-tailed 8-year-old girl stood in the corner, swaying. She had pieces of her mother's neck dried on her pink and red polar bears are cool sweatshirt. She looked up slowly at Shaun, tilting her head sideways. Shaun gasped, realizing that her hair was actually blonde, but the front of her was covered with blood. Shaun reached for where he expected a slung rifle to be waiting, and realized with horror that it was still in the kitchen where he'd set it down. He looked around the room. He was cornered. The only exit out of the room was directly in front of him, with a blood-soaked little girl standing in the middle of it. He pulled his pistol out, and she jumped the bed, lunging for him. Shaun jumped to the side, rolling over the bed. He thought about the girl as he ran into the hallway. He hadn't seen a child turned yet, and quickly made the decision that she would meet the same fate as any other turned would. He tripped in the hallway, knocking off a long line of hung family photo frames. He looked back into the room and saw that the little turned girl was crouched, filled with rage that her next meal was getting away. Within seconds, she was in fast pursuit. Tina yelled,
"God, Shaun, why don't you break a little more of their stuff? What are you doing back there?"
Shaun cut her off, screaming,
"Shut up and hide!"
He ran through the kitchen, grabbed his rifle, and sprinted past Ellie and Tina, who were hiding, crouched behind the fridge door. Shaun ran out of the broken glass doorframe, keeping distance between himself and the girl. She rounded the corner and ran directly into the glass section of the door that hadn't broken yet. Her skinny frame bounced off of it, leaving what looked like a bloody body impression on the door. She growled wildly at Shaun. Shaun winced for her, imagining the pain a person who still had feelings would have to endure from taking that hit. She bounced back to her feet and crouched by the door, ignorant of the fact that the window next to her was broken open. She began pounding small palms on the window, and then moved into punching the glass. When it began to crack, she used her head and started smashing her face on it. Spiderwebs spread up and down the window. Shaun shouldered the assault rifle, sighting in on her. He flicked the safety to the off position and took careful aim. As he went to squeeze the trigger, the girl was slammed in the side of the head, but this time by no fault of her own. A cast-iron pan thrown by Tina struck her square in the back of her skull, knocking her off of her feet. It might have been the first time Shaun smiled or laughed in the last few days. He couldn't believe that someone as peaceful as Tina had just done that. The girl was pushing up from the ground to her hands and knees. It seemed the head was a good place to hit them, as she seemed temporarily dazed. Shaun ran up to the door through the broken side and pulled the pistol back out and fired a single shot through the rear of her skull. Her small body went limp, and blood began to pool on the floor. Shaun looked up. "Thanks, you two," Tina said.
"I can't believe I hit her."
Ellie nodded.
"I know. That was pure luck."
She pointed to the rifle and said,
"Hey, you're teaching me how to use one of those things."
Shaun nodded. "Both of you are going to learn. Come on, let's get everything and get out of here." Tina looked at the girl.
"What do we tell Patrick about the girl and his parents?"
Shaun went to speak, but Ellie cut him off.
"He already thought he was alone. Nothing that happened here today has changed that, has it?"
They all nodded at this and went as a group through the rest of the house, gathering anything useful and edible. They packed a duffel full of Patrick's clothes, along with a few pictures for him of days filled with better memories. They left through the front door on the way out, unworried that there would be anyone else coming home anytime soon. When they walked out, the peaceful street seemed to be on the verge of pandemonium. The calm before the storm was the best way to describe it. They stopped dead in their tracks, looking at the windows of the houses across the street. Not all, but most of them, had white drapes hanging in the window. But these were turning red with blood. The trio could hear an incessant thump, 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 and as they quickly loaded the boxes of supplies into the van, hands began to smash through the surrounding homes' windows. Shaun screamed, "Get in the van! People must have made it home trying to hide. A little too late, though. Get in the van, now! Ellie and Tina didn't need to be asked a second time. Ellie yelled as they jumped through the sliding van door.
Is there anyone in town who is not turned?
Shaun slid the door shut, just as the first of many house windows exploded outward. Bloody, mangled bodies of the turned fell out of the broken windows and started their sprint for the van. A husband and wife running side by side, snarling, and overcome with hunger from deep within, led the pack. Tina turned over the engine and pressed the gas down prematurely before the engine had a chance to come to life. She tried the key a few times, and nothing happened. She slammed her hands on the steering wheel and looked back at Shaun and Ellie with fresh tears in her eyes.
I don't know why it won't fucking start. All I did was press the gas down and turn the key.
Shaun, who didn't know much more about cars than she, did know those old cars weren't able to have the gas pushed down until it was going. He watched as the couple made their way across the yards toward the van, their mouths wide open and ready. They reached the van, slamming into it head first. The impact caused them both to bounce off onto the ground, while screaming their primal growl at the van. Shaun saw where they were on the passenger side of the van, and he screamed at Ellie, "Open the door, now!" Ellie, always being herself, yelled at Shaun,
Are you trying to make it easier for them to eat us?
"Open the damn door! Tina, give the van a minute before you try that key. We are going to have to wait it out." Ellie pulled the door open and jumped to the side to make sure she was out of the way of Shaun's rifle. Shaun aimed true and fired twice at the woman, who was still on the ground. The man jumped to his feet, charging the van. He was able to get to within 12 inches of Shaun's foot before having the back half of his head blown out. The man fell forward, smashing his face on the edge of the van's entrance. Shaun winced as the man's blood flew up, speckling his face and shirt. He screamed, "Ellie, get it off of me!" Shaun waited patiently while Ellie wiped the blood off of his face and away from his eyes and mouth. He took a deep breath and sat back for a second. The window to his left shattered inward, sending glass everywhere. One of the turned gripped Tina by her hooded sweatshirt as her screams filled the van. It had a firm grip on her and started slamming its face into the window and glass, trying to get that first bite of flesh. It kept slamming its face on the glass, cutting its nose and forehead, and slamming its free hand on the glass. Shaun wasted no time jumping into the front seat. Ellie, who was no fool, didn't need to be told to shut the door, and slammed it shut. Chapter 7. Help. Greg paced around in front of the window. He was ready for the three to be back already. He thought that separation was a horrible idea, even though he knew it wasn't avoidable under the circumstances. There was no way Patrick would have made it down the hill. They had to move him out of the cot, where he sat up drinking water and trying to eat one of the ready-to-eat MRE meals. Greg found that his thoughts got sidetracked watching Christy. It wasn't that he was checking her out like that. Well, not completely. She was making piles of MREs and drinks. He stopped pacing and watched her. "What are you doing with all of that food?" She stopped arranging them for a minute, cursing that she'd lost count.
What did you say? It's Greg, right?
Greg nodded, more to himself than her, realizing full circle that they were little more than strangers. He pointed at her neatly arranged piles. "The food, what are you doing with all of it?" Christy smiled, and before she could retract the words, she said,
Easy gas gauge?
Greg laughed, saying, "It's not going to affect all of us at the same time, Christy." She laughed, letting a snort out, and immediately clasped both hands to her mouth as her cheeks grew red, wishing that she could retract it.
No, like a gas gauge. I wanted to make a chart of all our foods so when we are getting low, we can do something about it. I just don't know how long we have to stay here, and if I didn't have something to keep me busy, I'd look like you, pacing back and forth. Are you pretty good friends with the three that left?
Greg nodded his head, thinking of his friends. "Yeah, you could say that. They're pretty awesome. Just don't tell them I said that. Hopefully this is figured out before we need to eat all this crap."
You don't think it can go on forever, right? I mean, there has to be an end at some point. This just can't be how it is forever, right?
Greg sat down at the table, looking at her. She could see the worry on his face. I guess it depends what happens in town. Well, hell, across the country, really. I'd like to know what caused this." Christy nodded.
I guess this is better than what the alternative would be. I wonder what the rest of the people in town are doing.
For their sake, if they haven't turned, I hope they are hiding someplace safe, and that they stay there. Christy pointed at the pile of rations that they had brought up the hill.
Get up and stop being lazy. You need something productive to do.
She handed him the pad of paper she'd been putting her notes on.
You can help me by writing the numbers down as I count.
Together, the two of them made a list and organized the supplies. It was a relief to focus on something besides their worries. Tina gripped the seat lever and pushed as hard as she could to a reclining position. Shaun pulled his pistol, placed it up to the window, and squeezed the trigger, sending a .45 caliber shot through the glass and into its head. The Turned let go of Tina and fell to the ground. Tina's chest was rising and falling as she fought to calm her pounding heart. She lay there for a moment and cried while hugging her shaking body. Shaun put a hand on her shoulder. "Tina, are you okay?" Tina felt where the bloody hand had gripped her and lifted her sweatshirt, exposing a smooth white stomach, free of any cuts, scratches, or tears. Shaun tried not to focus on it. She pulled the lever again and tried to compose herself as she settled into an upright position. She gripped Shaun tight and gave him a hug, unsure of what else to do. Ellie gripped Tina's shoulder and said,
Can we try the van again, please? Those shots are bringing them out in serious numbers.
Shaun nodded, breaking Tina's hug, and turned over the key. The engine came to life with a shot of black smoke from the muffler. Ellie yelled,
Hey, can you drive, Tina?
She didn't answer. Tina put the van into drive and peeled out down the street. They each looked behind them, counting at least 10 more that had come out of 5 different houses. The blood-stained drapes blew in the wind as they'd been pulled outward by dirty, bloody bodies. Shaun continued to watch as the Turned jumped through windows and sprinted wildly. He was taken aback by one home, where a woman ran out the door without breaking through the window. Shaun watched closely. Ellie saw it as well, and pointed at the woman.
Holy crap, that's Rosa McBroom. She has the flower shop on Walnut Street.
Ellie opened the back doors.
Tina, you have to slow down. We can take her with us. Slow down.
Tina let off the gas, slowing it down. Rosa smiled as hope spread across her face, thinking she'd found a way out of the hell she was in. Ellie and Shaun had open hands ready to help her jump into the van. Rosa got within 20 yards, running for everything her body had left in it. One of the Turned came from nowhere, jumping through the air and tackling the woman. The Turned buried its mouth in the flesh of her shoulder and ripped a generous chunk from it. Rosa screamed in pain and fear. Ellie grabbed Shaun's pistol, aimed it in the right direction, and pulled the trigger until it clicked on empty. Shaun reached over, lowering her hands. I understand, Ellie, but we can't save them all, and we can't waste bullets. God only knows how many bullets we are going to need. The Turned jumped to its feet, forgetting all about Rosa, and sprinted after the van instead, following the noise and the promise of another meal. Tina looked in her rear view and didn't need to be told to speed up. Rosa lay on the ground, twitching and shaking in the street. The blood pooled around her dark hair. By the time Tina was hanging a left, Rosa was already pushing up slowly, lifting her arm to her mouth and tearing away at her own flesh.
Do you want me to take the long way back around town, or do you think we should go through the middle of town?
Ellie said,
I want to know if it's just this street or the entire damn town.
Shaun nodded as well.
Yeah, let's do it. Just don't stop for anything, and I mean anything.
Tina drove quickly through town. The three were very much in agreement that the more distance they put between those ravenous freaks and themselves, the better. The Turned were able to keep up with the van, running for a mile at breakneck speeds and not looking as though they needed to slow down to try to catch their breath. In a way, that part made sense, since the Turned had no need to breathe. The residential streets seemed quiet and normal enough to the teens, until they really focused on their surroundings. There were numerous homes with cars in the driveway or on the lawn. Most of the cars had at least one door open, and they saw exhaust coming from the tailpipes of some of them. The owners did not even bother to turn the vehicles off before fleeing for the protection of their homes. Bloody footprints left trails leading up walkways, and handprints covered once white storm doors, painting them macabre red. Shaun kept a watchful eye as they pulled into the center of town. The square, which hosted the community's businesses and courthouse, looked like someone had dropped a bomb on it overnight. They drove slowly, passing a white sedan. The scene was like something straight out of a movie, and made each of their stomachs do a backflip. A man hung from the driver's side window of the car, his arms outstretched and just short of reaching the ground. The window appeared to have been smashed, and the man's body forcefully dragged through it head first. His blood made a path to the pavement below, dripping into a pool beneath the car door and onto his tie. Tina said,
"Where the hell is his head?"
They looked around, but if it was nearby, they couldn't see it. Shaun shrugged, and Ellie sat back down in the van, shaking her head. All of them were having a difficult time accepting this as life's new reality. They came to a stop, letting the van idle, as their mouths gaped open. The turned were everywhere, and they all seemed to be in a daze as they stood still, not paying any attention to one another. Ellie said,
"What the hell is wrong with them? They're just standing there. Do you think maybe they're sleeping?"
Shaun counted them from where he sat in the van. By the time he finished, he had counted to 30. The majority of them, young and old alike, were dressed in the school colors and were probably attendees from yesterday's homecoming rally. Tina looked over at Shaun and saw his face.
"What's wrong, Shaun?"
Shaun, not actually meaning to be a smartass, replied, "Well, a lot, Tina. Christ, would you look at all of them? They're everywhere. What's worse, we probably know all of them in one way or another." Tina came back with,
"Well, at least they seem to be calm at the moment. I mean, compared to yesterday."
Shaun opened his mouth to reply when the idling van interrupted him and fired out a bang from its muffler, followed by a shot of black smoke. The van shook violently once, making the trio grip whatever was close to them. There was a second bang, the engine revved loudly, and then it died. Ellie, who'd been trying to breathe steadily, yelled,
"What the hell did you do, Tina?"
Tina twisted to glare at Ellie, arms thrown up in the air.
"What do you mean, what did I do? I didn't do anything. It just died. Well, start it before they stop looking so tame and rip our damn heads off."
Tina didn't answer. She just turned back around, realizing they were wasting time arguing over something that couldn't be fixed. She tried to bring the massive vehicle back to life, turning the key over again and again, but the van could have cared less. It had made its final trip for anyone, and the engine did not respond. It just clicked. After the stress it had been put under yesterday, they were lucky the van got them to their destination in the woods, and that it started the next morning. Ellie, out of character, but seriously starting to debate her future on this earth, slammed the side of the van, making a deep, loud, echoing sound.
"Damn it! Somebody do something! Now what the hell are we going to do?"
Shaun snapped, regretting everything about that day. At the moment, he could give two shits about Patrick's medicine and his well-being. He especially regretted bringing the girls with him. With every waking moment, he felt more and more responsible for the two of them. The fact that they'd finally made it to the cabin where they would be safe for a while kept running through his head. If only they had stayed there. Shaun turned around in his seat, his eyes wide and shaking his hands in the air.
"What do you want me to do? I can't fix the van. It's a piece of shit, and it's broken."
He pointed at Tina.
"She's turning the key and nothing's happening. Not the best time to try and lift the hood and still not know what's going on, you know?"
Tears started to form in Ellie's eyes.
"I'm sorry I made you come. I want to go home. I want to get out of town and never come back."
Shaun nodded, rubbing her knee and taking a few deep breaths as he tried to settle himself down too. "Yeah, I think that I—" Tina shook his arm when he was in mid-sentence.
Shaun,
Shaun was still concerned with Ellie.
Shaun, would you look?
Shaun only half looked over when Tina put her all into a shoulder punch that any boxer would have been proud to execute. Shaun snapped out of it.
Damn, Tina, that hurt!
He rubbed his shoulder, turning around in his seat, and through the smashed front windshield, saw a visible nightmare approaching. His mouth fell open. The previously disinterested turned were one by one, turning their heads toward the van. The loud bang of the muffler and Ellie's slam on the inner wall of the van were enough to fully catch their attention. Ellie got up on her knees, gripping the driver and passenger seat to peer out the window. She saw the horde of Turned getting more interested by the second in what was happening 50 yards away from them. Ellie whispered,
Okay, new plan time. What do you want to do?
Tina beat Shaun to it.
I don't know. Pinch myself and wake up from this horrible nightmare, maybe?
Ellie reached up further, pinching them both, making each yelp.
We're not dreaming, Tina. So what's our second plan of attack here?
Shaun unbuckled his belt, grabbed his assault rifle, and tried to be the calm one.
We need to get out of here. They'll bash in the windows happily with their faces just to get the chance to get a piece of us.
Tina gripped his arm.
Wait, maybe they will lose interest in us.
The three stared out the damaged, blood-soaked window, focusing on a man dressed in what might have once been a white tracksuit, who was missing his right arm. A stain of blood had painted the right side of him red. He looked around, walking slowly at first, sniffing and tilting his head so as to get a better angle to listen and smell. Ellie whispered,
Oh shit, would you look at that guy?
The man snapped his head back down, looking straight at Ellie with dead eyes, and screamed a primal growl toward the van. Those Turned who hadn't been aware of what treasure was in the van were now staring at it, screaming along with him. Shaun looked to Tina quickly, worry spread across his face.
You, still want to stay in the van, Tina?
Tina shook her head quickly.
No, I don't.
Shaun pushed up from his seat, sliding past Ellie and walking to the rear door of the van. Tina said frantically,
Wait, where are we going to go? We can't just be on the street out there with those things. They'll hunt us down, and you know that.
Shaun gripped an abandoned shirt in the corner of the van and a tire iron as he pushed the doors open. He yelled over his shoulder,
Anywhere but here.
Ellie said.
Well, that's a great plan there, General Fox. Funny, Ellie. Get Patrick's medicine, or we made this trip for nothing.
Ellie gripped the backpack that held Patrick's medicine and slid it around her shoulders. Shaun jumped out, looking around. He pointed and said,
You two try Benham's hardware store and see if the door is open before I do this.
Ellie questioned him.
What are you going to do, Shaun? Ellie, just do it, please.
She wanted to say something back, but nodded, seeing the desperation to save them in his eyes. The girls ran to the hardware store's door, and it opened. Shaun, seeing this, gathered the rest of the gear in the van, not wanting to leave the rifle or any of the precious ammunition behind. He ran to the store, past both girls, and dropped all but his rifle, which he had slung across his shoulder. He sprinted back toward the side of the van, with the shirt in hand. He cursed himself when he got there. It was the wrong side. He jogged to the other side, and was rewarded with a gas cap. He unscrewed it quickly, tossing it away, and started stuffing the dry old shirt down the hole for the gas pump. Shaun peered around the side of the van as he was stuffing the dirty shirt down the hole. The Turned had their full attention on the van and had started running for the rusty vehicle with one thing on their mind, the only thing that would ever be on their mind: food. He pulled a Zippo that had belonged to his dad from his pocket and struck it, waiting impatiently for the shirt to catch on fire. As he ran past the van's back doors for the last time, the one-armed man launched himself in the air and embedded his face into the windshield, becoming stuck. His face was torn to shreds, and skin dangled in every which direction from his face. He growled and punched at the window, wanting nothing but to get what would momentarily quench his thirst. Shaun jumped back a foot as he was caught off guard by how quickly the man had leapt through the air. He watched the man for a moment. There was nothing in his eyes, and nothing about him that seemed human anymore. This was the closest he'd come to a full Turned, other than dealing with the Turned teen outside of Andy's shop. Ellie screamed from the doorway of Binham's Hardware.
Shaun, get your ass in here, for God's sake! What are you doing out there?
Shaun didn't answer. He knew she was right. He ran into the door, slamming it shut, and locked the deadbolt. Tina yelled,
What did you do, Shaun?
Shaun pulled the two of them away from the window and down to the ground, just as the van turned into a rusty fireball behind them. The man lodged in the window went up into the air with the blast. The van, also airborne, flipped over and landed on top of him, smashing his skull. Shaun pushed up off the green and white tile floor. Tiny pieces of glass that blew in from the shop door window fell from his shirt. Filled with adrenaline, Shaun jumped in the air and punched his arms above him, proud of his victory. Ellie and Tina rolled onto their backs, breathing heavily, and looking up at Shaun in confusion and shock. Ellie screamed up at him.
Jesus, Shaun, what were you thinking?
Shaun looked at Ellie and tried to wipe the grin from his face. Then he opened his mouth, ready to respond with a retort, and immediately shut it. The severity and weight of his decision hit him instantaneously, turning his stomach upside down. Ellie could see he knew exactly what he had done. He now understood that he might as well have given the rest of the turned-in town an open invitation, that there was something going on in town. With their heightened sense of smell and hearing, they would know exactly where that party was happening. Shaun shook his hands in frustration, strangling an imaginary foe. Shit! I should have known! I thought that maybe all of them would rush the van, and I could kill a ton of them! Ellie could see in his eyes that he didn't do this on purpose. She sat up, shaking the glass from her hair.
Well, maybe at least you got the ones outside so we can get out of here.
After Shaun helped Tina to her feet, they walked slowly and cautiously to the front of the store. The old building had a typical large glass window, but this one was thick and interlaced with wire mesh. They squinted to try to see through the black smoke, which was slowly dissipating. As the smoke continued to drift away, the scene in front of them did nothing to make them feel confident that they'd get out of this in one piece. As the smoke blew away, leaving only a burning van in front of them, they saw the turned running in packs towards the store, mouths open, clothes bloodied, and their focus on the three of them. Tina saw this and started to scream, jumping up and down hysterically. Instant memories of the school and the day before consumed her thoughts, making it difficult to process. Shaun reached a hand around her, cupping her mouth tightly. He put his lips close to her ear, whispering, "You really need to be quiet right now, Tina. Those things don't know why the van blew up. They just know that something happened. Only a few of them probably know that we are in here. Let's try to keep it that way for a little while longer, okay?" She nodded her head, trying to breathe easy, a task that was made harder with Shaun's hand over her mouth. She slapped at his hand until he realized he was still covering half of her face, and let go. They looked up and down the street. The turned were absolutely everywhere, vicious and determined, uncaring about the van that was still burning brightly next to them. The turned lined up along the building, roaring with rage, as they hammered on the van in their way with no care to the extreme heat that was burning their skin and face. The smell of burnt flesh was a force to be reckoned with. Tina turned away, unable to watch the scene before her.
Ellie, Shaun, what do we do? Can we use one of these tools to make a hole into the building next to us?
I don't think that's the best idea. Ellie cut in before Shaun could finish his thoughts.
Oh yeah, super planner. Because blowing up the van and bringing a whole horde of charbroiled freaks our way was genius.
Shaun rubbed his hands on his face, trying to remain calm. Between the turned smacking their fists and faces on the hardware store's windows, and Ellie busting his balls, he was becoming irrational and finding it difficult to think. If I'd realized the consequences of my actions before I did it, then obviously I wouldn't have blown the stupid van up. I say we get a crowbar and head up the stairs to the roof. They walked an aisle over, looking for the crowbars. Shaun found them and selected one that looked like it could take a lot of abuse. A sound much like a wind chime or a hanging wrench display came from somewhere in the back of the store. Tina was grabbing some rope and could already see horrific visions of being lowered off the side of a building to a group of blood-crazed turned.
Wait a damn minute. Why the...
When the chime sounded, it broke her train of thought, and she said,
"What the F was that?"
Shaun walked backward a few steps, looking in the next aisle over, and saw nothing. He walked to the back slowly, rifle raised and ready. Ellie whispered,
Shaun, don't be stupid. This is when the dumbass always dies in the movie. Get back here. We can figure out something else.
Shaun walked up to another aisle, looking left and right, training the gun's sights on it as he did so. Ellie called out one more time,
Shaun, this is a bad idea.
Shaun looked back over his shoulder, still walking forward. Ellie, it's fine. I just want to make sure that everything is okay. Ellie didn't stop for a second.
What about today is okay, Shaun? We are in some sort of horrible zombie apocalypse right now, and everything outside wants to eat us. We need to get out of here. We don't have time for...
Ellie's face went white. All she could do was point. Tina was perfectly able to produce sound, and screamed at a pitch that made everyone, including herself, jump a foot. Shaun whipped his head back around, trying to jump a step back toward Tina and Ellie, but as he looked at what he knew they were pointing at, his backward momentum was halted. He was yanked forward as Shaun brought his eyes up to see the turned shop owner, Binham. Dried blood surrounded each of his dead eyes, and his right arm sported a darkened, purple bite wound just above a tattoo of a scorpion, and his hand was locked around his rifle barrel. Shaun tried to pull his rifle from his grip, but Binham had him dead to rights. The turned growled lowly, mouth open, reaching in for a taste. Shaun wasted no more time. He pulled the trigger 3 times, sending 3 shots into the man's chest. Bam, bam, bam! The shots made the shop owner back up a few feet, dragging Shaun with him. Shaun and Binham looked down at the smoke coming from the holes in the turned man's chest. He did not so much as flinch when he'd been shot. Shaun tugged to get the rifle free. Binham hurled Shaun into the air and let go of the rifle in the process. Tina and Ellie both screamed as they watched their friend soar through the air. Shaun collided into a rack of electric supplies, and his rifle skidded in the opposite direction. He did not have the ability to shoot it anyway, with the 2 girls in his line of sight. He pushed up off of the ground, feeling the hit he had taken in his back. He needed to be able to think on his feet, so he did his best to shake the dazed feeling off. He heard the turned shop owner growling, and saw him twist his head sideways when the girl's screams caught his attention. Licking his lips, Binham changed direction and began his pursuit of Ellie and Tina. The girls wasted no time running around the corner, both screaming at the top of their lungs. Shaun ran after them, looking at the walls lined with odd-end tools, not finding anything that could be used as a weapon. Then he noticed an axe lying on the middle shelf near the end of the aisle. He grabbed it by its long wood handle as he ran past. He gripped the edge of a shelf as he skidded around the corner and continued running with no worry or fear about his own well-being. He was only concerned about Tina and Ellie. A few feet away, the girls were cornered and both pressed up against the wall, holding each other. As the turned reached for them, Shaun brought the axe high above his head, as he had done 1,000 times before when cutting wood with his dad. He gripped the handle tightly and brought it down with all the force that he had in his body. The blade whistled through the air, embedding itself so far into the skull that the blade was no longer visible, and then split the turned man's skull in half. Dark red blood poured from the front and rear of his head. His arms dropped immediately, and he fell to his knees, collapsing to the side. The girls both squirmed, moving away from the infected blood coming their way, jumping up on the shelving to get out of its reach. Shaun placed his boot on Binham's shoulder and pulled up and down on the handle until he got the axe head dislodged from the man's skull. He wiped the blade left and right on the corpse's black shirt until the silver gleamed under the store's lights. "Are you two all right?" Ellie shook her head no, pointing at the window, where the turned were doing everything they could to bust their way through the glass wire mesh. As if that wasn't enough, the door frame was beginning to give way. They ran back and grabbed the rope in case they needed it. Shaun jogged to where he had gotten his rifle taken away, retrieved it, and also picked up a cover for the axe. Tina yelled,
"What are you doing? Don't we have enough stuff?"
Shaun held it up. It's quiet. They won't know if we are taking one of them out with this thing. The gun is too loud. They'll know we've left if we need to use it again, and that there's something new happening elsewhere. We want to keep them here as long as possible to buy us some time." Tina nodded, thinking of what she wanted to say, not really agreeing.
Don't we have bullets, like, to shoot those things with? Can't we just shoot our way out of here?
If you and Ellie could shoot these rifles, then we'd stand a chance, maybe. Anyway, it seems like any noise we make just brings these things in by the masses. Ellie was unsure as well, but the door and its wooden frame was at its limit and beginning to buckle as fists and skulls repeatedly struck it. If they all came in while they were still on the ground floor, no words needed to be said as to what would be the end result. If they waited around debating much longer, it would be the end for them. They ran for the stairs as the front door finally gave way, and a mob pushed through. They flooded the small space, filling the aisles as they made their way to the back of the shop, not finding what they were hungry for. They jumped over Benham's body, not interested in the flesh of another of the turned. The teens rounded the corner just in time to stay off their radar. Only their smell couldn't be masked, and their scent lingered in the air. They took the narrow wood steps 3 at a time, pumping their legs to get out of there. When they made it to the second floor, they saw there was a ladder leading to the roof. Shaun mouthed a thank you to God. He didn't know yet if those things could climb, but he figured there was a good chance that they couldn't. Then again, after seeing them jump, he was unsure if it'd make any difference. Shaun stood guard at the bottom of the ladder. "Get up that ladder! Do it now! Go!" Ellie climbed quickly and lifted the rusty metal door upward, letting it fall open. She climbed the additional steps and disappeared for a moment. Tina called up to her.
"Ellie, how's it look up there?"
Ellie, who was feeling a little better, hollered back down.
"It looks like a roof, Tina. Wait, hold on."
She disappeared again and then came back to the opening.
"Definitely a roof. Why don't you two come up and join me? It's zombie-free."
The fact that it was clear was all Tina needed to hear, and she quickly disappeared over the top to the roof herself. Just as Shaun placed his hand on the first rung of the ladder, a choir of growling echoed its way up the stairway, sending chills up his spine. Shaun looked around the corner and down the stairs to see 5 turned running up the steps, making impossible leaps and bounds. They were clawing at each other as they tried to be the first to make it to the second floor. They left bloody hand and footprints on the walls as they fought their way up the steps. Shaun felt sick. He knew he wouldn't be able to make it up the long ladder in time with the rate they were coming up the stairs. Shaun laid the axe on the ground and brought up the rifle. He did not want to draw the attention of the rest of the turned, but at the same time, he knew if he did not take care of the ones closest to him, they in turn would take care of him. He shouldered the rifle, getting the first one of them in the gun's iron sights, squeezing the trigger repeatedly. He took out 2 with his first 3 shots, snapping their heads back and sending them backward tumbling down the stairs. After missing the third, he breathed a long breath, letting half of it out. He could hear his dad over his shoulder as he patted him on the back. "Remember, Shaun, if you aren't in control of the gun is of no use to you. You need to breathe, son, but you can't rock the gun, or you just have one expensive paperweight in your hands." Shaun laughed to himself, thinking of his dad. He aimed true and fired a 4th and 5th time, taking out 2 more. They rolled head over shoulders down the stairway, colliding with each other. The 5th got toward the top of the steps and leapt at Shaun. He didn't have time to squeeze the trigger. Instead, he stepped to the side and kicked it in the face, sending teeth and blood spatter across the wall. As it growled from where it lay on the steps, Shaun put a foot on its shoulder and shot it through the back of the head. Ellie poked her head down, looking as worried as a person could.
"Shaun, stop shooting those things and get your ass up here now!"
Shaun was already skipping ladder rungs as he made his way to the roof. A brand new set of growling came from below him. He was pulling himself over the top, handing off the axe and gear, when a blackened hand gripped the calf of one of his dangling legs. He looked down at the turned that had a firm grip on his jeans. Shaun's mind flashed back to his father, and the turned bastard who took a bite and infected him. Shaun looked at the items in front of him. The axe was the only thing in reachable distance. He gripped it, and remembered putting the cover on top of the blade, but he had no time to get it off. He saw the turned, who was once a woman. Her hair was burned and melted to the side of her face, her lips gone from the fire, and her hands blackened and burned. She had a strong grip on him and started pulling herself up, mouth wide open, and her neck bent back at an angle no human was capable of. Shaun brought the handle down, bluntly striking her on the forehead with the handle. 1, 2, 3 times. She slipped down, gripping his foot, and giving Shaun the time that he needed. He tossed the axe to the side and pulled out his sidearm. When he pulled the trigger, nothing happened. Trying to keep himself from panicking, he looked down and saw that the safety was on, something he would not allow to be a problem ever again. He flicked it off, aimed again, and put a single 9mm bullet through her forehead, which then burst out of the back of her skull. Shaun felt her grip loosen, and she fell the 20 feet to the floor, her hands and legs sprawled out, her dead eyes no longer filled with anger and hatred. She landed on another turned, crashing their heads together. The turn she fell on rose back to its feet, throwing the corpse like a rag doll. She bounced down the stairs, knocking over more of the turned who had followed the commotion. Both girls grabbed Shaun, dragging him backward onto the roof. Ellie ran to the access door and slammed it shut. She then took an arm's length of rope and pushed it through where the lock would have gone, had there been one. Just as she started to tie it, a burst of force came up from under the door, slamming it up a foot and knocking Ellie off of it. Tina and Shaun jumped on top of it, putting every pound they had to help keep it closed long enough for Ellie, but the force to open it was never ending. Shaun yelled, "Tie it! Tie it now before they get up here!" Ellie scrambled on her knees back to the door, tying a knot on it as quickly as she could. She pulled a knife and cut the extra rope. The three sat, out of breath and staring at it. They knew what would happen if they forced it open. The beating and slamming to the door was persistent. Shaun said, "God, they don't stop, do they? They just keep coming until they get what they want." They watched the rope anxiously, ensuring that it was not going to break. They pushed up to their feet, knowing how precious time was, and they weren't about to waste it. They took advantage of the 360-degree view and looked around the city from where they stood on the roof. Numerous pools of blood stood out against the light color of the concrete streets. Trails of red told the stories of the victims who bled out, only to rise again as one of the turned. They peered over the edge, staying silent, and realizing that traveling by ground in the area was not an option. Tina leaned over, kicking gravel that flew off the roof, and hit one of the turned below, who'd been waiting his turn to enter the building. The line stretched to the end of the street in a disorderly, hysteria-induced fashion. The man who got hit in the face with the pebble had the sense to look up, seeing the three young faces looking over the edge at him. He had a chin that looked as if it had been painted in blood. The blood continued past his chin onto his white shirt and down to his Levi's. He screamed at the three of them, making them back up out of sight on the rooftop. Tina yelled,
"Oh my God, what a freak! What do we do? We can't stay here forever!"
Shaun pulled her with him as he made his way to the opposite end of the building. "We run and get as far away from here as possible." Ellie looked at Shaun.
"Run? Run? We're on a roof, you realize that, right? What if we fall?"
Shaun sped up his pace, going into a full-on run, even with the pack, 2 rifles, and an axe hanging from his shoulders. He went full speed until he got to the ledge, placing a foot on the lip of it, and propelling himself upwards and across the 4-foot gap. He screamed in the air, "Don't fall!" Ellie and Tina shrugged, not seeing any options, and ran towards the edge. Ellie leapt first, followed closely by Tina. They jumped roof after roof, running the entire block from a second-story location. In a matter of a minute, the three had made it to the opposite end of the row of buildings. Then they stopped, taking a moment to breathe. Shaun set down the gear for a moment and massaged where the straps had been rubbing and burning into his shoulders. Ellie gave a thumbs up.
"Great plan there, Shaun. That was a good time. Let's go ahead and never do that again."
Tina sarcastically raised her hand.
"Oh yes, I second that."
Shaun nodded. He was resting his hands on his knees until he pushed up and walked to the edge, keeping low until he was crawling army style. He peered over the roof's edge, seeing that only a few stragglers who had come in late were roaming the streets below. Tina crawled up next to Shaun.
So, what are we going to do now? I don't see us having enough roofs to get out of town, much less get all the way to the woods.
We aren't doing anything. I'm going to run across the street to the car dealer and try to get us a vehicle. We can only hope that one of them has a full tank of gas in it.
You can't drive, Shaun. It's why I came with you, or did you already forget that?
Well, it doesn't take a genius to start it and drive it to the side of the building, does it? After that, you can take over driving, and we get a brand new vehicle that we might be able to trust. Unlike the van, Ellie said.
So, how are you getting off of the roof, Shaun?
Shaun walked to the far side of the building, looking down at a narrow, rusty fire escape. Well, this looks like it's about 1,000 years old. Nellie went to the gear, grabbing all of it and bringing it with her.
We aren't staying up here and waiting for you. If you get seen and they come here, we are trapped. Show me how to shoot one of those guns or something.
They aren't that easy to just learn, Ellie.
Then teach us, dumbass.
I will, Ellie, but you need time.
We need a place to do it. We need extra ammunition.
We need every shot to not be a dinner bell telling those assholes where we are. We need to be smart, or we're not going to last very long. Ellie and Tina shook their heads affirmatively, knowing that he was right. Not liking it, of course, and feeling useless and vulnerable because of it. Ellie said,
Well, if we can all make it across the street, what do we do then? I mean, if the place is locked up, what do we do?
Shaun thought about it and realized that the day before was Sunday, and they would have been closed per state law that you can't sell a car on Sundays. Shaun pointed at the large picture window on the store. Well, this is probably one hell of a bad idea, but we can break right in through the picture window. We'd have to be going light speed at that point. Tina spoke up.
Because you'd be setting off an alarm, and then you would be letting all of those things down the street know that there's a fresh meal? Damn.
The three of them sat on the edge of the building, trying to figure out what the smart move would be, but came up with little to make them feel better about what they should do. Ellie looked around at the roof they were on, and then focused on a shed that had been placed near the north corner of the roof. She walked over, climbed on top of it, then lay flat. She peered through the scope of the rifle which she carried with her. She inspected the building down the street from them.
Hey guys, they have fire escapes and roof entrances.
Shaun popped up onto the shed and looked through the scope at the building. It looked like their way into the dealership had pretty much been set in stone, unless they got stupidly lucky and were able to get in through a side door. They gathered everything they could, then Shaun put a small length of rope around the axe handle and slung it around his back. Let's get going. We don't want to get stuck in rush hour. Tina sighed.
This is probably the first time ever that I would have preferred to go to school. Like, I totally would love to be sitting in a classroom being bored to death and talking with a friend about an uneventful weekend coming up.
Shaun said, Yeah, and this is just the second day. I hope they can cure this. I hope that they can end it either way. They started their descent down the fire escape steps. Shaun went first, then Tina, and Ellie last, one by one, taking it slow and easy. They were doing their best to remain absolutely quiet. One of the turned walked by the alleyway, in no rush to get anywhere. The three stopped moving instantly and paused, afraid to even breathe. He held up a hand to be perfectly still. When it continued walking, Shaun motioned for them to go down a few more steps at a time. They made it to the ground, each of them thankful to be off the ancient fire escape. Shaun checked Ellie's rifle and made sure there was ammo in it. Even if you can't hit them in the head, maybe a good miss hitting a kneecap or the neck would be just as useful for us. Ellie nodded, remembering what he'd shown her yesterday on the hill, and realizing it'd be damn near useless with the fact that she couldn't lie down and take her sweet time to aim. Tina said,
What about me?
Shaun thought about her for a second, and grinned, nodding. Yes, you just try not to get eaten.
Ass.
Shaun walked slowly toward the street and looked around the edge of the building, seeing that there definitely was still a mob of them trying to get into Benham's hardware store. He looked the other way, and it was deserted as far as the eye could see. He motioned for them to follow him, and they ran out into the street. They stopped behind a car and peered both ways one more time. He raised his hand to keep them from going, and when it looked to be as good a time as any, they made a break for it. They sprinted the rest of the way across the street, their gear bouncing on their shoulders as they ran straight into the alley and out of sight. Shaun waited a moment, setting the ammo bag down, and checked the front door handle. He twisted, and it didn't budge. Shit, it's locked. He kept low on his way back to the girls, and walked straight past them to the side door. He tried the handle on it as well, to no avail. It was locked. He pounded on the door for a second. Yeah, we aren't getting through this thing. It was a metal door, the type to keep people out when they weren't invited, and without a key, there was nothing they could do to open it. They made their way to the rear of the dealership and saw a pair of feet sticking out from behind the wall. Shaun brought up his rifle and walked around the edge of it, pointing where he thought one of the turned would be sitting. There was no turned there chewing on a human carcass as he expected. He turned his rifle in the opposite direction, seeing nothing, and then focused back on the feet. His eyes walked up its legs to a bloody pair of pants that were missing a torso. He dry-heaved for a second at the sight and the smell. Iowa's warmer May month had done nothing to make it smell any better. Tina and Ellie looked at Shaun, then his face, as they came around the corner themselves. When they saw the legs, they understood what he was freaking out about. Tina and Ellie joined in on the dry-heaving for a moment, before they backed away, shaking their heads. Tina got the furthest away from the legs and pointed.
That's just messed up. Seriously. What the hell happened to Normal? Do you remember Normal? It's definitely not a finding a half-eaten mechanic who was catching a smoke out back.
Shaun stopped for a second, not liking what he was probably going to have to do. Wait. He held up a finger to give him a second. Wait, what did you say? Ellie spoke.
You said a mechanic out back catching a smoke, right?
Tina nodded her head, shrugging.
Yeah? You've never seen a mechanic smoke? Really? Do you two even live in Adele?
Ellie, looking pale, smiled and hugged her.
Do you realize what that means? That you're dumb and you want to try smoking, maybe? Gross. No. Mechanics have the worst hours besides the car salesman, right? So maybe there are keys in the pocket of the pants.
Tina smiled, then instantly wiped it off of her face.
I'm not sticking my hands in the pants. No way.
Ellie opened her mouth to say something smartass in nature, and closed it, realizing that she didn't want to do the task either. They both looked at Shaun, who wasn't even going to debate the fact that he didn't want to do it. He got down on one knee and patted the man's pockets until he felt what he was looking for. He opened it with a knife and pulled out the keys, bringing on a fresh bout of dry heaves. That sucked something fierce. Shaun looked up, jingling the keys that he thanked God were not covered with blood, or some other horrible thing. They walked back to the side door and tried key after key until one finally fit in the slot. Shaun twisted the door, and the three entered slowly, looking around the dark space. Shaun shined a flashlight around the space and realized they were in the office. They found a light switch and flicked it on. The halogen illuminated the room one by one until the yellowish glow was all throughout it. After noticing that Shaun was still on the ground, she asked, "What are you doing, Shaun?" "Making sure that there isn't any blood anywhere." Tina pointed under a desk.
Better check over there, too. I've had my fill of these things today. I'd love to be on our way home ASAP if we can.
Once they deemed the building safe, they found a locked box in the office with a label that read Keys. Shaun grasped the crowbar that he'd picked up earlier and took a swing at the cheap metal box, smashing it open. Ellie laughed.
Good thing we didn't pry it open using the crowbar part of it, huh?
Hey, it's open, right? It's not like there is anyone in here to ask for help. Shaun opened his mouth to continue his defense when a wooden door slammed open from the upstairs entrance. A greasy-haired man in his late 60s stumbled out, wearing only a stained wife-beater shirt that fell short of covering an impressive beer belly, and a pair of what might have originally been white underwear. Tina laughed at first sight, as did Ellie, but they both quickly came to the same conclusion, that while this man looked like a slob, he was very much still as dangerous as hell. This immediate feeling held true, due to the fact that he was aiming a double-barreled shotgun dead center between the two girls. Shaun pressed his back against the wall next to the office door, staying out of view of the large man. The girls flinched as if they were going to run for it, and the man finally spoke in a country twang accent. "Yo can run, but I got no problems with shooting me women, you hear me now?" He cocked the hammers back and flashed a tobacco chewer's stained smile at them. "Don't let one dumb decision make you ugly the rest of your lives. There's enough buckshot in this here shotgun to make sure nobody gonna recognize you ever again." Nellie kept her hands up, waving them.
They're up. Relax, please. We are so sorry. We didn't know anyone was going to be here.
"So robbing a place that's empty is a better thing? Is that how you'll justify shit?" Tina said.
What I meant is, you're the first person we've run into or seen who's still alive.
"Well, of course I'm the first you've seen. It's not even 6 o'clock in the goddamned morning. The fucking town's still asleep. Hell, the diner don't open until 7 on Mondays." Nellie looked over at Tina, whispering as lightly as she could.
I don't think he knows.
The man aimed tighter and stepped a foot closer. "What you whispering about that you can't go and let old Walt know, huh?" Nellie started.
You don't know. I mean about the town. There was an outbreak, and everyone in town is either dead or a zombie.
"You damn kids. Start smoking that marijuana. And I've seen Oprah. She said it's one of them damn gateway drugs. Just the first step to a life of hell and regrets." Ellie said,
Sorry. We aren't on drugs. Would you look at us? Do we look like junkies?
Walt looked down and up at the two teens, seeing that they did appear healthy. He took a second glance at Tina, concluding she was very healthy indeed. "Well, if yous ain't on the drugs, then you are one of two things. I guess you know that." Tina said,
What's that?
"Well, it ought to seem pretty damn simple. I can explain it, though. You see, I figure you are either real stupid, which I don't think either of you are, or you two are a couple of goddamn car thieves." The man approached the two, forcing them to back up away from the open office door. When he stood under the yellow lights, the girls could really see the man's darkened red face, which was most likely normal for him, based on the drunken slur of his voice. "So what is you? Car thieves? And where in the hell is everyone who opens the shop for me? Bunch of no-good lazy bastards. I should fire the whole lot of them, damn it."
Ellie said, You don't understand. If you just look outside, you'll see what I'm talking about. You'll know what's happening and that we aren't thieves. Well, maybe we are, but we figured anyone still in town is one of the dead, the zombies.
"Zombies? Like the Romero type?" The man lowered the gun for a moment, extending his arms, mimicking the ancient zombies incapable of running and only interested in brains. Ellie shook her head no, speaking before she could think.
Oh, hell no. Those kinds of zombies would be easy to deal with. You've got to be kidding me. These things are like wolves hunting in packs. They're killers out for blood, and they don't care who or what is in their way.
The man shook his head up and down real slowly, trying to take in what the young woman was saying to him. "You know, I kind of do think that you just might be insane." Shaun, who'd had the rifle aimed at the back of the man's skull, was done being patient. Every minute they spent in town was just one more where someone or something was going to come after them. He stepped up slowly and silently behind the old man, as Walt continued with his drunken tirade. "Well, what do I do to you? What am I supposed to do? If I let you go, you'll just come back. Your kind always does. I'm calling the cops, damn it." Shaun got within a foot of the man and placed the end of his barrel up next to the man's head, parting his bushy, greasy hair with it. He pushed it firmly against his skull and said, "Sir, If you somehow missed all of the carnage and death that happened on Sunday, you should consider yourself lucky. But one thing you should do first is lower that shotgun. You're currently aiming at two of the few things I have left to care about in life." The man said, "Who do you think you are, kid? Get that damn gun off of me now, boy." He tried to turn around, but Shaun pushed harder with the rifle and said, "We are just trying to survive. Unfortunately for you, you've got a lot to learn, and a hell of a short time to learn it. If you have supplies, sir, then I suggest you just stay here safe and sound. If not, I say get the biggest truck with the most gas that you have and drive until you find a safe place. Oh, and don't go to Des Moines. It's been completely overrun." "You kids are all crazy, you know that? What the hell do you all want then?" "For now, we just want one SUV, that's it. You got anything more than just that shotgun here?" "It's all I need to take care of your type." He set the shotgun down, and Shaun motioned for Tina to pick it up. The man laughed. "Well, at least let the cute crackhead be the one to shoot me." Tina and Ellie both looked at the man, baffled. Ellie said, "We aren't going to shoot you. Now show us what these keys go to." The man walked by a fire alarm and started to reach for it. Shaun screamed, catching the girls, who were unaware of this, off guard. "Don't you dare touch that fire alarm, for God's sake! You're going to bring on every one of those freaks out there. If you seriously don't know what's going on, then I'm doing you a huge favor. You got plenty of trucks here, and they aren't going to do you any good going forward. You aren't ever going to sell another one of them again. Just get us one, and we'll leave and you'll never see us again." "Well, as soon as you leave, I'm calling the damn police, and they're going to throw your skinny asses in jail, you hear me?" They walked up to a large truck on the showroom floor, where one of every model was out for display. Ellie opened the door and read the number on the tag. Tina ran back and grabbed the right key. After they turned the key in the truck's ignition, they saw the gas gauge was sitting at 3/4 of a tank. Shaun hoped the gas pumps were still working. He wanted to have any extra gas that they could collect for the big gas-eating vehicle. Ellie pointed at one of the efficient cars on the floor that was 2-wheel drive and small. Shaun shook his head no. "It'd be nice if we could take more with us, Ellie, but we need something that will let us go anywhere, anytime. Think about wintertime. The snow out in the woods can be brutal. In bad conditions, this thing might have a hard time getting out on that gravel road. Remember, going forward, there isn't going to be any snow removal," Ellie said. "Yeah, it's hard to think of the world in that way. I guess I keep hoping there's some way they can cure those things." Walt was listening to this and getting a little curious about what they were discussing. He started peering out into the street, but saw nothing. Shaun saw him and said, "If you go up to the roof, sir, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Shoot them in the head, or they will tear you apart." The man just stared at the group of kids. "Look, you little shits, I don't know what you were talking about. God, I just wish that you'd leave. I've been upstairs since Friday, determined to get through 2 bottles of Templeton. And this week, I finally won. I haven't even come back downstairs since we closed the shop on Saturday." Shaun took the shotgun from Tina and unloaded it, ejecting the 2 shells. He handed them to the old man, then walked the shotgun over and slid it across the floor, far from his reach. Shaun opened the tailgate and the rear door, putting everything in the back seat. He took a big whiff and came back out. You gotta love that new car smell, right? Tina started the vehicle and pulled up to the doors that led to the infested streets. Shaun punched the door to go up and yelled back at Walt, "Shut these doors as soon as you can and get that gun loaded back up. Then get upstairs and go have a look for yourself. Good luck. Sorry about all this." As Tina pulled into the street, Shaun ran out behind her, jumped into the tailgate, and closed it. Walt staggered up to the door, screaming and shaking a fist. "You little bastards! You're just a bunch of pieces of shit, do you hear me? I hope they throw the goddamn book at you, damn it! It's too early for this shit, and I'm still hungover." He pulled the security alarm located next to the door, and the sound erupted through the building. Shaun whipped his head back around, yelling from the window to get inside. But it was too little too late. The man's blind rage did not allow him to focus on anything else but the truck and the teenagers who took it. When he finally heard the growling, he turned to see a mob of blood-covered people running toward him. His eyes grew wide, and he turned to run into the shop. His old legs weren't enough to get him to where he needed to be, though. As he ran in through the garage, he hit the red button to lower the door. It came down slowly, inch by inch. He ran for the shotgun. "Goddamn kid! Couldn't have just left the gun sitting somewhere?" He knelt down next to the shotgun, opened it with shaking hands, and loaded it. He turned around as he slowly rose to a crouch, as much of a crouch as his aging back would allow, and shouldered the shotgun, using the Cadillac that Shaun had slid the gun beneath as a barrier. At first, he heard nothing, but then the sound of growling filled the space, until that was the only thing he could hear. The growling wasn't coming from one individual. It sounded like hundreds, as though packs of monsters had converged upon his dealership. He peeked around the rear of the car and took a quick glimpse. Men and women, all looking like they had lost their minds, were roaming in front of the large glass door. He stood, walking slowly to the office. He wanted nothing but to get out of there, but knew now that opening the front door was probably a bad idea. He still didn't know what the hell the kid was talking about, but in 60 years of living in the city, no one had ever looked like or made a sound like those things. As he approached the alarm to turn it off, the large group of turned stopped directly in front of his door. They were wise to sounds, and knew immediately that it was coming from the inside. As he was punching in the code, he thought one of them was going to attempt to see inside the window past the glare. Walt jumped back a foot, tripping and landing on his ass, when the head that looked like it just wanted a peek began using its skull as a battering ram. 1, 2, 3 times, and the cheap glass started to splinter and spiderweb its way further out. Then the rest followed the headbanger's example. With every crack of their skulls on the window, it turned red. The reddish-black streaks made their way throughout the glass in sloppy lines. Walt scrambled over and collected his shotgun from where it fell, just as one managed to break its face all the way through. He saw the skin rip from the man's head after the glass sliced it away, but this did not hinder the man. Walt mouthed, "Mother of God," and pulled back the hammers, wishing he had a machine gun instead of a damn double-barrel shotgun. He aimed at the man, and forgetting what the teenage boy had said, pulled the trigger, sending 2 barrels worth of buckshot into the man's chest. He disappeared instantly from the window. Walt lay on his back for a moment, trying to breathe, and trying to keep from having his 3rd heart attack. He rubbed his chest, hoping the pain would stop. He thought about his weapon, and the fact that he had just used the only 2 shots he'd brought downstairs with him, as he'd neglected to bring reloads, or for that matter, pants and shoes. The man who had disappeared came crashing through the window. Walt was already pushing off the ground to head back to the 1-bedroom apartment he kept for himself when a drinking binge was about to take place. With a shotgun in hand, he ran up the steps for everything he was worth. He slammed the wood door that connected the office to his loft, and an insistent pounding began. He said, "Oh, for the love of God, when will I learn to listen? When will I learn to listen? That damn kid was telling me everything I needed to know, and what do? I ring the motherfucking dinner bell." He ran to the kitchen, where he kept his extra shotgun shells, and slid one in each barrel. He sloppily pulled on a pair of Levi's and slid all the extra shells he had into his pockets. He sat, watching the door, praying that the evil on the opposite side would stop its constant threat of trying to get in. His prayers would go unanswered that day. As the door burst open, a group straight out of hell raced through the door, followed by more running up the stairs, falling over each other, to be the first to the man who was quite the prize to be had. He fired off 2 shots, taking out 4 of them. He opened the gun a second time, letting the 2 spent shells fly to wherever they might land. His building, unlike others, was not equipped with a ladder. He went to the 3rd short flight of steps and ran, pushing out the door to the roof. Once there, he looked for anything he could use to keep the door secure, and was rewarded with nothing. Shit! What do I do now? He ran to the edge of the building. The mob that had been at Binham's hardware store was now in front of his car dealership. He looked back at the heavy steel door as it exploded open. His eyes grew wide, and as his life flashed before his eyes, only regrets came to mind, and too many bottles of amber-colored drinks. Walt saw 5 of them coming for him. He did the sign of the cross, put the shotgun up to his mouth, and pulled the trigger. It clicked empty. He forgot to replace the shells. Realization of what his immediate future held set in. Oh my God, what have I done? He was standing on the edge, trying to get 2 shells out of his pocket, when a shirtless man who was missing half of his chest came running toward Walt. Walt closed his eyes, not wanting to find out what they were going to do to him once the inevitable happened. He spread his arms, dropping the gun, and fell backward off of the building. The turned, who had been licking his lips watching him, ran for everything he was worth, leaping off of the building, arms out, and catching up to Walt 1 story down. The vicious bite he tore out of Walt's neck created a geyser of blood that sprayed across the street and onto the turned below. When they saw the blood coming their way, they opened their mouths wide for a drink of what they craved so badly. Walt landed hard on the ground. The turned who had been eating him landed head first, cracking his skull so badly that it put him out of his misery. The others ran for the fresh meal, picking up the turned and throwing him far out of the way, as he was no longer a fellow feeder. The ones on the roof jumped out of frustration to get a taste of Walt. They landed, breaking their legs, their arms, and in some cases, spines. These bled on the ground, leaving a trail as they pulled themselves hand over hand toward the buffet. Shaun pounded on the back window of the truck, and Ellie slid it open. Shaun passed what gear was in the truck, and then slid into the rear seat himself. I really wish that the old guy would have listened to me. He hasn't a clue what he's in for, I'm telling you. Tina replied.
Well, it isn't like there was a lot of choice in the matter. Imagine going to sleep thinking all is well, and waking up to this. What can you do? How do you convince them of something like that?
I know. I'm not disagreeing with you. But those things didn't have a clue that he was in there until we were screwing around, stealing one of his cars. Ellie turned around to look at him.
Shaun, there is nothing that we can do about it now. Like nothing. Nada. He's probably dead. If he'd have listened to you, or not been threatening to shoot the 2 of us, then maybe he'd be sitting in the back seat with us. Instead, he's stuck at his place, hopefully locked down tight.
Shaun sat back in his seat as they drove the highway out of town, thinking of the man, and thinking that if they were going to survive, they needed to stay ahead of the turned, and couldn't put themselves in compromising positions like that again. It had been too close. He thought of the help he figured would be coming for the townspeople, but nothing has happened yet, 1 day into it. He didn't want to go back to town for a very long time. He was debating 2 options. One was to spend the summer making sure that everyone who decided to stay at the cabin was capable of shooting the guns in their sleep. The second was to pack everything and make a break for somewhere. Anywhere would have to be better than here, he thought. They drove down the highway, navigating again through the abandoned cars. Tina turned the final left turn of the short drive. The clearing where they needed to park the car was only a 1/4 mile down the road. Tina pulled the truck over and parked it.
Remember, we got medicine and some of Patrick's things while we were there, but we absolutely did not see anyone in his house. He won't need any help feeling worse about being the only survivor of his family.
Ellie laughed.
So, we're gonna start keeping secrets this early in our little dysfunctional family?
Shaun thought about what each of them said, and realized Tina had a valid and good point. She's right. There isn't anything to be gained from it. If he decides he wants to go back to his house that badly, then we will simply break it to him. The way I see it, if we only end up with 1 or 2 skeletons in our closet, we're doing okay. Besides, we already talked about this. Ellie shrugged.
The more I had time to think about it, the more I think it's a bad idea, and I don't like it at all.
Shaun laid his head back on his seat. He was exhausted from the number of times they could have died already, and it was early in the day still. Shaun thought about his dad telling Ellie what had happened the day before, and he barely whispered the thought out loud. Ellie, just think of how you felt when Dad told you about your mom. No one needs to go through that twice. You don't have to like it, but there isn't any middle ground. We tell or we don't. Is it that important to tell a guy who is already sick that we had to take out his once cute baby sister who turned and ate their mother? Ellie rested her head on the window. Her tears made their way down her cheeks. She thought about how she had felt yesterday, and the chunk of her heart Frank had ripped from her when he told her that her mother had gotten infected and that she was already gone, taken by those things. Frank had not mentioned to any of them that he had developed the drug that would change the world forever. She wiped at her face and nose.
I can't think of any good reason. I guess it's better that at least we discuss things, right?
Shaun was quick to come back with, Dad said people had to earn trust. You, Tina, and Greg have done that already. If we want to make decisions about things, then it's between us. The other 3 were just lucky people who got saved. They can be happy to be here until help comes, or we are forced to move on. Chapter 8. Discoveries. Greg and Christy left the cabin, both already feeling stir-crazy. They had found a hand-crank electric radio and decided they would take it out and see if there were any updates being made. Mike and Patrick decided to stay at the cabin. Patrick didn't look like he was up for a hike just yet, especially until he knew if more of the medicine was on its way or not. Mike said he would be okay staying with him, and when the 2 left the cabin, the boys were already getting a pack of cards out and starting a game to try to keep their minds off of things. Greg took his rifle and a bag of ammunition with them for good measure, and after a short walk, they were at one of the highest points in the area that they could find. They thought it would serve perfectly to rest for a while and see if there was any type of news coming from the outside. Greg placed the radio on one of the military blankets from their stash. Greg was thinking of that old guy Andy and how there wasn't much that he'd forgotten when he was setting them up. He thought that if this whole thing worked out, maybe they needed to stop by and see if he was doing okay. If he was still around, it might be a good idea to find a way to get him up to the cabin where he could be safe. Christy followed the directions from the box. She spun the hand crank, charging it up, and waited for a light to come on.
Greg, do you think that we're going to hear anything?
Hell if I know, but that cabin isn't good for anything but to sleep in. With all these people, I'm going to be spending as much time outdoors as possible, I think. Christy thought about it, thinking how there weren't enough beds to go around, and wondering what other issues with space and privacy were going to be coming up.
You know, I'm almost as scared to hear something as I am not to. I mean, what if there isn't good news? What if it's worse news?
You know, it might sound dumb, but if I can hear any news, I'd like to know. I feel like we were just sitting in the dark right now. I think having to sit and think and contemplate what's going on down there, especially with 3 of us down there, is making it even more difficult, if you know what I mean. Greg flipped the power switch on the radio, and a small light glowed as it came to life. Greg spun the hand crank a few more times and adjusted a few knobs in order to fine-tune the signal coming in until it showed it was going strong. He stopped moving it around when he heard the beep of the emergency broadcast channel coming across loud and clear. Christy squeaked, almost knocking Greg off balance, gripping his arm. It was apparent to Greg that she was more hopeful about the thought that someone might be on the other end than she had let on. A beep came again, holding steady for a moment, until a man's voice said, "Good evening from the White House. This is an emergency message. Please stay tuned to the emergency broadcast channel. We will have an announcement from the head of the Center for Disease Control shortly." Greg and Christy stared at each other, feeling more hopeful that at least there was going to be some news. They were happy to confirm that there were other humans besides themselves still alive. Christy said,
Well, maybe this means that, the entire country hasn't been taken over.
The soft voice of a woman came on the air.
Please know this is not a test. This warning may very well save your life or the life of someone you know. Yesterday, at approximately 1200 hours, the CDC received reports of several infected individuals from a hospital in Des Moines, Iowa. The names of these individuals have not been released. Our current understanding is that the city has been taken over by the increasingly growing number of infected citizens. Early estimates are that approximately 85% of the Midwest has been affected by this unidentified disease. Reports from the Des Moines hospital advised that they only know of 2 ways in which the disease can be spread. The first is through contact with contaminated blood. The second known method of transmission is through a bite wound from one of the infected. If you come across someone who appears to be infected, keep your distance. Do not attempt to approach or help them. Bleeding from the eyes, as well as a bite mark on the arm, are indicators that an individual is likely infected. They have bouts of comas, heavy breathing, and appear not to recognize even close friends and family. Stay indoors if you have supplies. Again, do not attempt to help the infected. The spread of the infection has been the heaviest in the following states: Iowa, Minnesota, Missouri, Nebraska, Kansas, and Arkansas. The number of impacted areas is expected to increase as the infection spreads via evacuees who are unknowingly carriers of the pathogen. The military is doing everything in its power to maintain borders, but they are failing. Be aware of the following symptoms: bleeding from the eyes, missing skin from the arms, heavy breathing, confusion, and short-term comas. If you are experiencing any of these symptoms, please stay away from others, as this is highly contagious. If you or anybody you know is experiencing any of these symptoms, contact state or federal agencies immediately, and do not attempt to travel. The CDC is doing everything in its power to find the source of the infection, contain it, and develop a cure. The CDC will report any additional information as it is received.
Greg reached up, turned the radio off, and rested against the tree. Christy said,
So, do you feel any better now?
Greg shook his head. No. I think I feel even more isolated now, if that is even a possibility. I mean, think about it. They just said they want to find a cure. They also said they don't know shit about it, other than the symptoms. How can they cure something that they don't know anything about yet? Christy said.
But maybe someone in Iowa has some answers for them. Maybe they'll get it to the CDC.
Yeah, but how? The army is closing off roadways, and we won't be able to get anywhere. I'm sure the skies are closed, and an F-16 is probably up there ready to blow up someone who tries to make a flight out.
So, you're saying that you don't want to even try and get out of here? You just want to give up and stay here until someone comes and tries to save us?
What I'm saying is that maybe there isn't much else we can do. They said that they want to know about the disease, meaning they don't know shit yet. Unfortunately, they probably aren't going to find anyone who does if only 15% of the population don't get infected. Even better chance that the person who made it is either already turned or dead.
Jeez, you think if I went and got a puppy you could shoot it for me, Mr. Positive?
I'm just saying the chances that we can do anything about this are slim to none, and it might be best to just hold tight up here until the news can get us some more information.
Did I hear it right? That they're looking for a cure?
Greg sighed as he nodded his head. Well, it just happened yesterday. They are asking people publicly to help look for answers.
Where would we even start to look for the cure, or any information?
Greg laughed. I don't think that they were talking about teenagers helping. They were talking about adults like police, medics, doctors, or anyone who might have been around the original outbreak. If they are still alive, of course.
It sounds like they need to send some people into Des Moines. But if almost 8 out of every 10 people you see are going to hunt you down and try to eat you, what are the chances anyone would come out alive?
Greg lay back on the blanket and stared up at the blue sky, wishing they could do something to help, and feeling even more trapped in the hills because of it. Those odds suck.
I wonder how much longer they are going to be gone. Do you think that they got his medicine?
Greg rolled on his shoulder, nodding his head. Yeah, Shaun's not a quitter. He won't come back without it. If he says he can do something, He is going to do it. I'm surprised they aren't back yet.
Yeah, I figured it'd be pretty quick, in and out and back. What do we do if they stay gone much longer?
Well, considering they took the only vehicle, I'd say we do some walking. Maybe we can get to the highway and take one of the vehicles that were abandoned.
Do you really think that is safe?
Hell no. But if I was out there and needed help, they'd do the same for me.
So, the four of you are pretty close then.
Greg laughed, sitting back up as he thought about the last year. Yeah, they are probably the closest group of friends I've ever had. We all kind of met during detention.
Oh, so you're all troublemakers then?
Greg winked and gave a troublemaker's smile at her. I'm the only degenerate out of the group. I'm just a bad influence on the rest of them.
Funny, I kind of thought Ellie and Shaun might be the troublemakers out of the group. I heard that story about her kicking that kid in the balls a while back, and Shaun got in trouble for fighting during the middle of the school day.
Greg laughed, remembering how nervous Shaun was in detention that day, and how worried he was about his dad coming to the school to pick him up. They're all right. He was sticking up for Ellie. That's the day we all got to know each other.
Wow, he must really like Ellie if he took on those guys for her.
Yep, they're pretty close.
Close like dating? Or like friends?
Greg put out a hand, waving it side to side. I don't know. It's hard to gauge with them. They tried starting something, but it was over just as fast as it had started. Kind of sucked. They'd been so close to dating for a while, and then when they tried, the next day, Ellie found out about her mom getting diagnosed with cancer. That was the end of that. Christy nodded her head, not sure what to say. She started breaking a twig apart into pieces. Greg patted her on the back. It's all right. She's gone now anyway.
From cancer?
From those things. She didn't have much time left. She was losing her fight. Shaun's dad was trying to cure her, but he just didn't have enough time. Christy sat up a little more straight.
What do you mean, that he was trying to cure her?
Yeah, he was like a chemist or something. He worked at ENT. Christy hung her head for a moment, thinking. Then she looked at Greg and asked,
Do you think it's possible that he was the one responsible?
For what?
For everything.
Why would you think it was him?
He went to Des Moines, and then the outbreak hit, right?
I doubt it. I'm sure that Shaun would know if he did or didn't come up with the cure.
Well, I think...
Crack, crack. Greg held up a hand and whispered, Be quiet. What the hell was that?
It's probably just a squirrel or a deer.
Yeah, or maybe it's just a zombie that wants to eat us. Greg got to his feet, gripping his rifle with both hands and aiming it toward the noise. The crunch and crackling of twigs and branches underfoot were getting louder and closer with each step. Greg's heart was pounding in his chest. Christy joined Greg, painting herself on his back. Greg hated himself for saying it aloud, but he said, As much as I like this, I need you to back up a foot or two. If I need to fire this thing, you'll not want to be directly behind me with the kick of the rifle. She hadn't realized how close she was to Greg, and her cheeks turned red.
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't mean to. Well...
Greg said, No worries, but we need to be quiet. Greg watched, looking down the hill, waiting to see what it was, if it was friendly or not. He was aiming where he looked, and when he saw 3 figures moving at a good pace through the woods, he realized that they had returned. He let out a deep breath, glad to see them, and to know the horrible thoughts he kept having had not happened to them. Ellie saw them and yelled,
Hey, we're back!
She saw the rifle and said,
Geez, could I have just one more gun pointed in my direction today?
Greg cupped his hands, yelling down the hill, I thought you guys were, well, one of those things. I almost took the 3 of you out. Shaun looked up the hill towards them. Do we look that bad? Greg slung the rifle on his shoulder and shook his head. He hollered back with a smile. No, just you, Shaun. Christy folded the blanket, handed it to Greg, and she carried the radio. They walked down the hill, meeting up with the 3. Christy asked,
So, how was it down there?
Shaun answered her. Town's not looking so hot, Melly said.
Yeah, and the van broke down. And we were trapped in a hardware store, and we had to steal a truck, and a guy was going to shoot the two of us, but they...
Greg broke in. Wait. Slow down. Now, what are you talking about? Who tried to shoot you? Why did you go to a hardware store? Tina said,
So, we got the drugs for Patrick and headed through the center of town to see what was happening. Those things are everywhere. We were going to leave and head back, and just as we were ready to head out, the damn van died.
Greg said, So it's gone? Like, forever? Ellie looked at Shaun, smiling.
Well, if it wasn't dead forever, it is now after Shaun blew the damn thing up.
Holy shit, Shaun, you pyro. Did you blow up the van? Why?
You know, at the time, it seemed like a really good way to get rid of some of those things. But then, once it went up in a ball of fire, the reality set in that they came to noise pretty quick. We had to hide out in Binham's hardware store.
Did they lose interest in you? Ellie cut in.
Hardly. Those things were insane. They busted in and we made a break for the roof and then jumped across all of the buildings until we were able to get down on the opposite side. We broke into the car dealership and almost got shot by the owner, and then Shaun stepped in and took the gun away from the guy. Oh, and Shaun used an axe to split the owner of Binham's Hardware's head open. He was trying to eat us, though, in Shaun's defense.
Look at you, Billy Badass. Greg smirked at him, punching him lightly on the shoulder. Christy laughed at this and said,
I thought you were the degenerate of the group.
Greg shrugged. Yeah, I thought I was. But apparently these three are trying to give me a run for my money. Shaun asked, How are things going here? Is Patrick doing all right? Christy said,
Yeah, he was looking a little better. We got a little stir-crazy in the house, but Greg and I went through and made a list of the supplies that we picked up from Andy yesterday. Then we hiked up the hill and wanted to see if there was any news from the outside.
Ellie just stared for a moment, pointing at Greg.
Wait, Greg was productive on purpose?
Greg shook his head no, and said, Well, actually, I fully blame it on Christy here. Tina saw the blanket and the radio.
What else were you two doing?
Greg said, Trying to see if the world is still alive and kicking further than this hillside. Ellie said,
Well, is it?
Christy nodded.
It's still going, but the heads of the Center for Disease Control said that almost 85% of the surrounding population is infected with it. They said that anyone who looks infected should not be approached, and that if we see any of them, we are to call any government agency. They said they would be helping to round up the infected until they are able to come up with a cure. Also, it's in all the surrounding states. They know it started in the Des Moines area, and need to know how.
Shaun nodded. So it sounds like maybe staying up here is probably a good idea. I would hate to be the group that has to try and catch those things and contain them. Tina said,
What should we do now?
Everyone looked to Shaun, who shrugged and said, Honestly, I'm clueless. I'm taking a nap, and you can do whatever you want. I'm not a leader. I'm just the owner of the house. Greg said, I think we're going to have a lot of free time going forward. Shaun said over his shoulder, I think we should start collecting firewood. I think free time is something we have when we sleep. When the winter comes, we are going to need every last piece we can get. There's no furnace. All we have is that giant stove oven in there. Ellie said,
So what you're really saying is, maybe you don't need a nap?
Shaun thought about the cold cabin in the winter, and thought really hard about how little he wanted to freeze to death after surviving so much already. Let's eat, stow this stuff away, and get Patrick set up with his insulin, and then I say we start cutting down trees. Greg pointed to a giant oak tree and said, Hey, how about that one? It's giant. It would heat this place for the entire winter. Shaun took it in and said, How about we get that skinny one over there instead? Greg didn't know anything about working smarter, not harder yet. Shaun walked over to the skinny one and pointed out to Greg. Greg, look at the trunk. Going all the way up, there are almost no branches on it. Also, it'll fit right into the stove we have. Greg said, Yeah, but the big one will too. Once we cut it down, cut it into chunks, and then break them in half. Right? Shaun said, Would you rather do 1 day's work and get an entire tree, or do 4 days' work and get a little thicker of a tree? The girls already grew tired of watching this and went inside the house with all of the items. They handed off the insulin to Patrick and made a safe spot where they could keep it, where nothing could fall and smash the precious vials, which were as good as gold to him. Patrick saw everything from his house and smiled, saying,
"I can't believe you brought all this back for me."
Mike saw the collection and said,
"You guys are awesome. I can't believe you got stuff from all our houses."
Tina said,
"Sorry, we didn't get anywhere else." "Well, why didn't you stop at my place? You had a key, didn't you?"
Ellie said,
"Had you been down there, you might not be talking out your ass. We aren't going back down for quite a while, unless we have a good reason to do so."
Mike said,
"Well, maybe I need to go have a talk with Shaun about things."
Shaun and Greg were taking turns chopping when Mike came out of the cabin, looking around, and ready to pick a fight from the look on his face. Mike charged up to the two of them, pointing a finger in Shaun's face.
"What's your problem, man? Is it just all about you or what?"
Shaun just stared at him, in no mood to take any crap from someone he barely knew, and could care less if he was a part of the group.
"Mike, I don't know what you're talking about. Why don't you go back to the cabin with the girls? Greg and I are trying to cut firewood to keep everyone, including you, warm."
Mike shoved Shaun, knocking him up against the tree.
"I can chop firewood too, ass. I just didn't know what you two were doing out here."
Greg said, "Mike, if you want to help, man, that's cool, but you're totally going about it the wrong way. There's no reason to be an ass about it." Mike shoved Shaun again.
"Every time I say something, Shaun's here to tell me why I can't help, or that he doesn't trust me, or that I don't know how to do anything. I'm sick of it already."
Shaun pushed off of the tree, rolling his shoulders.
"It's only been one day, and I'm already sick of you, Mike. Tell you what, you can go back inside, you can go down the hill, hell, you can go to town for all I care. But I just buried my dad and went through an entire day of hell again today, almost being killed multiple times. I can say pretty confidently the amount of shit I'm about to take from anyone else, especially you, is maxed out."
Mike turned around and spun back with a sloppily thrown right hook, which caught Shaun by surprise. He connected with Shaun's jaw, snapping his head around and spinning Shaun. Greg winced at the blow Shaun had taken and knew things were going to get ugly quick. Shaun wiped at his chin, where a fresh line of blood had traveled. Shaun used his tongue to go around where his lip was throbbing, feeling the warm blood, and knowing he'd had his lip split open. Shaun sent cold stares at Mike and handed Greg his axe. Mike, being overly cocky, smiled and said, "Sure you don't want to keep that? You might need it." Shaun raised his hands, saying nothing. Mike faked a left and then sent a right flying towards Shaun's face. Shaun went to the side, catching Mike's right arm with his left hand on his wrist and his right hand on the back of his shirt. He spun Mike in a forceful circle around and let go, sending him off balance and crashing hard into the ground. Mike pushed up off the ground and stared back at Shaun, ready to kill. He sprinted, head down toward Shaun. When Mike got to within a foot of him, Shaun crouched down a little, ducked to the side, and brought his foot up into Mike's gut. Mike dropped to the ground, coughing and gasping for air. Shaun looked at Greg, who shrugged, and Shaun said, "I'm going for a walk to cool off. I can't deal with this crap right now." Mike pushed up as he saw Shaun walking away, feeling even more belittled. Greg yelled, "Shaun, watch out!" Mike was quick, but it was obvious that he had no clear plan once he accomplished his goal of tackling Shaun. Unfortunately for Mike, Shaun being a wrestler and having no patience left for the day was every bit ready for him. Mike tackled Shaun from behind, and both boys went down on the ground. Shaun pushed up off of the ground, bringing a left elbow back and meeting Mike's face twice. Shaun tried to push up further, but Mike stopped him from getting up, then flipped Shaun to his back. Shaun got a knee up between himself and Mike. He pushed Mike up and back in the air, causing him to land on his ass. Shaun pushed up, scrambled to his feet, and ran towards Mike, who was trying to get back up to his feet. Shaun threw a hard right punch, knocking Mike back to the ground. Blood instantly flowed from Mike's nose and poured down his face. Shaun, who was not even close to done after trying to leave, jumped on Mike, landing on his chest and punching lefts and rights in a blind rage as he cursed and screamed. "Is this what you wanted, huh? Is this what you wanted, God damn it? God damn you!" Mike stopped trying to put up a fight, and Greg watched for a second in awe. He snapped out of it and ran for Shaun. He gripped him under the armpits, lifted him off, and pulled him back. Shaun resisted and tried running back up at him, but Greg held his arms around Shaun in a bear hug, trying to keep him from resisting. Shaun yelled, "Let go of me, damn it, Greg! Let go of me now!" Greg knew he needed to stay calm, and needed to get Shaun to that point also. He whispered real lightly, "Shaun, it's okay, man. Look at him. He's done. He doesn't need any more, man, really." Mike tried to sit up, but fell back down. Shaun stared at him, seeing what he had done, and realizing that he had gone too far. He had messed the kid up pretty badly. Greg let go of Shaun once he stopped trying to break free, and Shaun dropped to the ground, tears coming from his eyes. God damn those things! None of this would have happened if those freaks hadn't come! If they hadn't ruined everything! Greg put a hand on Shaun's shoulder. "They're going to figure all this out. The government will make things right. They have to, right? I mean, it's what they do," Shaun said. "I kind of wonder how it all started. It seems too much of a coincidence that it broke out at the same hospital her mom was at, right after my dad was there," Greg said. "Your dad wouldn't do anything like that on purpose, man. There's no way he had anything to do with the outbreak." "Is there?" Shaun shrugged, thinking of the note that he had put in the box on top of the fireplace. I'm not sure. I just don't know. I don't think he'd do something like that either, but at the same time, accidents happen, right? Those people on the radio earlier said that any clues that could be given to them might be what saves everyone. That is, if they are able to develop a cure. Mike came around and sat up. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping at his tender nose. Shaun stared at him, seeing what he had done. Mike was going to look like he'd been in a war for days because of his doing. Mike started shaking in convulsions, his shoulders rising and falling. The two boys stared at him until they saw fresh tears running down his cheeks, making smooth pathways on his cheeks where the blood had been. Shaun raised a hand, ready to say something. He saw his knuckles and looked at his other hand. They were both covered with the kid's blood. Mike said, "I'm sorry, I just wanted some things from my house. I wanted some pictures. I saw Ellie unpacking pictures you got from Patrick's, and I don't know, I guess I let it get the best of me. I'm sorry. Don't make me leave. I know I need to stay here. I don't know enough to make it on my own." He warily walked over to Mike, pulling him up to his feet. Greg and Shaun stared at the boy's face, used the bottle of water that Greg had brought, and cleaned him up as best as they could with the handkerchief. Greg said, "Oh man, the girls are going to give you guys so much crap for fighting." Shaun nodded, seeing how Mike's face was puffing up. If Greg hadn't stopped him, he was unsure he would have had the willpower to have stopped himself. Shaun tried to recall when Greg had pulled him off. He couldn't even remember that he'd been hitting the kid. All he could see and remember was white. Mike said, "Will you show me how to help with firewood? I think I could help do that." Shaun nodded and said, "Yeah, let's show you how to do that. But why don't you go use the mirror inside and some soap and get your face cleaned up? See if there are any bandages inside that you can put on your face to help cover the cuts and keep them closed." Mike walked down the hill to the cabin slowly. Shaun looked at Greg, then said, "Sorry about that. Thank you for pulling me off him. I don't know if I could have stopped." Greg nodded his head and picked up the axes. "I don't know if you would have stopped either. That was crazy, man. You gotta be able to hold it together better than that," Shaun whispered. "I know. That isn't like me. I keep thinking about the outbreak, and how my dad said he was only a few days away from the cure for Karen. What I keep thinking is that if he was only a few days away, then maybe he was just lying, and he gave it to her at the hospital when he was there. Things didn't go crazy until after he went back to ENT. He could have given her a dose when he was there the first time before he gave us a ride home. Greg said. Did he keep his papers at the lab, or did he keep them at the house? Shaun said. He left me a note. I think that it's time I go read it. But I don't know if I can, man. Greg questioned. What do you mean? Shaun looked up at him, the tears still in his eyes, and the blood still slowly dripping from his mouth. What I mean is, what do I do if my dad was the reason that the entire world is going into a ball of fire? What do I do? Greg shrugged and said, Yeah, that sucks. I don't know what to tell you, but I do know that your dad had every intention of doing the right thing by Karen, and after all that happened yesterday, he still only cared about getting everyone to safety. I mean, think of what could have happened if you and Ellie would have stayed at the hospital. Shaun tried to imagine himself or Ellie as one of those things, and it gave him goosebumps that ran up and down his back. Shaun said, Everyone here, everyone in town, everyone everywhere would have me to blame. The kid of the guy who unleashed hell on society. Greg said, Dude, why don't we go read the note? If there's anything saying that he was responsible for it, I think that we should get to his work immediately and see if we can find any notes. The CDC said to get them the information. I'm not sure what we can do to get it to them with the phones down, but we'll figure something out, right? That Christy chick is pretty smart. Maybe she can help us with something. Shaun wiped at his eyes and said, So, she's a chick now, huh? Dude, she might be one of 3 girls left in the world who isn't a zombie, for all I know. Greg, do you ever let the big head do the thinking? Not when I can help it, dude. Greg pointed to Mike, who was still walking to the cabin. What are you going to tell the girls? They're going to be pissed, man. Shaun watched him go down the hill. I'll deal with Ellie later, I guess. Mike opened the heavy wood door to the cabin. He was in no hurry to have people stare at him. His humility level was currently strong. When Tina and Ellie saw him come in, they gasped and couldn't help but stare. Christy saw the look on the other girls' faces and turned around.
Oh, for Christ's sake, what happened to you?
I tripped coming back. Ellie said nothing. She got some alcohol and a first aid kit and set them on the table. She motioned to Christy, who was still shaking her head, and pointed at the wood stool.
Sit, Mike. Our resident nurse is going to make you feel all better. You look like you fell from a very tall tree.
Mike walked slowly to the table and sat on the stool. Christy sat at the taller chair so that she wouldn't need to lean over to work on his face. Ellie motioned for Tina to follow her, while Patrick pulled up a chair across from Mike and sat. He was still feeling the effects of not having the proper amount of drugs that his body required to function.
You okay, Mike?
He asked, as he watched Christy and Mike's doctor visit take place.
Hell of a fall. How does the other guy look? Was it Greg or Shaun?
Mike tried to shake the question off.
How are you feeling, Patrick? Any better yet? I asked you a question. Who did that to your face? It was Shaun, all right. So what? He kicked my ass. What exactly do you think that you're going to do about it? I don't know, but he doesn't need to start fights. What has he done for us to be able to put up with that?
Christy slammed her hands down on the table, startling both of them.
Are you both idiots? Well, are you? What did they do? Well, let's think. They saved your asses at the school, fed you, and got you clothes to survive the winter. They brought you up to a cabin far away from town and all those things wandering around wanting to kill everyone still living. Oh, and Patrick, what was it that Shaun did for you again? Oh, that's right. He went and got you some insulin so that you wouldn't die. Because as you said earlier, a boy without his drugs is a dead one, right?
Mike whispered slowly. She's right, Patrick. And besides, I started it. I went out with a chip on my shoulder, and he handed my ass to me. All he's been doing is trying to help us stay alive, and it's not even his job to do that. Hell, we are probably older than he is, but it's his house, and they're his rules, I guess, going forward. All I can think of is that we need to do something to be able to contribute around here.
Hey, speak for yourselves. I've done more than anyone has so far. Well, maybe not Shaun. He had the cabin and all. But look over there.
Both boys looked to where Christy was pointing. Across the wall was a long line of day backpacks loaded to the brim. They counted, realizing she'd put a bag together for everyone. "What's in them?" Mike asked.
Well, it's got a change of clothes for each of us, a canteen, a few MREs, a knife, and a few other things. That Andy guy gave us a ton of everything. I figured if this place becomes not so safe and we need to leave, it'd be better to be ready to take something with us and not have to abandon everything we currently have.
Patrick got up slowly, walked over to them, and opened the one that had a P in black Sharpie written on it. He looked through it, nodding his head. When he looked up, he had a look of guilt on his face. "Thank you for putting some insulin in here for me. I really appreciate it. I don't know what my chances are going to be when I run out."
Hey, we are all here together now. We can find you someone we need to. Don't worry about it,
Christy said. "You keep tabs on it, and let us know what's going on with you. And we will do what we need to so you don't end up worse off," Mike added. Shaun and Greg were getting ready to head back to the cabin when Ellie and Tina came out. They didn't look around. They just looked at the two boys and never blinked. Then they started a determined walk towards them, like they were on a mission from God. Greg noticed that he had flakes of dried blood on his hands from helping Shaun and Mike, and rubbed them off on the back of his pants. He then leaned in towards Shaun, smirking. "Well, I hope you know what you were going to tell them. Between what we think your dad might have done, and then coming up here to rip you a new a-hole over what happened with Mike, it's not going to be a good thing." Ellie, even though shorter, made it far quicker than Tina. She was ready and determined to unleash on Shaun. She opened her mouth, ready to start a rant, and then closed it as quickly as she was ready to start it. She saw Shaun's lip and chin, and took in the puffiness around his eyes. She looked down at his hands, seeing they were bright red from fighting, and that they were covered in drying blood that would probably stain them for a few days, if not cleaned soon. Tina caught up to Ellie, seeing none of this, and out of breath from the hike up the hill.
Okay, Greg, why the hell do you have to beat the hell out of that poor kid? What's wrong with you? How much older are you than him? Jesus, he looks like he went through a mixed martial arts contest and everyone got a turn to kick the crap out of him.
Greg just opened his mouth, unsure about how to answer her. He used his eyes to point at Shaun, not wanting to throw him under the bus, but at the same time, unable to take Tina's motherly stare. That look from Tina, who usually shot sexiness with her eyes, was creeping the hell out of him. Tina said,
"What?"
She looked over at Shaun, who was also baffled by her, never hearing her talk like that. Then he remembered how she'd come from a house where she was the only woman, and probably had to keep her dad and brother in line from time to time. She looked at Shaun, seeing him, and putting everything together.
What were you thinking? Were you thinking? Did you see Mike, for God's sake? He looks like hell. What happened up here? God, we were inside for only 5 minutes. Did you jump him?
Shaun, who was already so over the day that it was making him sick, snapped at her, making her jump. "Tina, he started things, all right? I didn't mean to go that far." Greg had to pull me off. Ellie watched Shaun, seeing that he was still on the verge of crying, and that there was probably something more going on with him. "What else is it, Shaun? I don't think I've ever seen you like this before. You didn't shed a tear when you kicked the crap out of—" Ellie stopped, realizing it was way too soon to be going into past stories at school where Tina's brother was concerned. "You don't act like this, and you never go to that point. What happened?" Shaun looked at Greg, who nodded, making the girls all the more nervous. He said, "My dad was working on a cure. He didn't want anyone to know, but I had figured it out when they left the morning that he got engaged. I kept it a secret because I didn't want you to get hurt." Ellie shook her head. "No, that isn't true. Your dad set her up at that clinic with the experimental drugs. She was going to be okay." It was Shaun's turn to shake his head. "Sorry, but no. I think that's the big project that he was working on." "So then,
What was she doing all those 6 months while she was supposedly taking the drugs?
Shaun delivered a one-word answer that knocked the air out of her. Dying. Ellie shook her head no, rubbing her face, and then started beating on Shaun's chest as she cried uncontrollably. Tina gripped her, bringing her into a hug. She couldn't speak for a moment, and then turned around.
How could you keep this from me? If he wasn't doing anything for her and she was just dying, God, I could have at least started dealing with it. That whole time I was making myself sick. You know that I was. And I kept thinking that she'd get better. But you knew that wasn't the truth. I thought we were friends. I thought we were more. That you liked me. Damn you, Shaun. You can't keep things like that from people.
He swore me to secrecy. He told me yesterday that he was days away from being able to give her something. But I kind of think that he already did. I don't know if your mom was taken by one of those things like Dad had said. Ellie wiped at tears. All of the information hitting her at once was enough to make her puke.
What do you mean that you don't think she was taken by those things? What is it exactly that you think there, Shaun?
Shaun spoke barely above a mumble that was impossible for anyone to hear. Ellie snapped at him.
What the hell did you say, Shaun? Speak! This is important, obviously, or you wouldn't be pussyfooting around it.
I said that I don't think the infected got her. I think that she was the first one. Greg interrupted. Well, I kind of think she might have been the second, if you think about it. All three sets of eyes had Greg's undivided attention. What I mean is, remember my dad got called out to E&T because that scientist got killed out there? The one that was your dad's partner? I think he might have been the first one. Maybe he tried the drug and went crazy or something. Maybe he got infected by it somehow. Hell, I don't know. The three of them stood there open-mouthed, trying to take it all in. Shaun was reaching the same conclusions as Greg, more quickly than the other two, but he had a few minutes lead on them processing the information. Ellie dropped to her knees.
So, what you're saying is your dad designed the drug that ruined the world, and then injected my mom who made it spread throughout the city? And from what Greg and Christy said, the entire country.
Ellie crawled behind an oak tree, attempting not to hyperventilate. Tina came to walk behind her, but Ellie held up a hand to stay back, and then lost what little food she still had in her stomach. Greg nodded. Yeah, that's about how I feel too. Shaun said, I am so sorry, Ellie. I don't know what I can say, but if they want information on the drugs or want his research, I think I'm going to go after it. I'm going to go back down to town. I can start at the house, and then maybe go to E&T.
We just got back, Shaun. And let me remind you, we just barely got back. How are you going to get it to people? The city is overrun. I can only imagine what the place that created the drug looks like by now.
Shaun answered. Yesterday was Sunday. There shouldn't have been many people there at all. Hopefully, the outbreak was only that Rogers guy. We can pray, right? Maybe we can find some sort of video that will help us understand things too. Ellie got to her feet, wiping her mouth on her arm.
Well then, you and I will go back to town,
Greg said. I'm not staying here again. The first time made me sick worrying about the three of you. Tina dramatically fanned herself and said,
Greg Thompson? Worried about something besides sex? Oh my God.
Greg lightly punched her in the arm. Well, you are like one of 3 girls I know who aren't one of those turned. I gotta take care of the living, Tina looked a little ill.
Well, that sucks, doesn't it?
Ellie asked.
What do you mean? What sucks?
Tina replied.
Well, I wasn't really big on the idea of kids. Christ, do you know how many of those little bad boys we're going to have to knock out to even begin to get civilization back to normal again? Good God.
They all laughed at this, and Shaun said, Well, we have a more important goal, I think, that we need to worry about. Unless you want to start the baby making today. Tina blushed.
Well, I don't know that I've picked out who the lucky Adam to my Eve will be, Mr. Fox. What do you think is going to be more important?
We need to go down to town, now, and get the cure. If there isn't a cure, then we need to either survive or... Greg cut him off, saying, "What do you mean if there isn't a cure?" Shaun shrugged. "You've seen some of those things. You can look through their front to their back. There's no way that anyone would be able to save those things. So regardless of the outcome, there's still going to be a great deal of them that will need to be dealt with at some point." Tina nodded slowly, thinking about them running rampant in the street.
"You're right. There'll be thousands, or hundreds of thousands, I bet, who will need to be sorted through."
Greg spoke up. "Remember, Shaun, it isn't just here. It's everywhere. Like, it hit Europe, and we don't know how bad it got from there." Shaun rubbed his hands through his hair, thinking of what they needed to do. They didn't really have a choice to do nothing. Shaun couldn't stop feeling responsible for the fact that his dad made the drug. Hell, Karen and Frank would have never even met if he hadn't helped Ellie. Then there would have been no need for his dad to produce it. Shaun was whispering to himself, "It's my fault. This whole goddamn thing is my fault." Greg said, "What's your fault, Shaun?" Shaun looked up at Greg and thought about how his dad had been taken out. Then there was Tina's brother Lucas, Ellie's mother, and countless others dead as a result of his dad's drug. "If I hadn't helped Ellie that day, none of this would be happening. Dad would have never worked on the cure for Karen. It would have been unfortunate, but she'd just be one of the thousands who doesn't survive cancer. The world would have been a better place." Ellie pushed herself off the ground, rubbing her stomach.
"Shaun, don't be stupid. They could have met a million places. I mean, like, they worked together for how long? You don't think that eventually they would have had a reason to meet? It was inevitable. We can't say for sure what was going to happen. Maybe this whole thing is just fate."
Greg said, "That's a pretty effed up fate, to be ending the world." Tina slapped him on the shoulder.
"Not really helping things, Gregory."
Greg opened his mouth, and then shut it, because he knew very well that she was right. "It's okay, Greg. I'd have to say I agree with you. How can it be someone's fate to end everything? Was God looking for a way to cleanse the world, and he saw my dad as the perfect vessel to do so?" No one said anything. They just headed down to the cabin. Ellie bumped into Shaun affectionately and broke the silence.
"It's going to be okay, Shaun. It has to be. We don't have any other options, right?"
Shaun said, "Even if we get lucky enough to find Dad's research, it's going to take someone somewhere else a hell of a long time, probably, to be able to figure out a way to cure these people. But at least if we can stay safe, it'd be better than the alternative." Ellie didn't mean to say it out loud, but she whispered,
"What would the alternative be, then?"
Shaun, who was already thinking about it, replied, "That there isn't a cure, and we have no choice but to kill them all." Ellie laughed.
"We're teenagers, Shaun. We can't save the world."
Shaun shrugged, never stopping his walk to the cabin. "I don't know about you, but I'm not going to live in seclusion, away from the rest of the free world for my entire life. Besides, if it's as widespread as Greg said, then think about this. What priority is Iowa going to be? Do you really think they will start taking all of these turned out one by one, starting in the middle of the country? Or do you think they'll try and protect the areas that are still safe, and then work their way in state by state?" Ellie thought about what he was saying. They all thought about it. Greg said, "We might need more bullets." Shaun nodded his head and pushed into the cabin. Mike was lying on a cot, holding his sides, and Patrick and Christy were sitting at the table, discussing nothing in particular. Shaun walked right to the fireplace, grabbed the old box, turned around, and walked right back out. He grabbed Greg by the shoulder. "Hey, are you coming with me down the hill, man?" Greg nodded. "We're not getting split up again. It just seems stupid. If we need to make a stand somewhere, then we need to be together. You with just Tina and Ellie was a bad idea, and we're not going to continue using shitty ideas. There are only so many times that we can do that and get away with it, you know?" Shaun nodded. "I'm glad you're going with me, man. I say we take something that's quiet with us, like my bow. If we aren't in an onslaught of them, I can shoot them one at a time. If we make any noise with those guns, it's a freaking calling card. You should have seen them swarm in when the van exploded in town. I mean, every time we made more noise, those things were on it like nobody's business. I don't know if it's because they somehow remember the noises, or they're just after anything in general that makes a sound. Greg tapped the axe that was hanging on the back of Shaun's shoulders. So is that why you picked that bad boy up? Shaun shook his head. No, I had a zombie throw me into a wall, and I had lost my gun. This was the first thing that I could grab while I was sprinting around the hardware store trying to save the girls. Greg said, thrown into the air. Well, yes, that sounds fun. I'll back you and your dad's bows if that's cool. That and some assault rifles and handguns ought to be enough if all shit hits the fan, right? Shaun nodded and said, make sure you grab some of the MREs and waters and stuff, in case we are stuck in town for a while. The last thing we want to do is say we died of starvation. Greg headed in, grabbing some of the larger backpacks that hadn't been filled yet, and started packing massive amounts of ammo for the 2 types of guns they'd be taking with them. He packed the waters as instructed, along with the MREs, and thought he'd be really happy if he didn't have to eat these things out of fear of starving. Mike pushed up on a shoulder, watching Greg work like a possessed man. What's wrong, Greg? You look crazed. Greg looked up. We're going back to town. We think we might be able to get some information for the government that might be helpful. Mike sat up, wincing, and holding his ribs. What do you mean, information for the government? What the hell do you know that they don't? Greg didn't say anything. He just kept packing. He wasn't about to tell him that the dad of the kid who just beat the crap out of him might have been the one responsible for all of this. For him being here, for the loss of his family. Ellie and Tina both started making packs also, and Christy was scared to go down, but even more scared to stay, if it meant being alone with Patrick and Mike. She did not feel that sense of security from them, like when she was with Greg. She grabbed her go bag, threw it up on her shoulders, and sat at the table, waiting patiently to leave. Mike walked to Greg's side, feeling like this was outside all over again, where he was being left out. He pushed Greg, who was kneeling already, knocking him off balance into the ground. Greg's patience was better than Shaun's was. He pushed back up to rest on a knee and put the remaining items in one bag. He then started on Shaun's. Mike was breathing heavily, trying to stay calm, and failing miserably. Too much teenage hormone testosterone pumping through his blood. He pushed Greg, who was ready for it a second time, with 2 fingers. Greg grabbed the 2 fingers tightly, bent them upwards, and twisted Mike's wrist and entire body with one fluid motion, using his wrist as a starting point. I don't like being pushed, Mike. It isn't my job to make sure you know shit that might not have anything to do with you. We are going to town. Anyone who wants to go can. But in your shape, I'd say you've already dealt with all your body can handle for one day. Mike yelped as Greg bent his hand at more of an impossible angle. I'm sorry, it's just like I said outside. I really want to help. I'm not useless. Greg said, well, no one said you were useless. It's just not my business. Come with us, really. Make a bag and come, I don't care. But you need to be sure you can take care of yourself because other than Shaun and the girls, I got no responsibility to anyone. He looked up at Christy after saying that, and seeing the look of hurt that she wasn't included in the list of people he cared about. He motioned to her, saying, well, and Christy, but that's just because she's kind of hot. The 2 of you do nothing for my imagination. He let go of Mike's hand, which was turning different colors, and Mike held it like it was a newborn baby. He looked to Patrick and said, so, do you think you were up for a road trip, man? Patrick, who was feeling pretty good after getting the dosage he needed of his drugs, nodded his head. What are we supposed to do if we see any of those things? Greg looked in the corner and along the wall at the now well-organized weapons armory that they had, and saw exactly what he was looking for. He walked over, knowing the gun well, and grabbed 2 shotguns off of the wall. They were hunting shotguns, and were as easy as any gun to aim and load, as long as they could handle the kick that they gave off. Greg grabbed a box of shells and loaded in 5. He said, look at these guys. They are called shotguns. We don't point them at people. We don't point them at ourselves. They are set up to shoot something called a slug. This slug will go through you, your friend, and probably your car door. You only get 5 shots out of these, though. He pumped it once, making everyone jump. The sound of a pumping shotgun is well known, and always grabs someone's attention. Mike eagerly walked forward, arms extended. "That's awesome. Can I hold it?" Greg handed it over, still empty, and pointed to the bead on the end of the barrel. "You see, this is called a sight. All you need to do is put this where you want to send the slug and squeeze the trigger. Once you fire it, you slide the pump back, and a shell will eject from beneath it. Then slide the pump back up until it stops. You do this 5 times, and you load the son of a bitch like your life depends on it." Greg laughed, thinking about it. "Well, it does depend on it. So you slide these into the slot below, pump it once, then put 4 more in, and you don't have to pump. If the safety is off, you're ready to kill." Patrick said, "Can we kill those things?" Greg opened his mouth, thinking about it. "Well, you know, what you can do is take out those things, and keep them from causing anyone else who isn't turned to be harmed, or turned into one of them." Patrick was nodding, watching the explanation that Greg was giving, and staring at the rifle that was hanging on his shoulder. He raised a hand in the air, waiting patiently. Greg was still talking when he saw this, and stopped, nodding his head toward Patrick to go ahead and talk, unsure why he was raising his hand in the first place. Patrick said, Why don't we use the rifles like you have instead? I thought these things didn't shoot very far. And those you have hold lots of bullets, right? These don't hold more than 5, you said?" Greg nodded nonchalantly and continued. "That's true, but you actually need some time and training to learn how to use a rifle like this, or you're really going to not be much more than bait for us while we pick them off. Do you like the idea of being bait, Patrick?" "No, not really, Greg. Can we get some extra shells, and maybe take a shot or 2 before we head down the hill so we can make sure we know what we're doing with these?" Greg nodded, and each of the boys took a shotgun. They found one of the bags that Christy and Greg had put together, and filled it with additional shotgun slug shells. Tina said, "You can't drive for crap, so I'm going to. What kind of gun can I shoot?" Greg went to answer when Ellie and Christy both coughed and raised a hand, smiling at him as well. He looked at additional shotguns, thinking that they would tear the hell out of their shoulders, and probably drop them the first time they had to fire them. He looked around the house, trying to think of something that would work, saying something under his breath about how it wasn't necessarily his job to be trying to match everyone to a damn gun. He felt the same way about the rifles, and didn't know what he should do, but he scanned the pistols and saw that the 9mm were set up with a laser pistol grip. He held it up, pointed it at the wall, and went outside. Shaun was sitting on the ground, reading his note. Shaun looked over his shoulder at Greg, who said, "This is a pain in the ass, just so you know. Cup your ears for a second." Greg threw an empty water bottle container out in front of him, and took 3 shots. He made it dance across the ground, then pulled out the second and third pistol, and did the same. He was confident that if the girls were smooth and slow, they'd be able to take out whatever they aimed at with these weapons. Just as he was entering back into the cabin, he heard Shaun yell, "Hey, Greg, great job. I totally think you massacred that water bottle, man." Greg, who was not above petty teen mockery, held up his middle finger and waved it in the air as he went back into the cabin. The 3 girls were all staring at Greg as he walked into the cabin, waving his middle finger. He saw them and smiled, thinking about what it must look like. The 3 of them were staring him down, and as he opened his mouth, Christy said, "Well, screw you too, Greg. Christ, man, it's not like we want you to take care of us. So teach us, ass, and maybe we—" "You can stop, Christy. God, I think I'd actually rather be in school. Maybe I'm feeling ill. I never thought that I would say something like that. The finger, I promise you, was meant for Shaun Fox and only Shaun Fox. Why, you ask? I can only say it's a guy thing, but he truly deserved it." Greg walked over to the wooden table, set the 3 identical pistols down, and pointed to them. "Each of you, please, pick one of these up so that I can show you quickly how to use them. These are easier than the shotgun." Each of the girls picked one up, and almost instantaneously did a Charlie's Angels pose with the gun. Greg rolled his eyes and said, "If you'll notice the small button on the grip, push this down, please. you will see a red laser. Much like the shotgun, you shall hit what you put that laser on. It is very important that you aim these and do not have a shaky arm. If you do, you will not hit what you are aiming at. I can assure you of that. It is very important that you squeeze the trigger very easily, not hard, and yes, there is a difference.
Okay, senior drill instructor, Tina said.
Yeah, well, if you had an instructor like the one I had, you'd have to do it right the first time every time you held a gun. I mean, it never really sank in with the damn handgun. They are a pain in the ass to shoot, but I never got the gift of a sweet-ass laser sight. Christy, who didn't really know Greg, said,
Did you go to a gun academy or something?
Greg laughed, pointing the gun over the fireplace. Yeah, I went to an academy all right. It was my dad's school of do it right and don't mess up, or you can plan on doing push-ups when you get home, getting a speech on the way home, and getting your choice of mowing, car detailing, or cleaning every gun one by one. Christy said,
Sounds intense.
Greg nodded, looking at the gun while choking back a tear, knowing he'd give everything to have his dad back. As he showed each of them how to load a gun and how to get a fresh magazine loaded, he said, Well, it might have been tough, but he's the reason that I'm able to show you all this. If not, we'd have to rely on Shaun for everything, and I don't think he needs that kind of stress right now. He handed the gun back to Christy and had each of them get extra boxes of ammo and magazines. Shaun winced thinking about it. He didn't want to unfold the paper, but he knew he didn't have a choice. The only answers he was going to get were the ones written on the note. If it wasn't his dad who was responsible, he would have a sense of relief. However, he would have an even bigger sense of fear. That would mean he could do nothing to help. He felt in his heart that if his dad had anything to do with it, there would be no way that he couldn't go forward and try to help. The paper was folded into eighths. Shaun unfolded it slowly, afraid of what he might learn. Shaun, I write this letter, and it is the most difficult thing I will ever do. I know that we have not had the best father-son experience. I always had wished that there would be more time, that there would be more days to do things together. The problem with always having more time is that when it runs out, there is nothing you can do to get it back. When I lost your mother, I thought that there would never be another woman for me. I was not looking for love when I found it, but when I did, there was no way I'd say no to the love that was before me. I know that things didn't turn out how they should, but God laughs at us when we make our plans, son. Make yours, and live for the day, because you don't know if there will ever be a tomorrow. I thought that I was going to be able to make a change, that I could get the cure that would solve everything. I hate that one of the last things we spoke about was a lie. I did give Karen the cure, but the cure was so much more that I can't explain it. I don't understand how it came out so wrong. We developed it in the military, and I was never told of the reactions to the drug. After your mother passed, I did not care. I never checked back with the military to see if the cure we came up with back then had saved the soldiers. Seems like maybe I could have saved the world a lot of trouble if I had. After I gave Karen the drug, I found out that my assistant Rogers had modified the drug, sentencing her to a fate of evil. Shaun, I can only tell you from the last thoughts I might ever have that I am sorry for not being here when your mother passed, for not being there afterward, when you needed me. You will be alone now, probably not any more so than you already were. You need to take care of those kids. They are going to rely on you, but you don't have to do it alone. You can ask for help. Don't be afraid to ask for help. The strongest men in the world have always asked for help. They relied on those whom they needed to make things happen. My notes for this drug are at work, and the originals are at home. Be careful if you try to go back. If you need these for any reason, at any time, you need to be careful. I predict these things will be everywhere. From what I saw yesterday, you'll need to aim for the head to bring them down. The army will eventually tie this to me, and I'm sure they will be looking for me. Be careful if you go to E&T. It's going to be filled with people who are turned. I pray to God that you already know this. I love you, son. You, above all else, were my absolute greatest achievement. I hope that you will carry on developing into the great man that I know you will be. The only problem is that you'll have to lose many years and many experiences that you should have had. You will need to learn and survive. If you can stay in the hills, I urge you to. However, if there is something that you can do to help others, then I ask more of you than I deserve to. I ask that you put the greater good ahead of yourself. You have to be the one to do it if anything can be done. I hope that I can meet you one day again, if God grants my way into heaven. Your loving father, forever. Shaun's shoulders and body started to shake. He held his knees to his chest and wrapped his arms around them, trying to stay strong, but failing to do so. He couldn't believe what was happening. Even more so, that it was his dad who was responsible. The underlying thought in the back of Shaun's head was wondering what would have happened if he'd have just left Ellie alone that day. He had his head in his knees, tears making the knees of his jeans wet. He set his head back and looked up through the leaves to the blue skies. He thought of his parents finally back together, hoping that he made it past the gates. If so, his dad would have had a hell of a lot of explaining to do. He held the letter up to his face, pounding his hands lightly on his face, shaking his head. He wiped his nose on his sleeve and folded the paper back up before shoving it into his pocket. Shaun looked behind him when he heard a sound, wondering if Greg was coming out to test fire some more pistols. Instead, he saw something worse. He saw 5 people who didn't know how to shoot a handgun, shotgun, or rifle, but were all armed to the damn teeth. He realized quickly that there would be a full house going into town, that this might be a great idea, and that it might be the worst thing Greg had ever come up with. He pushed to his feet and wiped his face, knowing that there'd be nothing he could do to hide the redness and puffiness. He grabbed his rifle and started to approach the group, still trying to take it all in. He could see Greg walking a handful of empty water bottles out in front of the group, who were all lining up, apparently to try out their newly acquired weapons. Greg ran up to the side of everyone, not wanting anything to do with being in front of a large group of teenagers who didn't know what they were doing with the weapons yet. Shaun screamed, "Wait! Wait!" Mike, still learning lessons about listening to others who knew more than he did, waved a hand, dismissing him, and shouldered the shotgun, pulling the trigger and pumping 5 times until the gun was empty. When Shaun saw Mike raising the gun to fire, he cupped his ears tight and waited patiently at a distance until he was done. Greg had done the same, realizing the second he started firing that he had forgotten his ear protection, and everyone else's as well. Shaun walked the short distance up to the rest of the group and asked in a calm tone, "Did you forget something, Greg?" Greg, who didn't want to say it because he knew what he would hear back, had no choice, because all he could hear was the ringing inside his head. "Huh?" Shaun patted him on the shoulder, yelling, "Great job, Greg! Now they're all deaf, and we need to go to town and be aware of what's going on. But we won't have any clue when the turned are coming to make us their next meal, because they can't hear shit!" Mike's face started to turn red, and anger sparked in his eyes, not wanting to admit that he had screwed up a second time. Shaun noticed this, and realized that he needed to be taught a lesson. But that was not the time or place. A kid's pride could only go through so much in one day. He'd already been embarrassed more than he could probably handle. Instead, Shaun walked up to the group and patted Mike on the shoulder. "Nice shooting, Mike, but I think that it might be a good idea to get you guys some ear protection. There aren't too many shots like that you can shoot and still be able to say anything afterward other than, 'Huh?'" Mike started to say something, but realized he was getting a free pass and knew not to look a gift horse in the mouth. He nodded his head and slowly started reloading the shotgun. Greg ran inside and came back less than a minute later, having the advantage of knowing where most of the items were because of helping Christy earlier. He distributed yellow foam earplugs for the group so they could learn how to fire the weapons and not go completely deaf. Greg and Shaun walked the line, helping with posture and stances, and watched. With each shot, the group finally started to look like they knew what they were doing. After witnessing how well the others were hitting their targets and reloading their weapons, Shaun and Greg felt confident that they were as ready as they'd ever be to go to town. Greg handed Shaun his pack, and Shaun repositioned it so he could tie the axe to it. He attached his bow using Velcro straps to the opposite side and jumped up and down, seeing what would fall or make noise. He looked at Greg with a smile. "Damn, man, how much stuff did you pack in here?" Greg crossed his arms proudly. "Well, if we run into a mob of them, we have a truckload of ammo to take them out with. Everyone packed heavy, but it shouldn't be bad at E&T, right? I mean, it was Sunday when this stuff spread. That's not a busy day there, is it?" Shaun shrugged. "Well, it shouldn't have been, but who knows? I don't think that we were the only orphans in town." Tina said, "Yeah, there are going to be a lot of kids out there without parents now, if they were lucky enough to live." Shaun shook his head no. "I mean, that place worked people till they were dead tired, past the brink of what they should have asked of people. Unfortunately, I could see someone being there when that Rogers guy who worked with Dad was there. I don't know any of the details or how long he was roaming the halls before my dad found him. I just know that whatever is in there, we need to be careful. If we find something in Dad's notes and a sample of what he gave to Ellie's mom, we will need to be careful with it. That stuff is hell in a bottle, and we don't need to unleash any more of it." Chapter 9. Briefing. Day 2. 0900 hours. Officer Phelps walked down the middle of the cargo plane, chewing on a thick stogie. As its smoke rolled to the top of the plane, it matched his peppered, black and gray short hair. He had been walking around the plane, the base, and the barracks ever since hearing of the outbreak, and that his team had been called up from leave to a special assignment. He knew nothing about what was going on, as all communications and outside news feeds to the base had stopped. They had just returned from a 1-month mission in South America, helping to raise the price of cocaine by decimating one of the jungle factories that no one in South America would ever admit existed. He and his men had been looking forward to spending some time resting and relaxing on the beaches of the East Coast, drinking domestic beer, grilling, and eating to their heart's content. Phelps went back in his mind to the video call he had received, informing him of this mission. He asked what would be needed of him, and the officer who made the call was less than informative. The officer simply told Phelps that because of the outbreak, there was important information that might need to be gathered, and that they would be told more on a need-to-know basis. Phelps asked when he would need to know this. The officer advised him that when the next video transmission took place, they hoped to know more. Before finishing the call, the officer told Phelps to have his crew of 6, which included him, ready to go. Phelps walked through the locker room assigned to his men. He smiled to himself, thinking how every one of the damn things looked exactly the same. It didn't matter if they were in Singapore or Louisiana. Every base had the same amenities. The only difference was the temperature outside, and whether you had to worry about enemy fire taking you out while walking across the base. He checked on his men, making sure everyone looked tight, ready to go, and had their head in the game. He looked into the rec room off of the facilities and saw Aslan with a notebook in his hand. Nobody would know that he was getting ready to go on a mission. He had nerves of steel. He didn't have a death wish. He just felt that death couldn't find him. Phelps could only imagine the gore that son of a bitch was jotting down. Aslan was an aspiring author who could descriptively explain what happened when the shit hit the fan. His military novels were the best and most accurate he'd ever read. He also advised him that he would never be allowed to tell a bedtime story to any of his children. Aslan was very proud of that fact. He was one of the top-ranking qualifiers every year in the military's sniper long-distance contest. He could be in the thick of shit or in an abandoned building on fire and still take out his targets. Phelps was glad Aslan would be coming along on the mission, even though he had no idea exactly what the mission was. Aslan looked up, seeing him, and waved the notebook at Phelps. "Hey, you want to take a sneak peek at my latest?" Phelps waved his hand a no at him. Hell no, I just ate. I still wonder how your little old mother can sleep in the same house as you and not fear what could happen to her in her sleep. Aslan laughed as he held his hands out straight, impersonating a zombie, not knowing how not funny that joke was going to be in the hours to come. Sir, my mother loves me. She has nothing to fear from me. It's anyone who isn't invited that comes into the house that has to worry. Phelps nodded, knowing that he was not joking. Let me know when you're done. I'll make sure to read it on an empty stomach. In the morning. Maybe that will give me enough time to mentally heal from the experience of seeing what goes on in your head. Aslan gave him a salute, folded his notebook, and headed off to smoke. He yelled, Well, I don't know if a day is enough time to get over what's in my head, but you can definitely make the best attempt. Phelps walked away, leaving Aslan to his demonic thoughts. He was thinking in the back of his mind how there was no chance in hell that he would be reading anything about what he was currently writing. The shit would be stuck in his head for weeks, especially if he was writing horror stuff, instead of the usual military books he liked to work on. He went into the barracks room, where he saw Lieutenant Clary, his head of demolition, sitting at a card table with his back to him. He looked at the items spread out on the table, and saw a plethora of wires, pieces of what looked to be C4, and trigger mechanisms. He said, Clary, how we doing today? Phelps stood there watching, while Clary continued to play with a set of timers that he'd modified. He had heard nothing. Phelps waited for him to look up, knowing very well that he couldn't pass the military hearing test to save his life. When he did look up, and saw Phelps standing there, he looked startled. What are you sneaking up on people for? I happen to be dealing with some very delicate equipment here, sir. Phelps nodded, fully respecting the amount of power sitting on the table, and pointed at some hybrid concoction Clary had in front of him. What are you making? It isn't going to blow a hole in the plane, is it? Clary smiled confidently, shaking his head in the negative. No, sir, it won't blow a hole in your plane. He picked up an empty Coke bottle, spat the remains of a wad of chewing tobacco into it, and continued. Yeah, no way it'd blow a hole in the plane. I mean, really, I don't even know if there'd be anything left that could fall to Earth. Maybe that little black box would make it. Phelps looked a little closer at the equipment, and nodded his head slowly, turned around, and started to walk away. Looking back over his shoulder, he said, God, you're a scary man. You haven't been drinking, have you? Clary replied simply, No, sir. Well, not heavily. Make sure to keep it that way today. We're going into Hell's Mouth in a few hours, I think. I need everyone sharp today. Clary's hands went to his lap, where he had placed the flask, holding the amber-colored love of his life. He tightened the lid, and returned it to the pocket of his camo cargo pants. He then went back to assembling the project at hand, thinking in the back of his mind that he'd need to top the flask off in case he ended up being stranded somewhere horrible for a few days. Phelps went through the locker room, looking for the last of his men, and found Claire sitting at a computer, typing as if his fingers were possessed. Phelps was better with a two-finger typing approach, where he only used his index fingers to type at a very slow pace. Claire, who was not looking at his hands, was pulling up page after page of data, shaking his head in astonishment. He paused for a millisecond to push his glasses up, and finally stopped. He whispered, Well, fuck me sideways. Phelps laid a hand on his shoulder, making the young man jump. I'll pass, thanks. What are you doing, son? Claire rose from his chair to conduct the full salute routine, as he was still new to the SEAL's rank and team. His expertise had been requested, and he was coming for his first mission with this team. Officer Phelps, excuse the language, please. I didn't mean any. Phelps gripped the younger man's bicep, pushing him out of the way to get a closer look at the data. He was remembering what he had told Clary about going into Hell's Mouth soon, and thinking there was a very strong chance that he had not been exaggerating when those words left his mouth. Phelps, a long-time military man, had seen the worst of the worst, and now realized those images in his head might look like training ops, compared to what they were about to face. Claire, what the fuck are you looking at? Claire looked confused about the salute, and still snapped one off to cover himself. He pushed his glasses up again, and pointed at the screen. This is early this morning, sir. Each one of these planes was in America yesterday, and each one of these has been blown up. The infection apparently has made it across to Europe. If you look here, that's Mexico. They are putting up a fence and blocking our borders." Phelps laughed out loud. "Shit must be bad if they are trying to keep us out." Claire continued. "It shows real time on this, and they're moving like, well, excuse my French, sir, absolutely insane motherfuckers. They have what looks like their entire army in place on the opposite side, armed to the teeth and ready to kill anything that might present itself." "Are there any more details on what we're dealing with, son? Does it say what the military is doing with all the forces who are already in America and available?" Claire pointed to one of the many windows on the monitor. "If you look here, it looks like they're focusing on containment. They aren't trying to move in. They're setting up a perimeter, sir. The news reports say that people from the Midwest are running like rats from a sinking ship. The army is trying to contain them, but there are too many places they aren't able to secure fully. They are reporting that they fear the spread of whatever it is won't be containable. There are just too many weak points, and not enough men." He pointed to a news graph showing the spread, then to a blood-red spot in Iowa. "I hacked into the CDC, and according to them, it started in Iowa. That is the last place you want to be right now." Phelps patted the young man on the shoulder. "Well, aren't you just about the most chipper, good-news guy to have around? Glad you could make the team, son. It would seem you are going to have one hell of an initial popping of the war cherry." Claire went to point out more, but Phelps said, "I don't think I need to know any more about the world caving in on itself, but thanks for the update. I think there might have been a reason they were keeping people in the dark." Claire laughed, and Phelps gave him a stern eye-fucking. Claire choked back the laugh, realizing very quickly there was no joking matter here. He was dead serious. "Let's turn this shit off. I don't want anyone else seeing this. We know we're most likely going to a very unfriendly place, and I don't think anyone, including you as a SEAL virgin, needs to be reminded of it. All you're going to do is psych yourself out, freak out the rest of the men, and potentially get yourself, and more importantly, me, killed." Claire nodded. "Sorry about that." Phelps, now feeling the adrenaline pumping through him, snapped off. "Sorry about that? Sorry about what?" Claire now realized it was the perfect time to do the salute that he'd almost been pushed into skipping earlier. "Officer Phelps, sorry about that, sir. I didn't mean anything by it, sir." Phelps heard laughing a few lockers away, and made a line straight to its source. He was aggravated, and thinking that the shit was going to be hitting the fan. He rounded the corner, where he found McClellan and Aslan lying down on opposite benches, stretched out, each with a lit cigarette in his mouth. Phelps, who was anti-smoking, especially after quitting for his 50th time, saw them laughing and decided that yes, his blood was boiling. He came around the corner and slammed a locker door shut, making both of them fall off the benches, then shooting straight up. Aslan's eyes were cue balls, and his hands were up, ready to kill. Phelps said, "You two think there's something funny going on here?" McClellan hopped up too, never dropping a smoke from his mouth. He nodded his head and pointed around the corner. "We don't mean anything by it, sir. We just figured it wouldn't be long before that guy would get his first ass chewing from Officer Phelps." Phelps took a breath, staring at the cigarette smoke, knowing that his wife wouldn't know if he had one. Yeah, there's a good chance that it won't be his last either if he doesn't stop putting his nose where it doesn't need to be. McClellan looked over at Aslan, who was nodding his head. Aslan shook a smoke free from his pack and handed it to Phelps. "Sir, for the love of country, we both encourage you to please smoke this. We won't tell Julie, we promise. I still got that story if you want to read it." Phelps smiled. He knew his wife would give him a hard time if she smelled smoke on his fatigues. He slid it in his shirt pocket, figuring it might be something he would need later. Phelps needed to find the last of his men to make sure he was ready to go. It was his job to make sure that, before any operation, everyone looked like they had their head on straight. Of course, they also had to give off the perception that they were ready to kill and keep a level head. He went to the last row of lockers and found Gowland sitting by himself with his locker door open. Even from a distance, Phelps could see that there was a shrine to his baby girl in there. He held a picture of her and pressed his lips to it with his eyes shut. He placed it back in its spot on the inside of the locker, made the sign of the cross, and kissed the cross that hung around his neck. Phelps walked up behind him and patted him on the back. "She's getting big, Gowland. What are you feeding that kid?" Gowland smiled, looking at her picture, and nodding his head. "Steak and potatoes, sir, and whole milk. And of course nothing but butter on everything she eats." Phelps plucked one of the pictures off of the locker and stared at the newborn. He smiled, as if he needed a reason to go through the shit that he did every day. Maybe this precious baby girl was it. Gowland started to say something, just as the lights inside the barracks began flashing red. He pressed his head against the locker, slid off his wedding ring, placed it inside, and shut the door. The 5 men and Phelps assembled in the front of the building as the sun rose higher, heating up the day. A pair of military police waited outside the barracks with a Humvee, ready to escort the group to the plane that would be their transport. The men loaded in, slamming the doors, each of them realizing they were about to face an enemy on their own soil. On top of that, they knew nothing more than when they had gotten the news that their leave had been canceled. They pulled up to the rear of the plane, which the 2 pilots had already started. The engines screamed, ready to roar down the tarmac. As the men walked on board, a general handed Phelps a package, then extended a hand and shook Phelps's. It was the type of handshake someone gives another when the recipient's fate is doomed. Phelps smiled and squeezed the man's hand short of breaking it, and not caring. "Don't count me and my boys out just yet, General Baker. We've been to hell and back before, and we'll do it again." The general gave him a smile full of pain and regretted the handshake. "Officer Phelps, I do hope you make it back. Someone has to go. You'll see the details on the big screen once you get in the air. There isn't any middle ground on this one. You either succeed or you fail, and failing is not an option." "Well, we're SEALs, sir. We aren't going to fail." Phelps looked up at his men, who stood in a line across the entrance to the rear of the plane. He smiled as he looked at them, and nodded his head, thinking that they probably had a better chance than people were giving them credit for. They wouldn't have picked his team for the mission if there was someone else better for the job. Officer Phelps walked to the plane's tailgate, stopped, and turned halfway to view the base. Aslan and McClellan, being the smartasses of the group, yelled down, "Sir, modern-day aviation is making some wonderful innovations, but there's little they can do about actually getting you onto the plane, sir." Phelps, having the rank to do so, lifted his right hand and extended his middle finger. He turned around and saw a group of men who were on the brink of laughter, knowing that if they looked worried, they wouldn't be the perfect group to go. The officer shook his head in mock frustration and joined his team. The men took their seats for pre-flight takeoff and waited patiently. The pilot came over the loudspeakers, announcing, "Gentlemen, we will be departing shortly. Please make sure your trays are in the upright position and your seatbelts are fastened." The men stared at each other, shaking their heads as they looked at the seats in front of them. There were no trays, of course. Aslan spoke up. "I bet we got Forsyth for a pilot. That guy is crazy, like frickin' nuts." McClellan laughed. "Well, at least we're going to get there quickly. No need to wait for things like safety checks. They were either short on pilots or he was the only one crazy enough to volunteer to make the flight after hearing where we're going." Clary yelled from the back, "Well, it doesn't take a crazy son of a bitch to fly over a hot zone and drop 6 guys into hell, right?" Clary yelled over the sound of the engines firing up. "What do you mean dropping us into hell? You haven't even gotten the mission orders yet." Clary laughed at the rookie. "Well, Rook, I hate to tell you this, but those big packages on the end of the Humvee we passed weren't diapers. Those are called parachutes, son, and that means they're gonna drop that big bastard at 10,000 feet, along with the 6 lucky fucks who are going down with it." Claire rested his head on the seat, thinking of the images he'd saw earlier that day, and decided it best that he keep his mouth shut, unless he wanted to be thrown off the plane early by Phelps. He hadn't heard too many stories about the man, other than he was a war legend who always brought his men home, even when tasked with the impossible. Claire said a silent prayer to himself that he would be one of the ones who made it back. Gowland looked over, noticing Claire's distress, and patted the kid on the shoulder. "Hey, man, they're just screwing with you. Forsyth is a hell of a pilot, but he doesn't worry about things like dying because, well, okay, so he might be a little crazy, but it works itself out in the end. Aslan overheard the conversation. While being one of the craziest men in the group, he was in no way ignorant. "I don't think it has anything to do with being dropped off in the worst place imaginable, guys." Clary yelled back, "Yeah? Then what the hell is it, genius?" Aslan sat up a little, looking at Clary and Claire. "Well, unless you gentlemen grew wings out of your asses, then there is a hell of a good chance that wherever we are being dropped off, we are also going to need to be picked up and get back home. I agree that the next time we set foot on solid ground, it will be with a parachute strapped to our backs." Phelps, who had been listening to the men as they tossed around their thoughts, agreed with Aslan. Once the plane accelerated down the runway, he stared intently at the writing on the red envelope. "Do not open until after takeoff. Top secret." He couldn't stop running his weathered and scarred fingers over the tabs to pull and open. McClellan saw this and tapped Phelps on the arm. "You don't usually look this nervous, sir. What's up?" Phelps didn't say anything. As soon as the seatbelt light turned off, he joined the other men in hitting the release and rose to his feet. He was thinking dearly about that smoke in his pocket. With a deep breath, he ripped off the tab that sealed the red folder, discarding it on the floor. He pulled out a single USB thumb drive and stared at it. Clary held out a hand, walking forward, and Phelps nodded, not wanting to deal with the tech shit if he didn't have to. Clary took it to a monitor that was mounted to the wall, inserted it, and brought the machine to life, typing on the keyboard below it. McClellan watched in awe of how fast he was going. "Christ, man, slow it down a little. You gotta warm her up before you try and slip it in. Caress, buddy. Take your time. If this flight is so short that you need to move that quick, then I'm feeling worse and worse by the second." Clary laughed, pushing McClellan with his giant frame. "Like you have any room to talk about taking your time." McClellan looked offended. "Would you stop giving me shit about her? It was a bar shitter. There's no time for romance every time." The screen they were all pretending they didn't care about came to life, showing a map of the United States of America. It was a real-time estimate of the outbreak, and how the analysts at the government predicted that they thought it was going to spread. The men stopped laughing immediately and stared at it. Gowland got up, thinking of his daughter, glad that she was at her grandparents' place with his wife in the country on the West Coast where they lived. The screen went blank and turned to green as a message stating, "Stand by for a direct message from Washington, D.C." ran across the screen. A video feed from the war room where Lieutenant Colonel Frederickson was commanding from came into view. He looked like he hadn't slept since it all started, because he hadn't. He had a steaming mug of coffee in front of him and was down to a green, Army-issued T-shirt and a pair of camo pants. He dropped his notes, glanced at his watch, and then looked up, seemingly doing math in his mind, as if the current time meant something very important. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and said, "Good afternoon, men. I wish that you weren't being sent on this mission, but resources are devoted to the Middle East right now, and the amount of soldiers on the ground in the U.S. is drastically undernumbered. That being said, I have no good news for you today. America is being lost, and it is spreading with every single moment. Each minute that passes means precious lives lost." Phelps walked closer to the monitor, not sure where to look or speak. Claire pointed to the corner of the monitor. "Right there, sir." Phelps cleared his throat. "I heard this was in America before they shut down communications at our base. What is this, sir? What are we going in to do? How bad is it? I got family here. We all do, sir." Frederickson was past his patience and sympathy point for the day. He yelled, "You don't think I know that? Do you think that maybe someone else should have been picked for this mission, Officer Phelps? You and yours got something that makes you more special than the other million soldiers on the ground, and with half the resources a SEAL team has?" The number of 1,000,000 hit the men like a brick. They weren't going in to try to stop something. They were taking the first steps of what would be a war that started overnight and caught America with its pants down. It wasn't coming from the shores. It was coming from the center of America. Phelps sat down, as did the rest of the men. That was a heavy hit, and the implication of that many people was too much to grasp at the moment. "What is our mission, sir? We will do whatever you need." A picture of Frank Fox came on the screen. Fredrickson stayed in the background as a voice only. The man pictured is Frank Fox, retired Army biochemist. Clary leaned in towards Aslan. Isn't that how we want to start off a conversation? The country is going to hell in a handbag, and by the way, it's a bio-threat. Phelps whispered over his shoulder to Clary and Aslan. Do you two feel confident about your parachuting skills? Both men nodded to Phelps, who continued. How do you feel about them without a fucking parachute? Some of what this man is saying might be important. Do you think you could let him hold your goddamn attention for a fucking minute, please? They sat up straight, nodding. Phelps wasn't the biggest joker of the group, but when he was taking something seriously, he sure as hell wanted the men under him to react and do the same. Phelps looked back to the screen, which had gone momentarily quiet. He nodded his head that his men were back in full attention, and it would not waver again. Fredrickson continued. This is Frank Fox. The original reports from the CDC claim that Karen Randall, who we are calling Patient Zero, had been checked in earlier that morning in a coma-like state. The hospital records and videotapes show Frank Fox arriving early in the morning and entering her room. Patient Zero's daughter Ellie and Fox's son Shaun were in the room at the time. We can assume they were waiting for him. The video shows Fox leaving the hospital and then coming back a few hours later, looking frantic. We believe that sometime during that day, Frank Fox administered a drug to the woman and she, in turn, infected the hospital staff. The screen changed, showing security camera footage of people rushing into Karen's room and shortly after being taken out on wheelchairs and stretchers. The men stared in disbelief, looking at one another. The footage changed to a slide showing the beaten hospital staff arriving in the emergency medical unit. The footage then jumped to a few hours later, when all hell broke loose with an Indian man leading the front, jumping on top of a nurse and eating her. Phelps said, Oh my, please God help us. Clary said, I might not be a religious man, but good God, if that's where we are going, I sure as hell wouldn't mind an assist from the man upstairs. Fredrickson switched the slide to Frank and Officer Lennon running across the parking lot of the hospital, where the turned were running rampant and wild. Claire, who couldn't help himself, whispered, What the hell did he do to that lady to make this? The last slide showed Frank and Lennon in his unmarked police sedan, peeling out of the parking lot, and then heading west on the interstate toward Adel. Phelps said, Is that all we got to worry about then, sir? I mean, do you know anything other than that? With that explanation, another slide came on, showing a large E&T truck overturned on the interstate. We believe that for whatever reason, they'd already created a large batch of this drug and was shipping it to their sister company in Chicago. There was a volleyball tournament that ended around the same time, and unfortunately, we believe this tanker to have been full. The spread, in part, we believe is because of the incubation period. Based on Karen Randall and when she arrived at the hospital, along with when Fox arrived, we think that there are a few hours between the time when the drug takes effect and when the change happens to these people. The large numbers of people who were in the traffic accident, or held up because of it, were exposed to the drug somehow, possibly in vapor form. The screen then showed the last reel of slides in order. Iowa, Nebraska, Minnesota, Missouri, Arkansas, all showing people on traffic camera footage, either running wild in the streets for their lives or running to end one. When the footage showed the first person who was missing his insides up and walking around, most of the SEAL team made a sign of the cross, wondering how in the hell this feat would ever be pulled off. Phelps asked, So, sir, we're being dropped in Adel, not Des Moines where the outbreak actually happened? Is that what you were saying? Affirmative. In the folder, we have maps and directions to Fox's home, Karen Randall's home, and to E&T, where he worked, and where we believe he would have done the majority of his work. We need this, men. We do not have a backup plan. You are our hope. You are carrying the future of America and her children on your shoulders. The men nodded, thinking of all the seemingly impossible missions they had been through together. They were probably easy compared to what they were going to encounter once their feet touched the ground. Phelps asked, Sir, I don't want to ask this, but how do we get back out? You have to succeed, son. Pilots and planes are a commodity we do not have to waste, so give them a reason to land. Also, you'll need to get this information as soon as possible, as there just isn't time. We have a fight in front of us, boys, and we need to cut it off at the knees if we can. We are already behind on this, and we'll be starting from absolutely nowhere. Phelps stared at the frozen image on the screen of a woman whose torso had been completely eaten through, yet she was on her feet and running at speeds a track star would envy. How would you like us to treat the natives, sir? You can consider anyone you see as potentially infected. Aim to kill, son. Do not waste time sorting people out. If they are running after you, make an executive decision. Sir, if we encounter any healthy individuals, would you like us to try and rescue them? Phelps, unless it is Frank Fox, no one leaves with you. This is not a rescue mission, and with the incubation period of the drugs, we won't know if it is an infected you are bringing back or not. We are putting up perimeters for a reason. If we bring the sick back, what do you expect to do with them? I was also going to ask, sir, do you need one of those things to verify that the cure works? How will testing on something like this go? Phelps, unfortunately, I don't feel that finding a test subject is going to take very much work in the immediate future. I don't have much more to tell you soldiers other than good luck and watch each other's backs. You'll be the only ones who will be. Do you have any questions? Phelps looked at his men. Claire raised his hand. So, send you the information when we find it and bring back Frank Fox. Did you want a video chat with him before we come back? We would be very interested in speaking to Frank Fox the minute he is found. He is going to be vital to speeding along with the research with our team of scientists that we have been collecting over the last few hours. He can hopefully help us dissect what his drug does and what it was supposed to do. We have already tried gassing these things at the Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, and nothing happened. They came through fully charged and ready to kill and eat. If there is no cure, we do not have enough bullets readily available to take these things out. They are almost impossible to kill. One way or another, we want confirmation on Fox. Phelps stood up, saluting the television mounted to the wall, and pressed the button to turn it off. He collapsed into the seat and looked up at the roof of the plane, thinking of his wife, and that there was a great chance he wouldn't see her again. Without thinking, he stared at the no smoking sign on the side of the plane and pulled that lone smoke from his pocket. With a flick of the lighter he always carried with him, he lit it up. When McClellan cleared his throat, Phelps looked at his men. With the cigarette clenched between his teeth, he said, "Smoke 'em if you got 'em, boys. Fuck it." Gowland and Claire looked at each other, neither of them smokers. Claire said, "We don't smoke, sir." Phelps closed his eyes, sucking down a huge drag. "Well, if you have a problem with it, son, then head on up to the front of the plane. Maybe the captain will give you a tour. Maybe you can check with him how long it's going to be to get to Iowa. My guess is less than 3 hours." Chapter 10. Truth. Shaun and Greg got the packs set to go to town, and they started the long hike down the hill. Mike couldn't leave well enough alone, and as he was trying not to lose his balance, he ran up a few steps to fall in place next to Shaun. "So, can you tell me, since Greg refuses to say anything, why all of a sudden we need to go back down the hill?" Shaun thought about the repercussions of anything he might say. He would for sure be blamed until his dying days for being the son of the man who set the world on fire. "I don't really want to get into it right now, Mike. Maybe we can talk about it some other time." Mike walked a little slower for a step, not done trying to interrogate the answer out of him. "So, do you think there is a cure for whatever happened to those things, Shaun?" Everyone watched Shaun as he thought of the answer. "Well, from what I saw yesterday, the people who don't have giant limbs missing and holes through their bodies might have a chance at being cured. I think the ones who are just brutally eaten aren't going to have any other options but to be shot in the head." Mike nodded, walking faster now. "So, where are we going to look for these answers you guys are talking about? I mean, you have to know something, right?" Shaun nodded his head without answering. Mike was losing his short patience again, and when he looked back over his shoulder, Greg met his eyes with a shake of his head. Mike thought about it and decided it was worth the risk. Well, I think that you guys have to tell us what is going on. Don't you guys? No one else spoke up. Shaun stopped walking and shrugged. Oh, to hell with it. You aren't going to like the news. Do you totally and 100% understand me? Like, there is no upside to this, other than we have an idea where we might find information the government would probably deem useful. We might be able to find the key to the cure that the CDC is so confident they can create. Mike slowly nodded his head. Yeah? What am I not going to like? Greg stood nearby, fists clenched. They were all looking at Shaun. My dad was responsible for creating this drug. Mike laughed. Bullshit! There's no way! Shaun's face was solemn. Yeah, he did, Mike. I'm sorry that he did, but he did. He was trying to cure Ellie's mom. Apparently he thought something he did while he was in the army was something he could use to come up with a cure. Ellie's eyes began to fill with tears, and her lower lip began to quiver. Shaun, please tell me you're kidding. That this is all some sort of sick joke? Shaun looked at Ellie, and then at the ground, not able to handle the look on her face. I'm sorry, Ellie. I wish it was. I wish none of this would have ever happened. It's all my fault. If I'd never tried to stick up for you, they'd have never met. Greg said, Dude, we already went over this. It isn't your fault, man. Your dad thought he was doing something great. He wouldn't have tried to end civilization as we know it. Tina started crying, thinking of her brother. If it's anyone's fault, it's Lucas and his friends. Had they just left Ellie alone, there would have been no reason for you to stick up for her. Patrick pushed up his glasses, clearing his throat, and spoke up. It's like a butterfly effect, don't you see? It's freaking perfect, actually. Lucas picks on Ellie, Shaun sticks up for her, they get sent to detention, their parents come to get them from the principal's office, and they meet and fall in love. Then cancer strikes her mom. They all looked at him blankly, and Patrick started to blush and kicked at the leaves on the ground. I read it somewhere, all right. Would you quit staring at me? Mike set his pack down, thinking hard for a minute. Before this, he thought he could not feel any worse. He was wrong. He looked up at Shaun and said, I'm not going with you. I'm going to go back up, pack some things, and leave. I don't think I can be around you for a while. Patrick smacked him on the shoulder. It isn't like he designed the drug or whatever it was. It was his dad, and he was trying to save someone. Don't be a prick about it. Shaun nodded his head. Yeah, I understand. And this goes to every one of you. I don't want people telling anyone about this. If people knew it was my dad, they'd probably kill me out of spite. I am sorry, and I'm only going to say it once. There isn't anything I could have done to prevent this, Tina said. It's just a lot to take in, Shaun. Christ, why didn't you tell us yesterday? Shaun shrugged and pulled out the note that his dad wrote to him. Probably because I didn't know yesterday. My dad slid me a note right before he started to turn, and I didn't have it in me to read it yesterday. Once Greg and I started to talk, it all kind of hit home. Shaun was staring at Mike, who was staring at a shotgun with determined, wet eyes. Tears slowly rolled down his fight-bruised cheeks. He was squeezing his shotgun so tight his knuckles were white. Shaun looked at Greg, but his full attention was on Mike as well. Christy spoke up and said, Well, look at it on a positive note. Mike didn't let her finish. He started to walk back up the hill, saying over his shoulder, There is no bright side here, other than him maybe saying there could be a cure. Patrick, are you coming? Patrick shook his head no. I'm going with them, man. If we can do anything to try and get a cure or the data they need to work on one, then I am totally going. This is like one of those epic things that you only get one chance at. Greg yelled, Hey, the cabin is locked. You sure you don't want to come? It could be a long night if we don't make it back. Ellie slapped his stomach. Don't be an ass, Greg. We are going to make it back, and we're going to do it while it's still light out. Greg rubbed at his stomach. Christ, Ellie, save the wonderfulness of my stomach, would you? I just didn't want him to go all the way back up there only to realize that he was alone and outside and that it might get dark. In which case, yes, he'd be outside and alone in the dark. Mike stopped walking and turned around, slinging his shotgun over his shoulder. With fists clenched, he screamed, "You know, if your dad didn't try to be God, he wouldn't have fucked up all of our worlds, asshole!" He turned and started his endless march up the hill. They watched him until he disappeared. Greg was actually a bit shocked that he didn't do anything stupid. He squeezed Shaun's shoulder and said, "Hey, we know that your dad didn't do something like that on purpose, and we sure as hell aren't going to hold it against you. You already have enough things wrong with you. Mike's just being a dick." Greg could hold a straight face for only a few moments, trying to keep from laughing at Shaun's expense. Shaun fished around in his pocket as he held up a finger for Greg to wait. He then pulled out a fully extended middle finger, saying, "Hey, I've been saving this for you. Thought you might be interested in getting it back." Greg did a jerking motion with his right hand and motioned for everyone to get back moving again. They still had a long trip ahead of them. "We better get moving. Ellie doesn't want to get stuck in the dark." Tina laughed, pointing at Greg.
Oh man, you are so full of it, Greg. Are you telling me that you wouldn't be just the littlest bit scared about being out in the dark by yourself after yesterday?
Greg firmly shook his head no. "Hell no. I don't want to be out here in the dark by myself. We don't know which way all those turned at the buses went yesterday, or what they'd do. Well, we know what they'd do, but I don't want to try and think about that right now. Now let's get moving." As they walked slowly down the hill, Ellie caught up with Shaun, matching his stride.
Hey, are you all right? Like, are you okay?
Shaun had been quiet since Mike left, and he just shrugged. "I don't know how all right I could be. Everything's pretty effed up right now. All of our parents are gone. It's my dad's fault. And it's just because of a stupid thing like helping someone," Ellie said.
You seriously can't tell me that you would be able to predict something like this would happen. It's probably the worst thing that could ever happen, yes, but at least we have a chance to try and help everyone. You can't blame yourself.
Yeah, I can. I don't want to. It's just kind of coming pretty naturally at the moment. I think the only thing keeping me going is the fact that we might be able to help the people.
What do you want to do once we get the information for the government?
I'd like to come back to the cabin and wait it out. We can last up here 6 months if we need to. We need to make sure we survive. We're already breaking what my dad asked of me. Of course, I don't think he could be too pissed off at this point.
I think that's a pretty safe plan. What are you going to do about Mike?
I don't know what to do about him. I honestly don't care. Do you realize how many people will be after me or hate me if this comes out? She kicked at some branches as she walked, not really having a great comeback to try to make him feel better.
If they can't cure those things, how long do you want to try and stay at the cabin?
Shaun looked at her. His eyes looked sadder than they'd ever been. If we can't save them, then I think the best thing to do would be to clear them out.
You just want to kill them all? But they are so fast and so strong.
Yeah, but we can learn. They aren't that smart. At least it doesn't look like it. They are horrible in numbers, but if we can take them out from a distance, I think we could be okay. We would just need to make sure we don't stay in one place for too long. I don't want to think about there not being a cure, though. Not now. Not so soon. Ellie reached over and took his hand in hers, squeezing it, and instantly making Shaun feel a little bit of love that he so much needed at the moment. Tina watched this. She'd been thinking that this was over between the two. She wasn't quite sure how she felt about it. She wasn't sure how she felt about Shaun. But the fact that he had saved her life multiple times since yesterday was not an unattractive thing. She thought about Ellie just 2 days before, saying that she wasn't ready to be in a relationship with Shaun because of her mom, and that she didn't care if Tina went after him. She could see that Ellie seemed to be coming around pretty quick, now that he was the only thing left in her life that she cared about. Tina ran down to catch up with the two of them, putting her arm around Shaun and moving in between them.
You two doing okay? What a day, right? If you'd have told me last week that this was going to be my Monday, and that I wasn't going to be sitting in algebra and thinking of the beach and swimsuits and parties all summer long, I'd have told you that you were insane.
Shaun laughed nervously, feeling Tina up against him. Yeah, This is the first time in my life I'd rather be in school and worrying about making it through the end of the year finals, having something normal to complain about. Ellie didn't like the intrusion to her still trying to make Shaun feel better.
Yeah, same with me. It's amazing how stuff happens. I wish I'd have known the truth about my mom, though. It would have been easier to deal with knowing this over the last few months and finding out about it all at once. It was a blow to the gut. And then to find out about the disease and the outbreak and everything else. It was a relief having Shaun there to help me through it. I wouldn't have gotten through yesterday alive if he wasn't there.
When Shaun saw the truck, he fumbled with the keys, feeling uncomfortable between the two girls and off balance from walking so long with all of the packs and the rifle. He was never not on the lookout for the turned. Greg watched this with a smile as they walked down the hill, amused by Shaun's growing discomfort. He looked at Christy, who saw him smiling. She leaned in close and said,
"What do you look so guilty about?"
Greg shrugged, still smiling. You just never know how things are going to end. The world comes to an end. Shaun is caught up with two girls' affection. It couldn't really be more ironic how things turned out. Look at our generation. We were guaranteed to do worse than our fathers and forefathers, looked at as nothing but lazy losers. And we are the ones who made it through day one. We're the ones who weren't eaten alive. We made it. We survived. Christy stopped walking and let what he said sink in. She thought about how lucky she was to make it through yesterday. She thought about everyone who didn't, and realized that no matter how horrible the circumstances were in front of her, that despite everything, she was truly lucky. She was one of the chosen ones saved to try to do something bigger with herself.
Do you think that we were saved, for a reason? Like, we have a higher calling because of this?
Greg stopped walking to look back at her, trying to take everything in that she had just said. He bit his lip, holding in the smile, and nodded his head. You know, I think that it's God's work. I think he saved us, to save everyone who is left. Christy ran up, gripping his shirt.
Are you kidding? Do you really think that too? I mean, it's possible, right? It could have happened. He could have chosen us, you think?
Greg started laughing hysterically. He didn't not believe in God, but he sure as hell didn't think he would be one of the few chosen to help save the world. I'm just screwing with you. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. I have no self-restraint. Her face turned 3 different shades of red, bouncing back and forth from anger to embarrassment, and then a mixture of the two.
Oh, won't you please grow up?
Greg laughed, and Patrick, who'd been quiet almost the entire walk down, started to let a few laughs slip out as well. Christy shot daggers at him, and he held up his hands in defeat to her. It was funny. What do you want me to do? I mean, hell, look at what we are going to do. If we can't laugh at anything, we are going to snap. Let it go. I'm sure there will be some really stressful stuff we're going to go through, and you can think back to this and have something to laugh about. No longer in Tina's grip, Shaun looked over his shoulder, saw the two boys laughing, and the look on Christy's face, and realized that he'd probably missed something great. Hey, Greg, can you guys get moving? We want to get back as soon as we can, and we still need to figure out how to get the information to the government if we find anything. Christy perked right back to her normal self, knowing the answer.
Hey, that's actually easy. We can just send it through email. I wrote down the address to send it to. I don't know if I needed to do it, though. I'm pretty sure the address would be all over the internet.
Did they actually say all of that this afternoon? Christy smacked Greg on the shoulder.
Christ, were you not listening to the news feed, Greg? It was probably the most important government broadcast ever. Except maybe when the moon landing happened or when Kennedy got shot. But that's beside the point. You need to pay attention.
Greg smiled at her with nothing but bad intentions, saying, Oh, I was paying attention to something, Christy. It just might not have been fully on the guy talking. I had better things sitting right next to me to keep my attention. Tina made a gagging sound.
Ah, Greg, do you have one shy bone in your entire body?
At my age? Are you kidding me? Us guys are doing good just to be able to put one foot in front of the other. Christy pulled on his shirt.
Come on, sex-crazed male.
Greg draped an arm around her. You know, it really is a disease, and there isn't a cure yet. Well, at least not one that can be openly distributed. Shaun knew exactly what Greg was alluding to, and prayed she didn't go into further questions. She did not, and they put their gear in the truck, finding that they had plenty of space in it. Greg opened all the doors, took a large whiff of the truck, then smiled. Gotta love the new car smell. Greg looked at the sticker on it. By any chance, did someone give you the $40,000 to purchase this lovely vehicle? Shaun realized he hadn't actually told the full story of how they came about the truck. You know the old guy that owns the dealership on Main Street? Greg nodded his head. Yeah, he's only been at that spot since before our parents were born. What, was he still alive? Shaun looked at Tina and Ellie, who shrugged.
It's not like we didn't try to be civil with him, right?
When we lost the van, Ellie cut in.
You mean the one that you blew up into big pieces?
She helped emphasize this by making the explosion symbol with her hands. Right, when I blew up the van, bringing a big group of the turned, I realized that we had very little choice but to get a new vehicle. I figured with it being across the street, we could just break in and go pick up something new. I mean, think about it. Everyone in town was at that rally. I figured for sure that the guy who donated more money to school athletics than anyone would have been there for sure. But was he? Hell no, he wasn't. He'd been swimming in a bottle of whiskey for a couple of days. So, was he turned when you got in there or not? Tina said.
Well, we found the bottom half of a mechanic who had a set of keys to the side entrance door, and we went in through there. Ellie and I were looking through the office, and he came down half-dressed, holding a gun on us and threatening to blow us away if we didn't sit still. Shaun came up out of nowhere and saved us from getting shot. He took his gun, and then we made him get us keys to the truck that you are about to ride in.
Greg said, So, did you offer to bring him back here? Shaun shook his head no. You know, you'd think that would be a good idea, but he couldn't get past the zombie thing, and was more focused on the fact that he thought we were just robbing him. By that time, it all came full circle, and we were out the door, and the turned were coming very quickly for the shop. I told him to get to the roof, but we don't know what happened to him. I fear it probably wasn't anything good. Greg held his hand out for the keys, and Shaun abruptly tossed them over his shoulder to Tina, who already had an outstretched hand ready for them. Just because they're crazy turned running in the streets doesn't in any way justify why it would be a good idea or a safe idea for you to drive us, when Tina is willing and able. Greg couldn't resist making Shaun uncomfortable, thinking it was a good idea for him somehow. Is she willing and able, Shaun? He nudged Shaun in the shoulder with an elbow and a wink. Ellie rolled her eyes and climbed into the truck, slamming the door harder than she needed to. Tina's face went just a bit red as she looked at Shaun.
Well, I don't think that is something you're going to have to worry about affecting you anytime soon.
Greg said, Hey, I'm sure Christy is going to make me a happy man. I mean, look at the choices she has left in the world, right? Christy climbed into the cab, not allowing him an answer. Shaun said, You go sit on the other side. I want us to be able to shoot out of either side if we see something. Well, that gives us a left and right shooting, but what about the back of the truck? Shaun looked at Patrick. You think you can hit anything with a shotgun, Patrick? He looked at the gun, thinking of the water bottle that he had decimated, and nodded his head. Yeah, I think there's a good chance I can hit one of them. Shaun tapped him on the forehead. You realize it's the head that counts, right? Patrick smiled, as though he had thought of something they hadn't. You aren't thinking right, guys. Greg said, No, I'm pretty sure you need to shoot them in the head. You can't scare these things. They don't seem to know anything, but they want to kill us from the second they get a taste of themselves. Greg handed his gun to Shaun and slid off his backpack, throwing it in the bed of the pickup, and climbed in. Shaun handed up his shotgun, still waiting for an answer that didn't seem likely to come. Christ, Patrick, so what genius method do you have that we don't know about yet? He pointed to the truck. Guys, we're going to be moving when they start chasing us, right? So all we have to do is shoot them in the leg or in the thigh or hip and disable them. If we leave them hobbling around town, they'll be easy to avoid, and we won't have to worry about them. Shaun nodded. Yes, that is assuming they don't heal. Greg said, Wait, that actually isn't that stupid of a thought. The very first one that we ran into on Sunday when Tina and I were in the squad car was ripping the door off and I shot her right in the chest, thinking that I'd saved the day. Then out of nowhere, she popped back up to her feet and came at us ready to kill. She didn't have a clue that she'd even been shot. Shaun looked up at Greg and said, "You know to aim for the head, but if you can't do that, you're just as lucky if you aim at their feet. Hell, if you blow their feet off. Even if these things can heal, there isn't any way in hell that they'll be able to fix themselves that fast. Right?" Greg looked at Patrick. "You make damn sure that you keep your eyes up to the sky. If those things learned how to climb buildings or something, there's little chance there will be anything you can do about it." Shaun pointed to the back window. "If you need to get inside the truck, we will make sure to leave that window open for you, okay? Just toss your gun and bag in and get in the truck. No screwing around. I doubt glass will stop these things, but it's better than just sitting in the back with them. I saw what they can do to someone with their bare hands. I'm serious. If it looks wrong, get in the truck. I really don't like the idea of you back there by yourself, but we won't be much better off with these rifles in the back." Tina rolled the window of the truck down, leaning out of it.
Are you guys done making out back there? Good God, we've been waiting forever.
Shaun and Greg nodded and climbed into the truck. Christy was sitting in the middle of them, looking at the large rifles resting on the floor and pointing up at the roof.
You guys going to be able to shoot with me sitting here?
They each shouldered the rifles, pointing them out of the window, and looked at her, and then at Tina. Well, there is a good chance that Tina's head is going to be catching all of my brass if the worst-case scenario comes up and I have to fire.
Is it going to hurt if those things hit me?
Shaun said, "Well, yeah, probably. They are hot as hell after firing off a load of gunpowder from them." She threw up her hoodie and said,
"Well, hell if I'm about to get my head burnt, damn it."
Shaun said, "You guys better make sure that you have earplugs in too, because if we have to unload in the truck, we're all going to be deaf like nobody's business." Tina turned over the engine of the massive truck after everyone inserted their earplugs. Before she had a chance to put the gear in drive, they heard Patrick hammering on the window over the music coming from the blasting stereo. Shaun popped the gun up to his shoulder, wildly pointing it around, then seeing nothing. He looked over his shoulder. Greg, what do you see? Are there any of them out there? Do you see anything at all?" Greg turned back to Shaun as worry spread across his face, barely able to hear what anyone was saying. He thought about the echo effect he was getting from his ears and ripped the molded ear protection from where they were inserted. Much too loudly, he yelled, "What the hell are you freaking out about?" Shaun took his ear protection out also. "I wasn't freaking out about anything, for Christ's sake, but Patrick's going apeshit in the back of the truck. I thought maybe one or many of them had shown up here. I mean, I'm sure it's bound to happen eventually, right?" Ellie sat back in her seat, taking a deep breath, remembering her dream, and praying that those things won't make it to the campsite anytime soon. Shaun pulled the release to the three-way window in the back and slid it open to a frantic Patrick, who looked like he was about to lose his mind. "Patrick, what the hell is wrong with you? She hasn't even started driving yet. What's the problem?" Patrick was pointing into the sky, waving frantically.
"There's a plane! Look up in the damn sky! It's gotta be military, too. It has to be. There is no way that they still have planes up and flying after all that has happened. Do you know what that means? They sent someone to rescue us. They sent someone to save us, for God's sake. We're saved! They're coming to get us!"
Shaun hopped out of the truck to get a good eye on them. He dropped his pack on the ground, kneeling next to it, sorting through it as quickly as he could, and produced a pair of binoculars. He found the plane through them, trying to keep it in focus. He watched as the back of the plane opened. "I think they're going to drop something for us. I don't know what the hell it would be." Chapter 11. Departure. The intercom through the plane went off. This is Captain Forsyth speaking. I hope you enjoyed your flight on the Widowmaker. Please thank and tip your stewardesses on the way out. You gentlemen make sure you find whatever you were supposed to get so I can get permission to land and pick you up. I've heard there might be one or two hostiles down there." McClellan leaned over near Aslan. "Really? 100,000 fucking planes in the damn armed forces and they picked one called the Widowmaker to drop us off in hell with?" Aslan smiled, raising his eyebrows twice in return. "Gives you a deep-down warm feeling, doesn't it?" McClellan looked down at the new kid, still waiting to be inspected by Phelps. "Hey, rookie, did you look up this type of plane? How long can they stay in the air for? Claire pushed up his glasses, repositioned his helmet straps, and pointed at himself. Aslan yelled down, "No, the other new guy in the team. Yeah, you. Tell us something good about this plane called a Widowmaker." Claire yelled back, "It can stay up in the air for a very long time without needing to refuel. Chances are they will have him circling the area, trying to conserve as much jet fuel as possible, so that when we are ready, we won't have to wait around to be picked up." Aslan looked over at McClellan, and they both decided that was better news than they were expecting to receive. Phelps walked down the line of men, looking them over, checking their harnesses, and ensuring they were good to go. Clary laughed. "Sir, do you think that you could wipe my ass for me too, please? I'm not sure I got it all." Phelps reached down towards the straps that went through Clary's legs and pulled them tight, making sure that whatever was down there would be as uncomfortable as could be for the next 20 minutes, until they had the green light that they were clear to jump. Clary choked and tried to jump away from the pain. He smiled uncomfortably to Phelps. "On second thought, sir, I believe my ass to be quite clean." Clary reached down, loosening it back to where he was able to breathe. Phelps double-checked Claire and patted them on the shoulder as he walked one last time. Everything looked to be in order. The men all walked in a single-file line to the edge of the plane. Claire read a report from the plane on a monitor near the exit that examined the body heat of the area below. "Sir, it doesn't look like there is anything in that field to the south of us. If he can drop us down there, we should be good to go. We can land near the edge of the tree line and take cover until the Hummer makes its way down to the ground, safe and sound." Phelps, who believed nothing until he saw it with his own eyes, stared at the readout and the picture in front of him, and nodded his head. He hit the radio and said, "Hey, Forsyth, take us around one more time. We want to go down in that field we went by a few minutes ago. We want to be as close to that tree line as possible." Roger that. You guys try not to take too long out there. This thing has about 10 hours of fuel in it, and I'd hate to try and figure out where there's a safe refueling station, unless I can talk some crazy fuck into coming up here and doing it during flight." Phelps hit the response button. "We won't be stopping for anything. It's just in and out." The men waited while the plane approached. Gowland hit the red button for the back to open. The lights illuminated red in the back of the plane, and the men pulled the release, letting the Humvee slide on its rollers out of the back of the plane. Phelps nodded his head at it. "Boys, I've seen that a million times, and it still gets me every time that it ends up in one piece on the ground." Clary was nodding as well. "Totally agree, sir. Let's hope that we can have that same wonderful thing happen to all 6 of us." Forsyth hit the intercom for the last time, counting off. "And we go in 5, 4, 3, 2, and go, go, go!" Phelps opened his mouth to yell at the men to go as he watched Aslan and McClellan run past him and swan dive out of the rear of the plane. Phelps rubbed at his face, watching, not surprised, just in awe. "God, I hate those guys. I really do, Clary." Clary tapped him on the shoulder, prancing past him somewhat like a ballerina, and then made the ugliest jump he'd ever seen. Claire walked up next to Phelps, asking, "Sir, how long have you been with these guys?" Phelps ran for the edge of the plane, yelling over his shoulder, "Too goddamn long!" Then he disappeared from view. Gowland nodded his head, and he and Claire ran for the edge of the plane, the last 2 to exit. They jumped from the rear and soared through the air. They watched as Aslan and McClellan pulled their cords and disappeared back above their heads, screaming in joy from the adrenaline pumping, followed by Clary and Phelps. When Gowland and Claire checked their wrists and saw that they were at the right altitude to pull, they gave each other a thumbs up and pulled their cords. The wind was pushing them away from the tree line they were aiming for, and what they saw a quarter-mile down, almost directly beneath them, sent shivers through their spine. Claire screamed at Gowland, trying to be heard through the helmets and heavy winds. "There are people down there!" Gowland looked down, using the scope on his rifle to confirm this, and yelled back, "There's a shit ton of people down there! But they aren't moving! They're just standing there! Where the fuck did they come from? What's wrong with you? I thought you checked the readings before we told Forsyth where we wanted to be dropped!" Claire screamed in frustration. "That scan of the area was for body heat! Whatever those things are, They don't have a body heat signature. And that is... bad, Gowland. Very, very fucking bad. How the hell do they plan on curing something that has no body heat? He hit his radio up to the rest of the men. Sir, there are friendlies on the ground. I repeat, there are friendlies on the ground, and they are plentiful. The same question came back. Are you useless, Claire? You, I repeat, you said this was the place to drop in. That it looked safe. That there were no goddamn bodies on the ground. Out of character for him, Claire yelled back at a commanding officer, screaming into his mic. Yeah, there were no warm bodies on the ground. Whatever these things are, must be ice cold. Gowland and Claire pulled back on the cords, directing their path and slowing their descent to the ground. They watched the Hummer fall from the sky and land on top of one of the people, crumpling the body beneath it. The rest of them, who hadn't so much as moved their head during the entire descent, heard the crashing vehicle and slowly turned toward it. Within a second, there were 20 of them running for it, leaving the field wide open for the men to land and run into the safety of the woods. The two men watched in horror as the things, which only a moment before seemed docile and almost comatose, exploded from their places and rushed the vehicle. They turned their bodies into weapons with no care or worries for their own well-being. A man in a tracksuit ran up to the passenger window and slammed his head into it repeatedly, splitting his forehead open and painting the window with blood. He managed to work his hand inside the door, then ripped it off the Humvee, throwing it 20 yards away. At the same time, a 6-year-old girl with pigtails that might have been blonde the day before, but were now bright red, covered her white shirt with her own blood as she smashed her nose and forehead into the windshield until the glass shattered. The turned filled the vehicle, all rushing in to be the first to get what fresh, warm meat might be inside. The sunroof was pushed with force from its lock. 2 feet came out of it, then disappeared back inside. A moment later, out came the little girl. Claire stared down at her, and she, in turn, stared directly back at him, licking her own blood from her lips. She growled towards Gowland, sending shivers up his spine. When the two men realized the speed with which these things could move, they did not feel good about coming in for a soft parachute landing. As they got within 20 feet of the ground, Claire shouted to Gowland, "What do we do?" Gowland, the more experienced soldier of the two, took charge and yelled back, "Pull your release cords when you get within 10 to 15 feet to the ground, and then run like hell." "Me? What are you going to do?" "I got a shit knee. Run for the trees and give me as much cover fire as you can. I'm going to need it." Claire nodded, judging the ground, and seeing the mob of the turned were no longer sitting on the car. Instead, they were running like crazed people through the field. They jumped in leaps and bounds, gripping at the air in anticipation of the arrival of fresh meat. Claire moved his eyes away and looked at Gowland. "Good luck!" he yelled. He punched the release, flailing his arms wildly as he dropped to the ground. He kicked his legs, then tucked and rolled upon impact. Once he was on his feet, he looked over his shoulder to see what might be coming from behind, then sprinted toward the tree line, letting his chute blow across the field. He gripped his rifle, kept himself low as he ran into the woods, and melted into the trees and grass. He tripped at the edge of the tree line, scraping his face and cutting his cheek. Claire ripped the glove from his hand with his teeth and touched his fingers to his cheek. When he pulled his hand away to look at it, he saw his hand was covered with a respectable amount of blood. In the distance, he saw Gowland pulling hard on his rig, trying not to get to the ground any faster than he needed to. As the mob got underfoot, they jumped the difference of 15 feet, gripped his legs and feet, and pulled themselves quickly hand over hand up onto him. He was helpless. He pulled out his pistol from its holster and shot a few in the chest, but he might as well have been throwing the bullets with his bare hands for all the good it did. The force of the bullets almost knocked them off of him, but unfortunately for Gowland, almost wasn't good enough. The turned attacked him like wild animals, biting and tearing at his legs and thighs, ripping chunks of flesh off as they worked their way up. He screamed in pain, emptying the pistol. Out of bullets, he gripped it by the barrel with his gloved hand, hitting them in the face with everything he had. but within seconds, 5 of the turned had ripped his cheeks and nose away from his face. He gurgled on his own blood as it poured into his mouth. They tore into his lips and forehead, greedy for the next bite. In the frenzy, the turned ripped the cords connecting Gowland to the parachute, sending them all to the ground, where he was greeted with open arms. The 15 turned beneath him had been waiting for that moment with mouths open, ready for the taste of his warm blood to grace their tongues. Claire hit his neck radio, speaking into it rapidly. "Sir, come in, sir! They got Gowland! They got Gowland, for God's sake! You need to abandon the drop zone you're aiming for. These freaks are... I don't know what they are, but whatever they changed into, it sure as hell ain't human, sir!" He saw the men a few hundred yards up and heard Phelps shout to the others, "They got Gowland! They fucking got Gowland! We need to drop in somewhere else! That space is hot!" Claire watched as his support circled around, headed in the opposite direction, and floated behind the tree line. He hit his mic, realizing any help he was going to have would be a quarter to a half mile away. "Sir, orders, sir! What do you want me to do? I need directions!" "Son, you don't need directions. You need to keep your mouth shut and stay alive. We're going to make our way down there, but we're going to do it slow and right, son. If you get into hot shit, double tap your mic. Can you see Gowland? Do you have visual confirmation of him?" Claire peered around a tree. He did get a visual confirmation on the soldier, but it was not what he expected to see. Claire watched in awe as Gowland got to his feet. His entrails were in his way, and he ripped them out, throwing them aside. He fell into step with the rest of the turned, his eyes bleeding, and he started gnawing on his own arm, tearing a chunk out of it. Claire bent down next to the tree, and whatever he had enjoyed for lunch was no longer with him. He hit his mic, praying, but knowing that any chance of this coming out good were probably non-existent. "Sir! Sir!" Phelps's voice came through. "It's me, Claire. What the hell are you doing, son? Shoot those goddamn things!" The now turned Gowland walked in circles with the rest of the turned, looking for the source of the sound invading their ears. They started to sniff slowly, and then faster, as if their nose was telling them there was something delicious, and that there would be a reward for them if they continued looking for it. Claire stopped hitting the mic and watched as they seemed to be sniffing and looking his way. He felt his face again, remembering the blood, and realizing that those freaks could smell it. He aimed his rifle, waiting, and trying to keep his cool, but with every step they took closer to him, that became more difficult. "Sir, they're moving this way. Gowland got infected, sir, after he was bitten." "Then don't fucking get bit. Get your ass moving. Do you have anywhere you can go?" Claire looked behind him at the mountain-like dirt cliffside he'd landed next to, and realized those things would be on him before he could make any distance up the hill. He laughed, because he couldn't do anything else. The only thing he could think was how he had been told the Midwest was one of the flattest places in America. He couldn't remember who told him that, but he now hated this person. Very much. He shouldered his rifle, knowing it would be better to start shooting while he still had some distance between him and whatever the hell these things were. He couldn't figure out for the life of him how the government scientists could cure something like Gowland, who had his guts hanging from his waist. Claire couldn't bring himself to fire upon Gowland first. He picked the closest of them that he could and squeezed the trigger, firing straight through its heart. Blood and pieces of a heart painted the golden hay-covered field behind it. Claire watched it, amazed that its legs didn't even buckle. He fired a second round into its heart, and a third. It looked down, unaware of what was happening. He hit his mic one last time. "Sir, I just shot one of them in the chest, and all it's doing is putting its fingers to the wound and licking the blood from its hand." "We're on our way. You need to try and get away from there. Or you need a goddamn miracle, son, and you need it right the fuck now." Claire looked up to the sky, as if waiting for the clouds to part, and for God himself to reach down and take care of those damnations that were the devil's gift to earth. Chapter 12. Saviors. Tina drove the truck in the direction of the field over which the plane had dropped the large vehicle from the cargo door. They had not gone far and Patrick shouted something about parachutes and men. She slammed on the brakes, which caused Patrick to slam into the back window of the truck. Ellie and Greg hit the electric windows to go down, and they watched as 6 figures made their slow descent toward the ground. Tina yelled,
"What do you want me to do? They're turned out in that field. There's got to be 25 or 30 of them."
Shaun and the others knew damn well that if these guys were getting dropped off, more than likely they were getting picked back up. Shaun pointed to the middle of the field and said, "Park over there." Tina said sarcastically,
"Wait, you want me to drive into a field with the freaks? That sounds great, Shaun. Can we please?"
Shaun noted the sarcasm. "Well, I'm not stupid. If they come this way, we drive away. Simple as that, Tina." Ellie thought back to earlier in the day, saying,
"Yeah, because today has been nothing but simple, hasn't it, Shaun?"
Shaun was done with the banter.
"Damn it, every second here is one less we're going to have to help those poor guys. They might not know what they're dealing with, and we do. So go, now!"
He slammed the back of the seat, making everyone in the truck jump. There was an intensity about him that they had all learned to take seriously. As they sped along the bumpy field, they watched in horror as one of the 2 soldiers in view fell from the sky, but were relieved when he rose back up and ran to the temporary safety of the woods. They watched the second man become a turned smorgasbord, and Shaun screamed,
"Damn it! We could have saved him! We could have done something!"
Shaun kicked open the door, carrying the rifle in one hand and the assault rifle in the other. He laid the rifle down, then threw his pack on the ground, arranging the hearing protection quickly, and then sighting in with the high-powered rifle. Greg came in next to him, mimicking his actions, and Shaun screamed, "1, then you, and then me. We gotta help that guy." Patrick yelled from the bed of the truck,
"What do you guys want all of us to do?"
Shaun looked over his shoulder, verifying everyone was in the truck still, and yelled,
"You're already doing it. Stay ready to leave. Who knows how this is going to play out?"
Greg peered through his scope, whispering to Shaun, "This kind of feels like déjà vu, doesn't it?" Shaun didn't nod or answer. He was lost, sitting at a gun range years ago. He could still remember the cool air on his face and filling his lungs. He could still feel his dad's hand on his back, calmly directing him how to aim and hit what he wanted to. "Remember, Shawnee, if you can't keep your gun steady, the bullet won't go where we want it to, will it?" Shaun could hear his voice, a much younger voice, saying, "Breathe slow, sit still." He squeezed the trigger, hitting the steel silhouette in the bullseye, and finishing the family saying,
"Hit steel!"
His dad pulled Shaun off the ground and gave him one of the last hugs he could remember before he disappeared into the night, shipped to Iraq. Greg punched him in the shoulder. The daydream of his father smiling and proud, spinning him in the air, vanished into nothing as Greg yelled, "Shaun, snap out of it! What the hell are you talking about, shooting steel?" Shaun blinked the memory away and looked through the scope. What he saw brought him full force back into reality. "Sorry. Let's begin on the turn closest to the soldier and work our way back." Claire had not seen the truck stop in the distance. He was too focused on the monsters in front of him. They seemed impossible to stop, and when they were within 20 yards, Claire made the sign of the cross, coming to terms with his mortality and the fact that his life expectancy was probably getting shorter by the moment. He pulled the trigger, but there was no response. After releasing the empty magazine, he slammed another in its place. He brought the rifle back up, determined that if he was going to go down, he was going down fighting and not cowering, waiting to be eaten. With what he was sure was his final effort, he started to pull the trigger. The boom of a high-powered rifle, followed by another rifle, filled the valley. The head of the man he had been shooting in the heart exploded. Claire jumped back and hid behind the tree, unsure if the fire was friendly or hostile. When he looked around the tree again, the monsters were still walking towards him, but with every shot fired, another one fell. The golden hay was turning red at an incredible pace. Claire saw that the shooter had gotten 8 of them, but they were no longer walking toward him. They were walking toward a truck in the distance. Shaun saw the turn coming their direction, and their walk quickly became a full sprint. He patted Greg on the shoulder. "Hey, I think it's time to get out of here. They're coming like bats out of hell." Greg yelled. "What about that guy in the woods?" A succession of shots went off, 10 in all, and the turned who had been coming their way were lying on the ground and unmoving, no longer a threat. They looked in the distance and heard growling and screaming of some type, but were unsure where it was coming from. What they could see was a soldier sprinting across the field, pointing behind him and motioning to get moving. Tina yelled across to them,
"Get your asses off the damn ground and get in the truck! We have to get out of here! We should just go back to the damn cabin!"
Shaun shook his head no, got the gear off the ground, and tossed it into the back of the truck. "We can't abandon what we're doing. This is our chance. This is our time to help and do something. We need to finish." Greg shouted, "Can we just get out of here and head toward town? We need to get out of here." Shaun nodded his head, and the two boys joined Patrick in the back of the truck. Claire chased them, pumping his arms for everything he was worth. The distance he had on those things was not enough to last for long. Tina veered the truck in a crazy pattern, flying across the field, bumping and buckling the boys in the back as they held on for dear life. Tina drove at an angle for Claire, who didn't care who was coming for him, only that there was someone, something that was a human. The boys dropped the tailgate to the truck, and Patrick screamed into the window,
"Hey, slow it down a little, Tina! We need to get him in the truck! He's human! Remember, he can't run like those damn things!"
Tina pressed hard on the brakes, decreasing the distance between Claire and the truck. When he saw that it was slowing, he threw the rifle toward Shaun, who gripped it with both hands. Claire jumped, gripping onto a chain in the back, and Greg reached for his harness, pulling him hard and fast into the truck. Between breaths, Claire gasped, "Thank you! Good God! Thank you!" Claire looked behind him and saw a new, large group coming after the truck. The 20 he'd seen before seemed like an impossible number to deal with. He couldn't count the number chasing the truck. He hit his throat mic. "Sir, they're after me, and they're thick and moving fast." "How much distance do you got on 'em?" Phelps asked. "I'm in a truck, sir. We should be up to a half-mile or more in a minute, as long as these things don't start flying." "Can I assume that you're being followed, son?" "Roger that, sir, and I'm freaking out." "Well, you're a damn Navy SEAL. You don't have the opportunity to freak out. Bring them this way. We'll be ready for you. You might want to give us a few minutes before you do, though. If you keep following the tree line, we'll let you know when we have eyes on you." Clary came on next. "Hey, don't worry, Claire. I got enough shit with me to set the world on fire." "You know, I hope so. Get a line set up. We're going to circle this field and head back that way. I won't forget that I'm a SEAL. Don't worry." Claire duck-walked to the edge of the truck, holding on to the middle of the open window as it bounced wildly up and down. Claire looked inside, seeing Tina driving, and looking like she was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He looked back at Shaun and the boys. "You're just kids! What the hell are you doing out here alone in a truck like this? You're just goddamn kids!" Greg was holding on to the edge of the truck, and in typical, unfiltered Greg fashion, he yelled, "We saved your ass, didn't we?" Claire opened his mouth, then shut it, realizing the kid was right, and that he'd be no better off than Gowland if they hadn't saved his ass. He was also thinking about the gunfire, and how they'd come in droves once the noise from the rifles started. He yelled in the cab, "Hey, you driving! I need you to head over that way and then back around toward the trees. Got it?" Tina had her hands clenched to the steering wheel, white-knuckling it.
"Tina!"
Claire had most of his attention on the growing mob of the turned that was in a blood-hungry pursuit. He screamed back to her, "What?" Tina yelled nervously,
"My name is Tina, or T, your choice, but it's not, hey you."
Claire looked at her and shook his head, baffled. "Okay, Tina, please drive us over there so my guys can get some time to set up." Tina nodded and turned the truck hard to the right, driving out to the edge of the field and stopping for a moment, letting it idle. The turned were still coming, and were ready. They were running so fast that with every third step they were galloping with their hands, pushing harder and faster. They screamed as they moved in pursuit. Claire tapped on the truck and pointed to the edge of the fields where the woods started. "Tina, start heading over there at about 20 miles per hour." She revved the truck and started their way over to the woods. As they got closer, The mic chirped in Claire's ear. Clary was in charge of demolition and gave him directions. Claire nodded and yelled, "Hey, you, Tina! Head straight for the woods and then take a right. When I yell, I need you to punch the gas because my team is going to light this place up." Tina nodded her head, speeding across the field. The truck was bucking up and down, and the group in the back held on for everything they had, the rifles smacking them upside the head and bouncing everywhere. Claire yelled, "Does she always drive like this?" Greg nodded. "She doesn't drive. She only has a permit." Claire looked again, seeing her for the first time. While very well developed for her age, she was only 14 or 15, and looked like she couldn't be more frightened. As she got to the edge of the woods, she turned hard, swinging the ass end of the pickup and fishtailing. Claire yelled, "Jesus, would you slow down? You're going to get us killed!" Tina let her foot off of the gas, bringing it down to a speed that was only somewhat reckless for driving through a farm field. As they passed a bend in the trees, they saw the soldiers sitting ready on the edge of the forest. They were almost impossible to see. Claire saw 2 sticks sitting up where they shouldn't have been, and motioned to Tina to drive directly through them. She did as she was told and pushed the truck to its limits. Nellie had her hands pressed to the truck's dashboard in front of her, praying that they would make it through the day, or more importantly, through the next 5 minutes. She focused on one soldier who was holding a square black box and had a look on his face that scared the hell out of her, as it was mixed with determination and pure joy. The man, she would find out later, was Clary. Phelps was sitting next to him, and when the horde came around the corner, the soldiers were mesmerized by the pure numbers. Also, until they actually saw what was happening, none of the team had realized that they were going to possess such dangerous speed. Phelps hit his mic. "Those things are catching up to you. You might want to tell whoever you got driving to punch the gas." Claire watched the turned as they ran, rapidly closing the distance between themselves and the truck. He screamed into the cab, "Put your foot to the fucking floor and do it now, goddammit!" Tina yelled,
"Yeah, that sounds totally great and all, but I'm doing everything I can to not crash this truck and roll it across the field, killing everyone who's in it."
Claire shook his head, wrenching his hands. "Jesus Christ, what the hell am I doing here? You want to look in your rear view? Maybe you'll change your mind, sweetheart." Tina screamed,
"Oh, are you dense? I said my name is—"
She looked into her rearview mirror, squinting, and saw that the turned were less than 20 yards behind them. She put the pedal to the floor, hitting the gas, making everyone hold on for their life. She hit a bump, almost losing everyone in the back. Patrick yelled,
"Why the hell am I sitting in the back when there are 2 perfectly good seats in the truck that I could be in? Both with one of those beautiful damn seat belts in it?"
Greg shrugged, screaming, "I don't know, man. I kind of thought you were one of the smart ones." He shrugged, unsure himself how smart he could be if he wasn't sitting in the front with the girls. Although looking at them, they definitely did not look relaxed. Shaun looked at the men, who were just barely visible. They were taking cover for some reason behind trees. Shaun watched Claire, who was putting plugs in his ears and covering them. Shaun looked to Greg, motioning that he should do the same. They got past the men, still speeding, and when the turned were between the 2 points that Clary had set up, he flipped the switch. Shaun was just beginning to speak, saying, "What are those guys going to—" Claire didn't respond. He was nodding, listening to something the rest of them couldn't hear. Shaun looked behind the truck. The ground beneath the turned became a giant, fiery hole instantly. The fire from the explosion soared into the sky, sending bits and pieces of the turned everywhere, showering the truck bed with limbs that were still flipping and jumping. The boys picked them up and tossed them out as quickly as possible, unsure what they should do. The blast was loud enough to shatter the windows in the pickup, and glass flew onto the girls in the cabin. Tina slammed on the brakes, piling the boys and Claire into the front of the truck bed. A unanimous slew of curse words spilled out from the back. Tina yelled,
"Sorry about that, but everything in the truck just shattered and scared the shit out of me. I'm sorry. Is everyone all right?"
Greg looked at the smoking field of bodies torn apart by the blast and said, "When you say all right, do you mean mentally or physically? Because I think my body is okay, just not the rest of me. It's been a long couple of days, to tell you the truth." Shaun nodded and helped Patrick up. You okay, Patrick? You look like shit, man. Shaun returned his shotgun to him, and they sat back for a second, taking in long, deep breaths. Claire looked at the kids, noting their ages and the hardware they were holding. Who the hell are you kids? Where did you get a brand new truck like this? And who gave you those assault rifles, for Christ's sake? Shaun shook his head. It's a long story, and I don't feel like telling a perfect stranger. We are on our own. We just saved your ass. What are you guys doing here in zombie-ridden Iowa of all places? We're here to save everyone. Shaun perked up a little at this. You're going to give us a ride out of here? Is the rest of the country safe? Is there somewhere safe to land? Claire raised his hands in question. I don't know, kid. We were kept in the dark until they had us in the air and on our way here already. They might have set up barriers or perimeters to keep an eye on those things moving through the country. Then what do you mean you're going to save us? What can you do? You couldn't even take care of yourself with 20 of them. Well, with an entire team, we are going to be just fine. Greg said, So, you, finally figured out how to kill one of them, did you? Claire nodded. Our Humvee got kind of destroyed. We're going to need to borrow your guys' ride if you don't mind. Greg, unfiltered at his best, said, Yeah, fuck you very much. You're not taking our truck. We just got this. Go steal one of your own if you need it. Hell, we'll even give you a ride to the dealer. Claire was using cards he didn't have yet to play, and looked down at his rifle, then back up at the kids. Shaun, Greg, and Patrick saw this, and took it as the threat that it was. They raised their rifles before Claire did, and pointed them directly at his face. Claire smiled uneasily, looking like he was going to raise his weapon 1 minute too late. Shaun snapped, Lay the rifle down. It isn't nice to take things from others. You realize that, right? We don't have to give you and your team a ride anywhere. We can leave you out here in the middle of nowhere and let you all sort things out for yourselves. You aren't much more than a stranger right now in my eyes. Claire nodded, setting the rifle down. He was nodding his head, but not to Shaun. He said, My friends in the trees are asking if they'd like me to let them kill the three of you. They don't seem to understand our close relationship. Shaun looked back behind him, seeing thick smoke and nothing else. Your friends can't see us yet. They aren't going to be able to shoot us yet. Claire pointed with a finger to the top of the trees, where a gleam off of a rifle scope glimmered. Claire, feeling like he now was ahead of the game, said, That's Aslan. We call him Cube, and if I hit my radio mic one more time, he's going to take 3 of you out one after another. Greg laughed. Well, that means that after he shoots one of us, we shoot you, and then the rest of us die. Chances are the girls are going to drive away like a bat out of hell, leaving your buddies sitting in the trees. What have you to say about that, soldier? Claire said, Who the hell are you kids? Greg said, We are who survived, and we plan on keeping it that way, no matter what happens. I'm sure you can appreciate that train of thought, being a military man. Tina looked in the rear view and screamed. Ellie whipped her head around and was out of the truck in less than a second. What the hell are you doing? Stop aiming your gun at that guy. He helped us. We helped him. We are even. Shaun said, He wants to take the truck, so he and his friends can go and rescue us. Ellie got a little excitement in her voice. Wait, are you here to round up the survivors and take us somewhere safe? No, he's here to save us. He just hasn't quite fessed up to how he's going to go about doing that. Ellie looked at the man, waiting impatiently. Well? Claire opened his mouth, and then shut it, thinking for a second, and then nodded his head. He screamed, Get back in the truck, now! Do it! Get in! Ellie said, No. I want some answers, or just like the boys were saying, you can go ahead and walk. Claire pointed through the smoke, which was thinning and rising up into the peaceful blue sky, turning it black. From it came the turned who had not been taken out with the blasts. They were still coming, some without arms, some hobbling without both legs, holes that you could put a basketball through. Shaun yelled for Ellie to get into the truck, and before he could get out a sound, she was already slamming the door to the large vehicle. Shaun shouldered his rifle no longer aiming it at Claire, but at what was left of the freaks who were on their way toward them. They seemed to be even angrier than before, if that was a possibility. Shaun got one of them in his rifle sights, but as he began to apply pressure to the trigger, the head of the man, whose arm was hanging on only by his shirt sleeve, exploded, leaving very little of the upper half of his torso. Shaun watched the next 4 shots, seeing the same thing happening over and over again. In awe, he looked at Claire and said, "Is that your sniper at work?" Claire nodded, thanking God that Aslan was in a great place, apparently, where he was able to have an angle on them. "Yeah, that's Aslan. He can hit anything, and has proven himself in the field time and time again. He doesn't ever let you down. He would die before he would let anything like that happen." He hit his mic and said, "Aslan, you are wonderful. Please tell me that the rest of the field is free of those things." Claire nodded, and Greg yelled, still trying to pop his ears, "What did he say? Are there more of those damned turned coming?" Claire shook his head no, and said, "What do you mean, turned?" Patrick, the quiet one, actually spoke up and said, "Well, you see, they get bitten, and then it seems like, depending on where the wound is or how severe it is, that they turn and become something else. Something horrible. There isn't anything you can do once they get their eyes on you. If they sniff your blood, they come for you like there's nothing else they can think of. The only thing that you can do is run. Yesterday, when it happened at the school, no one was armed. We had no forewarning. The buses came into town, and the girls on the bus came out and massacred everyone. They took without prejudice. They killed like it was personal. Their hunger was that of an animal that would never be content." "Wait, so these things came from a school bus? I thought the outbreak happened at the hospital." Shaun didn't like all the questions, but if these guys could solve the problems of tomorrow, then he would happily go back to the woods and wait for the time to come when these things were either all cured or all dead. Neither way, he could live with the outcome. Shaun asked, "So, where are you guys going to head to? Where is it that you think you will find the answers?" Claire pulled a plastic file out of the front of his chest and looked at it. "I take it you guys know where to go to get a drug company in town? It's called E&T. You know where it's at?" They all nodded. Greg said, "Yeah, I'd think we'd know where it's at. Half the parents in town all worked there before yesterday happened." "Why do you think that's the place?" Shaun asked. His words hit Shaun like a sledgehammer. "There's a man, a doctor, Dr. Frank Fox. He's a chemist and works there. They are sure of it. They think that most likely he is behind all of this. They aren't sure what he was doing, but we need to get his research. None of you know where he might be in town after all of this, do you? Or if he made it?" Patrick was standing near Greg. Shaun shook his head no, and when Patrick went to spill his guts, Greg gripped his neck and squeezed a little. "No, we don't know. We went up to this kid's cabin and hid out. We were planning on staying up there for a while, but they had an announcement saying that any news or information we could give them would be helpful." "What do you kids know?" Greg continued, "Well, us kids were at the school when the outbreak happened. We figured we could let them know what happened around here because when those girls got off of the bus, they were already ready for blood." Claire thought about how the reports had been from the hospital and kept the rest of his thoughts to himself. A voice from behind them startled them. The team had made it across the field while the 4 of them were talking. Shaun looked over his shoulder, seeing the camouflage-clad men walking towards them, and seeing the hardware they were carrying as well. He didn't want to let them take the truck, but felt there might be little that he or Greg could do about it if they decided that they were going to take it from them. Phelps walked up, holding a hand out to Shaun. "Thanks for saving my man, boys." Shaun shook his hand firmly, as his dad had instilled in him. "You aren't worried about us being infected with the disease?" Phelps shook his head. "No. I think if you all were one of them, shooting and driving trucks would be a little out of your skill set." Shaun nodded. "No, we're okay, I think." He pointed to the field of dead behind him. "But once those things bite you, it does take time to turn. It just depends on where they bite you for how long it takes, we think. People who get mobbed by them turn immediately." Claire cleared his throat and said, just barely audible, "He's right, sir. They got Gowland as he was coming down. They jumped up, biting and ripping into him, and... That's enough, son. We couldn't have known that was going to happen, especially with doing the heat sensor on the ground. It wasn't your fault. There's something wrong with those things. Greg instantly regretted the words coming out of his mouth. Yeah, no shit. Phelps gave him a stare he would not soon forget. Sometimes it's good to have a filter, son. Greg smiled nervously. Yes, sir. I've been told that before. Phelps squeezed his shoulder. Maybe it's time to start taking that advice. You might not have too many people to have conversations with after yesterday. People are going to be a lot touchier going forward. Greg nodded and said, Are you the one who blew those those things up, sir? I think you're my new idol if you were. That seemed way easier than shooting them all in the head. Clary stepped forward, a cigar half in his mouth and half sticking out. That would be me who is your new role model, son. That only looked easy because I'm so damn good. McClellan came up. Oh my, sir. I knew we were in a field, but I didn't realize how deep the bullshit was getting around our feet until the great and powerful Clary started speaking. Greg laughed, saying that if he was going to get along with one of these soldiers, it would most likely be him. Phelps looked at Greg, saying, Please don't laugh at him, kid. It only encourages him. Greg laughed and hit the side of the truck. The girls got out and came around, seeing the soldiers. Shaun asked, Who was the one taking those things out so quickly? McClellan said, That's Cube, and he's still up at the top of the hill. He's the first in and the last out when we are in the shit. Greg looked around, not liking the fact that the man was referring to where he lived, and that he was trying to survive in a place that made Navy SEALs nervous. Tina said,
So, are you guys going to take the healthy back or what? All I know so far,
she pointed to Claire,
is this guy gives crap directions and is totally rude.
Claire's face went red, and he looked like he was going to lose his mind. He didn't even give her a second look. He went straight to his officer in charge, feeling like a moron for needing to defend himself against a teenager. The rest of the men were biting their lips, trying not to laugh directly at him. Sir, I don't know what to say, but that is not accurate at all. Since we jumped out of that plane, my partner has been eaten. I've had freaks, men, women, and kids running at me trying to kill, eat, or whatever it is they had in mind. I then got to ride in the truck with a bunch of kids who don't even know how to drive, and these three shits pointing their guns at me and threatening me. Phelps lowered his sunglasses, looking at Claire, and then at the boys. You guys pointing those shiny new weapons at my soldier? Do you think you were responsible enough to keep those things? Shaun looked again at the massive hardware count, and knew that he was screwed more than he'd like to admit. Sir, he threatened that you guys were going to come down here and take our truck because your truck got destroyed. Claire said, I just mentioned it to him. Patrick once again found his voice. He's full of shit. He said he was going to take the truck and then pointed to his gun. We were already aiming our guns at him by that point. Sir, if you take our guns and our truck, you might as well go ahead and shoot us in the head now, because it's just a matter of time before those things make their way out here. From what I've learned, they probably already are on their way here. They are attracted to noise. Patrick was breathing heavily, looking like he was going to hyperventilate. Shaun patted him on the shoulder. He's right. We can give you guys a ride, or we can take you somewhere to get a new truck of your own. But just because we are kids doesn't mean we deserve to be left high and dry out here. I appreciate you are here to help, but you won't be doing anything for us if you do what Claire there thinks is right. Phelps said, Relax, son. We aren't taking anything. But we do need a ride, and if we can get one of our own, you guys can go about whatever it is you are going to do. Shaun nodded, looking over his shoulder and around. Phelps didn't like the nervousness of the kid and asked, What's up, kid? You look like there's a ghost out in the field somewhere. Is there something we need to be on the lookout for? Ellie, who had done her best to keep her mouth shut the entire time, couldn't hold it in any longer. Hi, I wanted to let you know that it's really great and all that you are here, but we learned something really valuable about those things earlier today. Phelps went to ask what, when Ellie smiled, holding up a finger. Sorry, I wasn't done. When we went down to get Patrick's medicine, or maybe I should say, this young man,
accidentally blew up our van, and the noise from just that brought just about every one of the turned directly to us in a very short amount of time,"
Phelps said. "So they are big on noise. Is that what you were saying?" Phelps knew the answer, but Christy, who hadn't picked up on his understanding, said with a sense of urgency in her voice,
"We need to leave! Those things will be on their way here if they aren't already! We need to take the highway to get back to town, and there isn't any other way for us to get there. We don't even have a gravel road between here and there."
Phelps said, "But those things are still a couple of miles away. If they're in town, we should have some time, right?" Shaun said, "Did you see those things running when they had something that they were after?" Phelps nodded, and Shaun continued, "Well, imagine that pace. And they never stop, they never slow down, and as far as we know, they never grow tired. We do probably need to get moving, and the less we blow up or shoot our guns, the better. If you guys have silencers for those guns, it might be a good idea to put them on." Shaun pointed to the back of the truck and pulled out his backpack. "I picked up an axe and brought my hunting bow for when we only have one or two of those things to take out." Phelps was staring at the axe and saw the blood on it already. "You already needed to use that thing today?" "When we went down the hill, I had to save Tina and Ellie. The guy who owned the hardware store, Steve Binham, had already turned. He had thrown me like a rag doll, and I lost my rifle. It took everything I had to make it there in time, and this was the first thing I could grab on my way there." Phelps nodded his head and pulled out the same-looking fact sheet that Claire had used, and looked at the names on it from the report, and then back up. He pointed at Ellie, asking, "So you're Ellie. What's your last name, Ellie?" "Why?" Phelps leaned in with his large frame toward her 13-year-old one, which was quite intimidating. "Because I asked you what it was, Ellie." Shaun stepped between them and said, "Her last name is Randall. Can you back up a foot or two, sir? You don't exactly scream friendly." Phelps could see this wasn't going how he wanted it to. He did back up a few feet, and went back to trying to be nice over scary. "Well, the report I have said that the next of kin for patient 0, Karen Randall, is Ellie Randall, her teenage daughter, and I can only imagine there aren't too many teenagers with the name Ellie in town who are also your age. What do you have to say about that?" Tears started welling up in her eyes, and her lips started to quiver. Shaun looked at her, and she buried her head on his shoulder. "Nice, sir. Way to go. Did you accomplish something there? I'm confused." Ellie wiped at her face and screamed, "It wasn't her fault she was at the hospital. She was comatose already. She didn't have any idea what someone had given her. It isn't her fault. You guys can't blame her for any of this. She was dying, damn it." Phelps said, "We're just trying to track down Frank Fox, and if your mom was dating him, then I would say you are my new best friend, until I find someone closer to him than you." Shaun had been trying his best to keep who he was a secret from the men, as he was unsure what they were going to do to him once they found out. There was a good chance, he felt, that they wouldn't just let him go off on his merry way with his gang of teenagers. "Leave her alone, all right? My name is Shaun," Phelps said. "Nice to meet you, Shaun. Now get out of the way. We need to ask Ellie some questions, and then we can get out of this field, which sounds like a great idea if there's going to be more of those things coming this way." Shaun yelled, "You might want to listen to me. You guys aren't real good about that. You seem to underestimate us just because you think we're just a bunch of kids." McClellan said, "You are just a bunch of kids, aren't you?" Shaun looked at him with steel and determination in his eyes. "Yeah, we are kids, but we are the ones still alive. We made it through day one. We kept your boy here from getting killed, and if you want to know the truth, my name is Shaun Fox. My dad was Frank Fox. If you want us to take you to his lab, we can. I'm sure everything is still there that he'd been using, or it could be at the office. Just pray that he didn't store the information in his head, because he was one smart son of a bitch, and didn't need to keep a bunch of stuff around to look over again and again." Phelps said, "Was your dad... he didn't make it through yesterday?" Shaun kicked at some hay in the field, thinking about his dad, and taking some long, deep breaths to fight back the feelings that were pouring through him. "He didn't make it. We got stuck in a firefight yesterday when we were trying to get to the cabin. And he saved us, and got bitten himself. The look of being let down was painted on their faces. Sorry if we don't believe you, but I'm going to have to see the body. I can't go back on a kid's hearsay. Shaun said.
You've got to be shitting me. Why would I lie about something like that? Hell, I didn't even want to tell you who I was, or that I was his son. I want as few people to know about me as possible, if we can keep it that way. I don't think many people are going to be very friendly with me for, well, ever, if it gets out about my father and what he did.
Phelps said, Sorry. I don't know why you would lie, but I do know that if by some weird chain of events I was the one who set loose a world of hell on America, I might not be raising my hand to claim responsibility. Shaun shrugged.
We can go up there. We can waste time if you want, but I'm guessing that your mission at hand is somewhat time-sensitive.
Phelps motioned for the men to get in the back of the truck, and they did as ordered. We need to verify it. I'm sorry that we're going to have to put you through it, but we need visual confirmation about it, and that's really all there is to it. Tina walked back to take the driver's seat again, and Phelps whistled. You can sit in the back of the cab with the other girls. We're going to be doing the driving for a while. Seems like we might have a bit more experience than you. Tina shrugged, opened her door, and brushed at the broken shards of glass from the seat.
Good. I'm over this driving thing anyway.
Phelps tapped Shaun on the shoulder. You get up front with me and ride shotgun. I'm going to need some directions, obviously. He looked at his group, not liking having to waste the time, but realizing these guys weren't going to take the word of any kid. Greg said, Go ahead, Shaun, it's okay. We can get up and back. It won't take more than a couple of hours, right? I can handle these guys. He grabbed Patrick around the neck, pulling him off balance. Besides, I got Patrick here. We can handle some seals. Clary walked up next to him. His barrel chest and midsection was as large as Greg's and Patrick's combined. He crossed his arms, still chewing on the cigar. He looked down at Greg, who was tall, but nowhere near his size, and said, You, want to say that again, smartass? Greg let go of Patrick, who put some distance between himself and Greg, not wanting to be thought of in the same light as him when pissing off a bunch of guys with much larger guns than his own. Greg smiled uneasily. I'm kidding. Christ, don't you guys have a sense of humor? McClellan said,
This is serious shit, kid. We don't joke around. We are SEALs. Get in the truck. Now.
Greg jumped into the bed, helping pull up Patrick. Claire climbed in, and the girls piled into the back of the truck. As McClellan was climbing into the back, Clary placed an iron grip on his shoulder, then leaned in close.
You have got to be kidding me. Did you just tell that kid that SEALs don't joke around and manage to keep a straight face?
McClellan laughed, shrugging.
He doesn't know me from anyone else. It's not my fault they don't know me from any other complete stranger. If they want to take me seriously, probably best, right?
They climbed up, pulling the tailgate shut. Phelps started the truck and drove back toward the tree line. Shaun said,
We need to go back toward the road. You'll never get there trying to go up these hills. Turn around.
Phelps kept driving until they got up close to the tree line, where he could see why Phelps was driving that way. Aslan came out of the woods with a rifle on his shoulder that looked as long as Ellie. He was dressed in a suit made entirely of leaves, twigs, and what looked like hay from the field. Shaun had to keep the focus on him to not lose him in the woods.
That suit is effing great. How do I get one of those things?
You go to the military and you learn how to do camouflage, kid. Shaun was nodding his head, thinking that the chances of anyone going into the military after yesterday were slim, and that those currently in it were going to be stuck in it until death. He didn't see how there would be enough resources available to be able to provide any decent soldiers.
I bet they got something like that at the sporting goods store that is probably going for the low price of free right now.
Too bad it won't keep you safe forever. Phelps pulled alongside Aslan, who climbed up on the truck tire and into the back of the now very full truck bed. Greg looked at the gun and at Aslan's suit. You look badass, man. Aslan nodded his head, shaking loose a smoke from a pack. I am badass, kid. It's a lifestyle. Clary pulled down his sunglasses, unable to deal with the bullshit he was capable of producing out of his mouth. Shaun said, You ready for directions yet? Phelps nodded, turning the truck around and heading back toward the road. Shaun pointed the direction back to the cabin and looked over his shoulder at Ellie and the girls. Shaun laid his head back, closing his eyes for a second. He took a long, deep breath, then tried to relax himself. Phelps looked over, seeing this, and couldn't help himself. You look a little nervous, Shaun. Something wrong? Shaun smiled, still with his eyes closed. Why would I be nervous? I'm about to watch my father be unburied by 5 complete strangers who are armed to the teeth and want to find all of his research in town, where there are a freaking ton of those things absolutely everywhere. Phelps nodded and tried to think of what he should be asking the kid, and realized he probably didn't know anything useful. You think you guys are going to be able to survive up wherever this cabin is that you have? It seems like the population is going down like wildfire. At least the alive portion of it. Shaun opened his eyes and looked at the man with an angry stare. That's kind of a dumb question to ask, isn't it? Phelps didn't like being addressed this way when he knew it was meant to be full of disrespect. What do you mean it's a dumb question? Ellie couldn't help herself.
Well, right before you got on a plane to get flown in and dropped off in the middle of a field, did your general or major or whoever it is who tells you to do things say, "Oh, by the way, boys, do you think you have a rat's ass chance of making it out alive? Or do you think that crazy zombie creature people who are super strong and fast are going to eat you and then make you one of them?"
Shaun said, "Yeah, that's pretty much what you sound like. We don't know if we're going to make it. We are going to do what we can, though, to try. We aren't going to give up, if that's what you mean. I will die before I give up." Yeah, what makes you think you are so tough, kid? You've probably never had one hard day in your life. You don't know me. And I don't have to know that I'm tough. It's in my DNA. I get it from my dad. He might have done something horrible, yeah. He probably ruined the world. But he did it because he was trying to save the woman he loved. He wasn't a terrorist. He wasn't trying to make money from it or be famous. He did it because he lost my mom when he was in the army the first time doing something to help people. And then love struck him a second time. And he was obviously past the point of thinking it was acceptable that he had to go through with something like that again. So as long as it's for love, the fate of the world being on fire is something you can sleep with at night? What should I do? We were coming down the hill to find the things you got dropped off to come for. I was risking everyone's life to get that one thing. But you don't seem to give a shit what we were doing. You're more worried about seeing a corpse than going to get the damn formula that he made this from. I know my superiors, kid. They're going to ask, and they're going to want confirmation of some sort. I'm not saying you should lose sleep every night because of what he did. I just don't think it's all that high and mighty. God doesn't pick and choose who gets a disease. It just happens. Unfortunately for your friend's mom, it happened to her. Ellie raised a fist to strike him in the back of the head, and Tina gripped her arm.
Ellie, don't. You aren't going to do anything good if you do that. It won't make you feel any better. The hell it won't.
Shaun turned around and yelled, Ellie, it's not going to help anything. Let's get them to the cabin, get them their notes, and get them the hell out of our lives. We don't need any help. Not that they were about to offer any to us anyway. We're just a bunch of dumb kids. And the son of someone they have a great deal of contempt for. He has already written us off as dead anyway. Phelps opened his mouth to try to say something, but he wasn't one for bullshitting people. He could tell if he tried with this group of kids, they'd see right through it. Shaun pointed to the last road on the left. Turn here, and take it to where the road ends. Greg looked back at the road, seeing that they were headed toward the cabin. He shook his head and looked at Patrick, who shrugged. McClellan looked at them and said, You got a problem, kids? Greg smiled, shrugging. Hey, I got all the time in the world. It just seems like you guys have probably done something like this before, haven't you? McClellan laughed, elbowing Aslan in the arm. Have we done this before? You've got to be kidding me, right? Of course we have. Why? Greg looked up, trying to think of a way he could say it that might not get him shot or thrown out of the back of the truck by men who didn't seem to have much of a sense of humor. We are on our way back to see a dead guy, right? Like, that's the whole point of us going all the way back to the damn cabin, right? They nodded, waiting for him to continue. "Okay then. So, if we are on our way back up this big-ass mountain of a hill so that we can show you his dad, who, mind you, is dead, what the fuck is the rush when he's still going to be dead after you get his notes and email them or whatever you're going to do with them? I mean, isn't time somewhat of the essence here, guys?" Aslan leaned forward. "So what, you think it's going to matter if we let a half hour go by?" Greg shook his hands in the air. "Okay, I don't know about science, I really don't. But I'm smart enough to know that the minute they get that information, they're going to look down a big-ass list somewhere for scientists who are able to do something with the information they get and who aren't dead. Now stay with me here, SEAL boys. The longer we wait to get that information, the longer until we can get a list of these uber-smart people who probably have really crappy zombie survival skills, right?" McClellan thought about saying some of this to Phelps in the front, but as he started thinking it, they were already at the end of the road. It would be pointless to try to explain to him that they weren't thinking rationally. He just said, "Whatever you say, kid. You let us do our job, and then we will get out of your life." Greg gave 2 big, enthusiastic thumbs up and grabbed his rifle, jumping out of the back of the truck, not waiting for orders to do it. He took Patrick's shotgun from him and gave him a hand out of the truck. He looked at him, noticing he was a little bit on the pale side, and asked, "Hey, do you need to take a shot anytime soon? You're looking like crap again, and we don't have time for you to be passing out all over again." "Yeah, it's about time I take something. Maybe if we have a minute, I can check my blood before we head back up the hill. I've got everything with me. Figured if we got stuck, even though we didn't want to talk about getting stuck somewhere, I took it as a good idea to have what I needed with me." "You mind if I watch what you do with all that crap, in case you do something dumb and pass out again, so we can keep you alive for a while? I figure you know you're the slowest one here, and I need to have someone around to trip in case we're being chased." Patrick's face went blank, and Greg punched him on the shoulder. "I'm just busting your balls, man. That's what Mike's for." Greg and Patrick sat on a downed tree, and Greg got a one-on-one lesson on how to measure his blood with the glucose reader. He had everything from his supply bag packed carefully and with great care. Shaun saw the scene and walked over, checking out what they were doing. "Patrick, you okay? You can stay here if you want. You don't need to hike up that hill if you don't have it in you." "Nah, I want to check on Mike and make sure he's doing all right. He was pretty worked up when we left. I don't want him doing anything stupid." Greg said, "He shouldn't do anything too bad. He's locked outside. He didn't even have the key." All of the men but Phelps and Claire were walking around, staring at the field and the trees in front of them. McClellan yelled to Shaun, "Christ, who the hell was the genius that put the cabin at the top of a damn mountain?" Shaun looked up the hill and said confidently, "My Grandpa Fox did, and I'd say given the current circumstances, some people might say he is a damn prepper genius." McClellan looked around and nodded. "You got a point, kid. How long till we get up to the cabin?" Shaun said, "We're going to where my dad is, not the cabin." "Wait, you didn't bury him by the house?" "No, that would be stupid, McClellan. Nothing like passing dear old Dad every single time I go outside of the cabin." "How long is it then?" "Half hour. If you can keep up with us." "We can keep up. Are you guys ready to start hiking up?" Clary yelled, "Hold off! We aren't ready yet!" McClellan dropped a smoke and ground it out into the dirt with his boot. "What do you mean? What are we waiting for? That smart-ass kid made a good point that time is of the essence here, and we don't have time to waste." Clary pointed to Phelps, who was in the middle of the field, far from earshot. He was walking around impatiently, while Claire was on the ground working on something that was in his bag, while Phelps held a satellite phone. Phelps walked around, not wanting to waste time, but under orders to report anything new that arose. He patted at his pockets out of habit, looking for a smoke, and coming up empty. He looked at Claire with a bit of contempt, because he knew the young man wouldn't have one he could bum, as Claire was a non-smoker. Phelps watched the phone, waiting for it to come to life and have the signal he needed to make the call. "You about got that thing ready, Claire? We need to get up that hill. But they want updates as we get 'em. If we can have this shit wrapped up before nightfall, I'd like to get back on that Widowmaker and get the fuck out of here." Claire was nodding his head, moving with what speed he could. "I'm just about done, sir. I just need another minute, and you'll be up and going. Just get it done, Claire. Claire hit one last button, and the phone beeped in Phelps's hand. You're good to go, sir. Just hit the code in to speak, and it will connect you directly to the party you are trying to reach. Claire stood there, smiling at Phelps, and was already ignoring him. Phelps looked up to see Claire still there. Was there anything else I needed to know, Claire? No, sir, that's about it. You just need to hit send. Well, quit standing on my dick and take a walk, damn it. This is above your pay grade. Claire walked away, saying something about being a dick all right, but not loud enough that Phelps could hear it clearly. Phelps dialed the number and waited, while the soldier on the other end advised him to wait for a secure line. A general came on the other line. Officer Phelps, how are things going? General, I have mixed news. We are a man down. Gowland didn't make it, sir. We got dropped into a field full of those things. They move faster than I can explain, sir, and they jumped into the air. My boy took a reading of the field before we jumped. They don't have a body temp reading we could pick up. Jesus, you've been on the ground less than an hour and you already lost a man? These aren't the kind of results we were expecting, damn it! Sir, we weren't trying to lose a man. Hell, I've had Gowland on my team for years. We are making progress. We got picked up in a field by a group of teens. One of them was Frank Fox's son, and the other was Patient Zero's daughter, Ellie Randall. You found Fox's son? That is wonderful. You have your orders. You bring Frank and only Frank back. I don't care what you have to do. Until we know more, we aren't going to be transporting anyone else out of the infected zone. You and your boys are going to be spending some time in quarantine when you get back, until we can understand what is happening because of this drug and infection. I understand, sir. But Fox isn't able to come back with us. Well, that isn't acceptable, son. You get him and you bring him back, damn it. Sir, I can't. Can't isn't an option, officer. Get him and throw him on that fucking plane, so we can find out how he did what he did. Time is important. Sir, that's going to be impossible. Unless you want a corpse brought back to Washington. His boy Shaun told us that he had to bury him yesterday. He was trying to save his son and his friends. They have a cabin in the woods, and they didn't want to stay in town, so they were on their way here. They ran into a horde of them, and Frank got bit by one of those things. He was able to make it back to the cabin, and then I'm sketchy on the details. But things didn't end well for Frank, sir. God damn it! I can't believe this cock and bullshit. He's dead. What the hell are we going to do now, Phelps? Frank Fox was the damn answer to this. When we finally got his name, we thought we had something. We do have something, General. We have his kid. And he thinks his dad was probably keeping all of his research at the lab that he worked at. I'm getting visual confirmation first of Frank Fox's body, and then we will go straight to the corporation where he worked. If it isn't there, we still have Frank's house to look through. I suggest you get a move on, Phelps. These things are on the move, and the initial barriers set up at the outskirts of Illinois have failed. Sir, are you going to be able to get us back out of here? Just get it done, Phelps, and keep your men uninfected. Phelps stared at his men, walking around, and then looked at the kids. He was becoming more concerned about how the disease could spread. Sir, do you happen to have any more information on how the disease is passed on to others? Just make sure you don't get bit. But other than that, we don't know. Phelps shook his head, pinching the bridge of his nose, and sang under his breath. What the fuck do you know? Don't get bit. That is goddamn genius. He put the phone back up to his mouth. I'd better get my men moving, sir. Is there anything else we need to do? The notes will have to be enough since we can't get Fox. The quicker we get the information, the quicker we will be able to begin research. Sir, how do you know you'll be able to cure anything without something to test it on? Son, the way that these things are moving through the United States, I don't think there'll be any issues with finding something to test it on. I'll contact you for a ride as soon as we get the research, sir. Good luck, son. The men watched Phelps coming across the field straight to Clary, who nodded and pulled out a pack of smokes, getting one out for Phelps. He dropped the bag on the ground, motioning to Claire. Don't lose that kid. The phones are down here. We might want a way to contact them in a couple of hours when it's time to go home. Phelps walked to the hill, lighting up and getting his first good look at the climb to the cabin. You know, your grandpa might have been a damn genius putting it up this far out of town and in the hills, but that looks like a real bitch. Let's get moving. The general wanted me to remind you boys that time is kind of important, and that the lines they set up on the east border of Illinois have already fallen." Shaun shrugged, motioning to follow him. Ellie and Greg fell in next to him. Shaun said, "Well, I think it's great that we're able to get them the research, and amazing that they can give you guys a ride out of here. I can see why they might want to leave me, but—" Ellie slapped him on the shoulder.
Shaun, it's not your fault. Why don't you blame Lucas, or the principal, or 1,000 other people who could have made the smallest difference in the day? We get these asses what they want, and they get out of our hair."
Greg said, "Well, I'm kind of happy about one thing." Tina shot him a glance.
"What the hell could you possibly be happy about, Greg?"
Greg smiled, pointing to the SEAL team hiking it up the hill, spread out behind them. "Well, if we get chased by those things, we got youth and the fact that we don't smoke on our side." They all looked back at the soldiers, smiling and laughing. McClellan saw this, and walking with a smoke hanging out of his mouth, he yelled, "Something funny, kids?" They stopped laughing. Turning back around, Ellie whispered,
"Smoke 'em if you got them, boys."
When they got to the top of the clearing, Patrick said,
"I'm going to go get Mike. Is there anything else that you want from the cabin, guys?"
Tina said,
"Greg and I will come with you. We might want to get some more food. Those guys look like they can eat."
Greg asked, "Shaun, you sure you want to go with them? There isn't any reason that you need to watch them unbury him, is there?" Shaun shook his head no, kicking at some branches. "I don't know. I think it's my responsibility to make sure they put things back the way they were." Greg yelled over to the group, "You guys got a shovel with you by chance?" Phelps nodded, pulling out a collapsible hand shovel. Greg couldn't help himself. He laughed out loud, pointing at it. "You gotta be kidding me! We need to go back to the cabin anyway. If we need to be hurrying, then you're going to dig it up way faster with an actual shovel." Phelps looked at it, thinking about the plots he'd seen dug in his life, something that he'd been witness to way too many times. He put his shovel away, and they walked up a second hill to the cabin as he heard Shaun yell, "It's just over this hill." Greg said, "Christ, Shaun, how much wood did you leave in the stove? It's smoking like a son of a bitch." He pointed at the black smoke rolling up in waves into the sky. Shaun dropped his pack and sprinted up the hill. Ellie followed closely behind him. Shaun got to the top of the hill, dropping to his knees at the sight. The cabin, and his hopes getting smaller by the second. Shaun stared in disbelief, unable to deal with the idea of what was happening. The fire reflected in his watery eyes as he clenched his fists, smashing them into his legs. Ellie reached down and hugged him. "Ellie, this is all we had. This was going to keep us alive. We were going to be able to survive up here because of this. What do we do now? What hope do we have?" Ellie didn't say anything. She just held on to him, asking the same questions he was, scared for their future as well. Greg and the rest made their way up the hill. Greg yelled, "Holy shit, would you look at that? What happened? We've only been gone a few hours. We didn't leave that much wood going in the stove." Shaun pushed up to his feet, walking slowly to the inferno burning in front of him. "We didn't leave too much wood on the stove. It's a cast-iron stove. It could be filled to the brim with gas-soaked wood and it would have burned fine. So what the hell did we do wrong?" Shaun was focused on one thing, and one thing only. He marched towards a tree where a piece of yellow paper was flapping in the wind, held in place with a knife stuck through it. Shaun held the paper down so he could read the short note. "Burn in hell, Shaun. Your dad ruined everything. There's no reason for you to have an advantage over those who are innocent. M." Greg said, "What is it?" Shaun ripped the knife from the tree, letting the note blow away in the wind. "It's Mike's death wish." "Huh?" "That ass Mike set the cabin on fire. He said we don't deserve any advantages over anyone else. If I see him, I'm going to kill him and cut his goddamned heart out." The soldiers walked up behind him. Claire asked, "Christ, what the hell did you guys do before you left?" Greg did a calming motion with his hands, trying to advise them to be quiet. Shaun had enough of a mental workout for the day and couldn't help himself. He turned, dropping his rifle, and charged Claire at full speed. Greg saw this and jumped, missing Shaun, trying to save him from any awkwardness. Claire was looking at the other men and not paying attention until it was too late. Shaun raced down the hill, leaping into the air and connecting his shoulder with Claire's gut. The wind emptied from his lungs, and the two flew backward. Claire attempted to yell, but was unsuccessful because the main ingredient to yell was air, and it wasn't something that he had to use at the moment. Shaun pushed up off of him, throwing a left and right punch into Claire's face. Claire took the first two blows, then caught Shaun's hand and tried to catch his right, but the kid was relentless. Shaun was throwing hammer fists at this point. Clary leaned over near Phelps. "You want me to break this up?" Phelps shook his head. "No. Claire needs to learn when to keep his mouth shut, and if he can't take care of a teenager, then he's the wrong man for our crew." Claire's eyes were open wide and angry. He ducked two of Shaun's punches and sent a punch up under his chin, snapping his head back. Claire gripped his shirt and, with all the muscles in his legs, flipped Shaun over his head. Shaun lay where he landed, his chest heaving up and down. Tears came freely and streamed down his face. His will and hope, which were already depleted, were at a new low. Claire jumped to his feet, crouched, and ready to give the kid a run for his money. Phelps nodded at McClellan, who walked over as Claire started to run for Shaun. He gripped Claire's sleeve, spinning him around in a half-circle, and let go. Claire rolled onto the ground, sitting up quickly, ready to get back up. Phelps cleared his throat. "That's enough of this bullshit. We need to get moving. We're going to forgive this little matter, and you will get past it. He's had enough, all right? He's a kid. He made a bad choice. You got yours in, and now you are done. You got it, Claire?" Claire nodded as he rubbed his jaw and stared at the kid on the ground. He felt more than guilty about punching someone so young. He thought about what he'd been through, the horror that he'd seen. Claire realized that he couldn't imagine what the kid had experienced over the last couple days. Losing his dad, finding out he was responsible, seeing his town being taken over by these things. Claire nodded again, calming his breathing, and stood up straight. He walked over to Shaun and helped him up to his feet. Shaun wiped at his eyes and face and started down the hill. He looked at Greg and said, "Show them where Dad is. I'll be at the truck, waiting." Ellie ran over to Greg, picked up Shaun's pack and rifle, and jogged to catch up to him, carrying everything until he was ready to take it from her. Greg started walking toward Frank's burial place and motioned for Phelps and the rest to follow him. "I guess it is a good thing that you guys have those little shovels after all." They walked down to where Frank was buried so they could unearth his body and get a blood sample and pictures of the corpse. Clary looked at Greg, who watched, baffled at the amount of work they were going through to be able to prove to someone in Washington that he was dead. Phelps said, "All right, that's enough. We got what we need. Let's get back down the hill." Tina yelled,
You need to cover him back up. If we come back here and Shaun sees his father like this, he isn't going to be the same. He's going to hurt someone. He'll probably want to hurt you guys."
Phelps shrugged. "Hey, Princess, we won't be on the ground by then, and I don't care to waste any time right now. This is something you can do now. You can stay up here for all I care. Shaun seems to be the only one of the group who's going to be of any use to us today." Tina charged at Phelps. Greg grabbed her around the shoulders and waist, lifting her and carrying her back. "It's helping nothing. We can come back tonight and take care of Frank." Tina laughed, pushing herself away from Greg.
What the hell are you talking about, Greg? We won't be coming back tonight. We're going to be looking for a new place to live. Did you forget the burning cabin that made Shaun snap? We are homeless. Like, nowhere to live.
Greg shrugged. "Did you see all those people in the field? I don't think finding a place to live is going to be that difficult. It's just not going to be as great of a place as this one to stay in. But we'll find something. We can come back here tonight. We got nothing but time. Hell, we can sleep in the truck if we need to." Tina yelled and kicked a handful worth of sticks at the soldiers.
You guys suck. If someone unburied one of your fallen soldiers, you'd probably slit someone's throat if they didn't take care of them and treat them with respect.
The men stared at her in disbelief. The fire in her eyes was hard to miss, and she turned, pulling Greg behind her as they walked back to the truck. Aslan watched them as they went down the hill. "Well, she's a goddamn spitfire, isn't she? Let's do this double time, guys. We can get him dug up and back in no time if we put some effort into it. What do you guys say? You up for some hard work? The company yelled, "Hoo-yah!" The men dug like they were possessed, stopping for nothing, except once when McClellan realized they were all alone in the woods. He asked Phelps, "Hey, sir, you got the truck keys, right?" Phelps never stopped digging. He just nodded his head. "Yeah, you think that I would have let those kids leave us up here without the keys?" McClellan nodded, digging and thinking about the new truck, and how when he'd driven home in his own brand-new truck, he had received 2 keys. He realized it was going to be horrible if they walked down and the truck was gone. He wouldn't blame those kids a bit if they did. "You got both sets, sir?" Phelps stopped digging abruptly, dropped the shovel, grabbed his rifle and pack, and sprinted down the hill, running with everything he had in him to make up the distance. Claire was the only one in the group who was not bursting at the gut in laughter. "You guys think we need to get down there too?" Clary and the rest of the men never stopped. "No, we're okay. He won't let them leave without us. Get back to digging. We've got to get a move on. It's already in the middle of the day. We don't have more than 4 or 5 hours of daylight left on our backs." When they got to Frank, they brushed off his corpse and pulled him up, wiping at his face to be sure they had a clear shot. They took several photographs of him and compared them to the pictures that were in the file. Aslan pointed at Frank closely. "Didn't those kids say that he got bit?" McClellan said, "Yeah, why?" Aslan pointed to Frank's head. "This man got shot in the top of the damn head. He couldn't have done this to himself. Christ, it was his dad?" "Weird shit happens, man. There's probably more answers in a much longer conversation with those kids that we don't need to have." The men placed him back into the hole, as they had found him, and replaced the earth over him. Claire said, "Should we say something?" McClellan packed his shovel and started walking down the hill. "We're SEALs, not priests. Get moving, will ya?" Phelps burst out of the woods, sweat pouring from his face as he heaved for fresh breath. He looked around wildly. His point of exiting the woods had him turned around and thrown off from where he thought he was going to exit. He saw the truck, and all of his worries diminished at once. The kids sat watching him, looking around like a lunatic. Then they all looked at one another. Tina pulled out the extra key from her pocket, dangling it with her index and middle finger.
"Did you think we were going to leave you? Feeling a little bit guilty about being a prick up on top of the hill? Worried that our new shiny truck wouldn't be here waiting for you? Or did you think we wouldn't be around to guide you around town and help keep you safe and sound, sir?"
Phelps hit his radio, giving Tina a look of disgust, as the others laughed under their breath. Greg looked at Tina, and they say I don't know when to keep my mouth shut. Ellie laughed.
"I don't think any of us can. You are extra gifted at it, though, Greg."
Phelps walked over to Tina, taking the extra keys, and then walked away to the side of the woods. He hit his mic and radioed up. "You guys done getting him undug? For God's sake, we got shit to do and limited time left to be getting it done." Clary came back. "We're almost done, sir. We were just finishing. We will be down soon." "What the hell took so long to dig him up?" "Sir, we had a hell of a time with the camera. Claire messed with it for at least 15 minutes. "So no one disobeyed a direct order and decided that they should rebury Frank Fox?" "Sir, we would never do anything like that. We will be there in no time. Come on, boys. We need to do double time down this hill." As they started their run down the hill, Aslan yelled, "You think we can get down this hill in no time, Clary? Because if not, Phelps is going to skin our asses." Clary was focused solely on the hill in front of him, trying not to lose his balance and break a leg. He called over his shoulder, "I don't know, but remember, everyone, when we get down there, as far as anyone knows, Frank's body still needs to be taken care of. Don't tell Phelps anything." When they made it to the bottom of the hill, each of them said a silent thank you and that they'd never have to climb it again. Claire handed the camera to Phelps, and Shaun looked away, not interested in seeing the pictures. Aslan walked over nonchalantly and gave the kids a thumbs up. "Don't say anything, but we put him back exactly as we found him. I promise. You kids don't need any reason to go back up there. It seems you were going to have a long night anyway. Do you have anyone left in town who you can rely on?" Greg shook his head no, and shrugged. Patrick said,
Well, that Andy guy said that if we needed more supplies when these ran out, we could come back there. And if he was still alive, he'd set us up.
Shaun said, "We will have to see if he is still there. He probably has a bug-out shelter somewhere in the woods, and will stay there forever." Ellie said,
Yeah, if he's still alive, he might be one of them. We brought hell to his front door with those things. Hopefully he will let us in.
Phelps looked at the pictures in his files, comparing them to Frank's body, and nodded his head, content that there was no scientist to bring back with him. He walked to the truck and climbed in. His men didn't need orders. They got into the back again, and the kids all looked at each other. Shaun said, "I'm not sitting by him again. Someone else do it. He's a dick." Greg shrugged. "Best seat in the truck besides the driver. He won't get under my skin. He'll probably kick me out after a few blocks." Shaun and Ellie climbed into the back with the other soldiers, while Christy, Patrick, and Tina filed into the rear cab of the pickup. Tina said,
You need to go back out to the main road and head east. We can be there in about half an hour. If we don't run into any more of those things, that is.
"Well, what other way can we go to make sure we don't see any, honey?"
I've already told the young one, who was kind enough to strike my friend.
"The friend who is trying to kick the shit out of my seal?"
Yes, okay, well, maybe that makes a little sense. But we don't go by kids or honey. We have names, and we expect you to use them. You don't want me calling you, hey, asshole, all the time, do you?
Greg couldn't resist. "Oh, God, please, let's resort to nicknames. You can call me whatever you want. It's absolutely impossible to offend me." Phelps said, "God, I wish we didn't have any use for you damn kids. If it wasn't important that we had those papers, I'd leave your asses behind so fast." Christy, who had said little, finally snapped.
You would have left us behind? You would have left us? Are you insane? We helped you guys. We gave you a ride when we didn't have to do anything for you. They sent you all this way to get the papers. Well, guess what, asshole? We were already on our way there. We would have been there and back by now if we hadn't had to waste 2 hours proving to you that Frank Fox is dead. He might have done something absolutely horrible, but you know what? He saved us. When people were abandoning the school, it was everyone for themselves. Frank came to the school to save people. He might have come for Greg to start, but he saved us all. Everyone ran. Everyone. They abandoned us. But Frank took care of us. Frank made sure we got to safety. He could have taken himself, Shaun, and Ellie up there and left all of us to die.
Phelps kept his eyes on the road, trying to think of what he could or what he should say. He had only thought of Fox as the man who destroyed the world. He was having a hard time dealing with the man from a different perspective. Finally, Phelps said, "So you were already going to get the papers? How'd you know about them? How did you know any of it?" Greg said, "After we heard the broadcast from the CDC, we realized that it started in Des Moines, at the hospital Ellie's mom was at. Shaun knew that his dad was working on something, but Frank told Shaun it hadn't been done yet. This morning, when they got back, we explained what Christy and I had heard on the radio's emergency broadcast channel. Shaun's dad left a note for Shaun. I think it was the last thing he did before he started to turn. Shaun confirmed it to us on the walk down. That's why Mike, who was one of our group, set the house on fire." Tina said,
Well, that, and he's a total ass. I don't know what we're going to do if we ever see him again.
Greg smiled. "I hope for his sake that Shaun never sees him again. I don't know if he could handle his emotions." Phelps laughed. "Well, screw me if you were already doing what I was sent to do. There is nothing better than being sent on someone else's missions just to find out how pointless they were. The only thing that I can think of as a positive is maybe it'll get the information through the proper channels a hell of a lot faster, and then they can begin whatever research they need to do." Christy, the scholar of the group, asked,
So, you don't think those things can be cured?
"I don't know, kid. I mean, Christy. I just know those things that got up were missing limbs, or had holes blown through them by Clary's bombs. There just doesn't seem to be a chance in hell that they can cure them. If they can fix the ones who are just turned, or whatever you call them, great. If they can't, well, I guess the alternative is something I've been getting better and better at over the last 20 years. Greg said, "What? Killing?" Phelps nodded his head. There wasn't anything else that needed to be said aloud. Ellie looked up as they drove on the highway, letting the cool breeze blow through her hair. Shaun watched the countryside passing by, and he leaned over, putting an arm around her. He kept coming back to the fact that they could have had a cooler in the back of this truck, and could be headed to the beach. Ellie leaned her head on his shoulder.
You doing better?
Shaun laughed. Considering everything we've all been through today? Yeah, I'd say that I'm doing great. I'd say that we are all doing great. I was just thinking this could just be another day. We could be on our way to a beach somewhere to roast. McClellan leaned over. There ain't gonna be no hot dogs at this party, kids. He pointed over the massive factory coming up. So, that's where all the death came from, huh? Shaun looked at E&T, nodding his head. There's a good chance that's where it came from. He didn't have any lab equipment at home. They gave him everything he could ever need at the factory to do his research. Your dad had a free ticket, huh? Shaun said. No. He was a slave to that place. Everyone who worked there was. There aren't that many places to work around here. Smart son of a bitch like that? Why didn't you just move to some big city where you could rake in the money? He stayed here because my mom wanted me to grow up in a small town, where she thought it would be best for me. Shaun put his boots out, looking at the dried blood on it. Aslan watched him looking at the dried blood, something he'd seen more times in his life than he would ever want to try to count. He pointed at the boot and said solemnly, Unfortunately, kid, you can wash all the blood that you want from your boots, but your soul is a little harder to get at. I think it's already got some issues of its own. Aslan leaned in close to them. You two make sure that once this is over, you get somewhere safe. He pointed at Shaun. You and the smartass are the only ones who can actually shoot, right? Ellie said.
This gun Greg gave me has a laser sight on it.
Shaun looked at her. What happens when the battery is dead, or the thing breaks? If you can't hit with the sights on top of the gun, well, you'd better be able to run like hell.
You know I can run,
Aslan said. Honey, they can too. I've seen those things run, and they can run a lot faster and probably a hell of a lot longer than you can. I think you need to learn and do it soon. I do not see a lot more help coming for a long time, if ever. Shaun said. If I remember right, you guys aren't actually here to help. You are still going to leave us once you have my dad's research, right? There is no ride for us? Shaun, we don't have choices in life sometimes. When you're in the military, you do what you are told to, even if you don't agree. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Our chances of survival went from somewhat shitty to obsolete if we don't get a place to stay, new supplies, and more ammunition. Aslan sat back as they pulled up to the parking lot. He knew the kid was right, and didn't have anything to say. I've left plenty of strangers behind, kid. Never an American, though. I'm not promising shit, but let me ask. You guys aren't infected, right? You aren't going to start ripping people's heads off of their shoulders, are you? Shaun shrugged. No, not yet. All I can do is ask. Don't get your hopes up. Shaun stood and climbed out of the back of the truck, using the tire to step down, took Ellie's pack, and helped her do the same. Don't worry, we'll just continue considering ourselves screwed and alone until we hear back from you. How does that sound? Phelps pushed out of the truck. Get your hopes up about what? Aslan made a motion to keep it down with his hands. Shaun knew that there was never anything to gain if nothing risked in life. We were talking to the sniper here about getting a ride out of hell, and to some nice cushy base, where we could be safe. We could, go with you, as a little payment for services rendered. You haven't really done anything but confirmed Frank Fox's death, and advised that he was doing his research in a laboratory, which probably passed our analysts who put together a report for us. Ellie said.
So, what you're basically saying is, we haven't done anything to help you yet. But if we do something that, in your eyes, is useful, you'll get us out of here, right?
Phelps looked at Aslan with fire in his eyes. Let's talk, now, Ellie said.
Wait, don't you want to talk to me anymore, sir? I mean, we haven't really come to a deal yet, have we? I really want to do something that you think is worthy of riding out of here on a plane that you probably don't own and flown by a guy who probably doesn't work for you and left at a base where you most likely won't have to see me or my friends ever again.
Phelps smiled, with no warmth in it. Yes, that is correct. Aslan, follow me over here. I'd like to talk about these kids out of earshot.
Wait, what's correct?
Phelps was already walking away. Yes, you are correct that I do not want to talk to you anymore about this. I am quite confident that even if we were on a military base and I didn't have to take care of you, that you would still, in some way, be the biggest goddamn pain in the ass I have ever met. Aslan, over here, now! Nellie went to follow Aslan and Phelps. Shaun placed a hand on her backpack, gripping the handle, and pulling her back. Let them go. You aren't doing any good pissing him off any further. Greg got out, stretching, and looking around. Well, I'm just super excited. We get to go look around in the lab where whatever turned those people into monstrous freaks was created. Christy said,
Are we all going to go in there? Or are we going to stay out here while they go in?
Shaun shrugged. Hell if I know. But there could be things in there. That's why Greg's dad went in there, and why they came to my house. At least I want to mention it to them. It seems like an important detail to point out. Clary walked up to them. What detail did you want us to know that you think is important? Shaun pointed to the building, but Greg cut him off. Yesterday my dad left a note saying that he had to go to work. He never has to go to work on Sundays. So he mentioned that he was at E&T for a murder. It was his dad's assistant, Rogers, who got taken out. That note was the closest thing to a goodbye that I had from my dad. I left it on the table, thinking that I was going to see him that night, and every night after. Christy put a hand on his shoulder, squeezing it.
It's okay, Greg. We all thought we had another day available with those at home. How could we know what was to come? We went to check out a homecoming rally and ended up with a bus full of bloodthirsty volleyball players, for God's sake.
Clary couldn't think of anything to say. The one thing he was able to do that these kids couldn't is be flown to a destination and dropped off. The problems weren't his to deal with. You kids do what you have to so you can survive after this. It could be months before they figure out something, and that is if they ever do. You do whatever you have to. And I wouldn't trust anyone out of your group of friends here. Don't trust them if they haven't earned it. You understand what I'm saying here? Shaun nodded. Yeah, that's exactly what my dad told me. Stay safe, trust those who've earned it, and take care of Ellie. I guess almost the same. Clary looked at the other men waiting to go in and said, You make sure you do what you need to. There are going to be some people who survived, and they're going to be out to hurt others, and to only take care of themselves. Aslan followed Phelps out of hearing distance and everyone's line of sight. When they got out of sight, Phelps gripped both straps on Aslan's chest, lifting and slamming the man up against the back of a dumpster. Are you fucking insane? Are you? What the hell is wrong with you? Do you need to seek medical attention? Aslan opened his mouth to defend himself, but Phelps, out of character and sitting right at his breaking point, cupped his mouth firmly. You know what a fucking rhetorical question is. You can't go promising those kids shit that you aren't able to deliver on. Do you really want to take them on the plane back to the base? Aslan reached a hand up, knocking Phelps's arm away, moving his hand from his mouth. Phelps reached back for him, and the younger, more fit Aslan blocked his arm and shoved him with both hands, stepping with his momentum. He laid a hard-as-hell punch into Phelps's chest, making the man stumble backward and off balance to the ground. Aslan was ready to kill. He stood over Phelps with fists clenched. What is the problem with taking them back? What harm can they do, for God's sake? Are you that fucking heartless? Phelps pushed himself up to the ground, holding a finger up towards Aslan. You touch me again, and I'll snap your fucking neck. You'll be lucky if I don't have you court-martialed, you ignorant son of a bitch. You think I'm some heartless son of a bitch, don't you? Aslan screamed back, uncaring at this point what anyone could hear. Prove me wrong! Am I? Phelps tried to regain some of his composure, taking a long, steadying breath. When I was on the phone earlier talking to the base, I told them I had found his son and a small group of his friends. I told them that they were healthy and that they were on their own. Yeah? And what the hell did they say? They said that if I brought anyone but Frank Fox back, they were going to take them off the plane and put a bullet in their head. I tried to tell them that they were just kids and they needed our help. And you want to know what the cold-hearted bastards said to me, huh? Do you? They said that if they were just kids, that we'd be doing them a favor just taking them out ourselves. That if we brought them back with us, they wouldn't even be considered as cleared to stay there. They stay here. If we take them with us, they die for sure. I think the best thing we can do for them is to leave all of our gear and say that we lost it when we get back. There's no way anyone is ever going to come back here checking for it. What the hell will they care? Aslan said. This is the American government we are talking about, right? You don't have anyone else that we can ask about this? It's orders. We get them, we follow them. We can at least not shoot the group, right? I don't want to talk about this anymore, and I damn well suggest you don't bring it up anymore, soldier. You understand the words coming out of my mouth? Aslan nodded, and they started their walk up to the building. Clary saw this and yelled, You want the kids to come, or what? Phelps motioned to bring them, and everyone hustled to catch up. They made their way up the parking lot, eyes trained on the building and everything around it. There were cars and ambulances in the lot. The ambulance appeared to have been exited in a hurry, as it still had open doors. So they went in and they didn't come back out? That doesn't seem like a good thing, Phelps asked. I don't think I need to ask this, but does anyone have any questions of what you should do if you see one of those things in there? Shaun elbowed Greg, motioning to his gun. You got your safety on that rifle? Greg shook his head no, remembering the 5-minute gun lesson that he'd given the other three, and said, Okay, go ahead and flick the safeties off on your guns. Oh, and squeeze the trigger lightly, don't jerk it. Patrick, make sure you pump that thing after each time you shoot, and make sure the bead is on what you want to hit. McClellan overheard this and added, I can't tell you how much more comfortable I feel that you guys just learned how to use those things today. Just make sure you don't shoot me in the back of the head, all right? Nellie said, We don't like making promises that we don't know we're able to keep, McClellan. McClellan looked around the lobby and pulled on the door. It didn't give. It's locked. So unlock the damn thing, Phelps said. McClellan said, You think that someone maybe locked it for a reason? Phelps shrugged. Ask me if I give two shits. You got something on your belt you can open it with, don't you? McClellan shouldered his rifle, brought out an extending baton, and snapped it open with a practiced flick of his wrist. He brought it back and slammed it into the glass, shattering it. He swiped it around the edge, clearing all of it, and leaving only the metal push bar to crawl under. The 5 SEALs went under it and swept through the lobby like the practiced experts that they were. Aslan asked, So, since all those vehicles are still outside, we know that they are either trapped in here, dead, or one of those things. Patrick said, Couldn't they have just left with the person who locked it? Tina said, Nope, they're in here. They have to be, because that's the kind of day that we are having. Claire walked over to the computer terminal at the guard's desk and started typing at impossible speeds. Shaun, show me where your dad worked. Did he work out of different labs or different offices? No, just look for his lab. He has an office somewhere, but I've never been to it. He never stepped foot in there. He didn't need to. Claire said, What? Your dad was too smart to have to do research? He must have been, right? I mean, we are here, the world's burning, and... That was all Shaun needed to hear. He ducked to start running full force toward Claire for a second time, but Greg could see it coming. The rage in Shaun's eyes was hard to miss when it was fully ignited. He gripped him around the shoulders, picked him up, then whispering, No reason to get your ass handed to you 2 times in one day now, is there, Shaun? Come on, be the bigger man. Don't let this D-bag get under your skin, man. You need to be able to deal with assholes like this. He's not the first, and he won't be the last. All right? Claire stood up, trying to puff out what chest he had. You want to say that again, Greg? Greg put down Shaun, patting him on the shoulder. Yeah, sure I do. You were a giant asshole, Claire. And if you get exposed, don't worry. I'll make sure and double tap you in the damn head. Claire came around the desk, determined not to take any more shit from these kids, who he felt were beneath him. McClellan put up a hand that he tried to smack away. He reached with his right hand, gripping Claire's uniform tightly, and pushing backward. You don't need to start anything. If you've got extra energy, then maybe you ought to conserve it. You have no idea what you are going to be dealing with today. Did you hear what he called me? Yeah, he called you an asshole. Because you are being an asshole. Instead of asking questions that might get us what we need, so we can get the fuck out of here. He released Claire, pushing him back a few feet for good measure. He turned around to see a heaving Shaun. So, Shaun, Can you tell me why your dad didn't need his office? Shaun pushed free of Greg and was still keeping himself between the two men. I was trying to say that he didn't need to because he was that damn smart. He wouldn't have given something like this to his fiancée if he thought it wasn't 100% safe. He was smarter than all of you guys put together. He didn't need to have help. He needed to have answers, and he didn't ever stop until he had them. He could process so much shit at once that it would make your guys' heads spin. Phelps cleared his throat, ready to move on. So can you show us where we need to go once we get a look at the security camera? Phelps pointed to Claire, motioning to the camera console. Show us, would you? Claire nodded, straightened his fatigues, and picked up the security chair before taking a seat. He pulled up the floor Frank worked on and brought up the hallway. Oh my God, would you look at this? He looked up, seeing that he had everyone's undivided attention, and brought up the hallway on the main monitor, showing the gore on a 32-inch television. Would you look at that, for God's sake? There was something that happened in that hallway, Christy said. Was it the 3 bodies or the blood and guts splattering the walls and floors that gave it away? Shaun peered at the screen, pointing. You see that fat guy who has an axe handle sticking out of his skull? That looks like my dad's lab assistant, Rogers, who was probably helping him with the formula they were modifying. Phelps looked, seeing this, and said, You think he and your dad had a fallout? Shaun pointed and said, Can you zoom in on that, please? Claire hit the plus button, focusing on Rogers. Shaun said, Check out the arm on him. Do you see that patch of skin missing from it? They all have that. If you see it, shoot the person in the head. They have blood that comes lightly from their eyes, too. But you can't do any good with this guy. Claire said, without thinking before he spoke. Yeah? Why is that? Well, it would seem that quite possibly the giant axe handle coming out of the top of the guy's head would be the answer for that, don't you think, Claire? Greg said. He looked at the rest of the guys. Isn't really the smartest guy you all have, right? Like, he is just the computer specialist and can, I don't know, tie his shoes really well or something? Claire looked at the head more closely, thinking that there was no shortage of blood on the man's head. He looked back at Greg, who was sitting back with a grin. Yes, thank you for pointing out the obvious, Greg, Phelps said. It looks like we are clear, though. There isn't anything else wandering around up there that we need to worry about. At least it doesn't look like it from here. Claire, you stay down here. You radio us or hit an alarm if you see something that looks like it's going to kill us. All right? Roger that. Keep your radios on 5. Greg was looking at Patrick and was still looking pale. Can Patrick stay down here with you? He still doesn't look too hot. Wow, thanks, Greg. You are quite the flatterer, you know that? Greg shrugged. Well, if you want me to say something flattering, I can always think of something sweet to say to Christy. Stay on task here, Greg, she said. I am always on task, Christy. Phelps thought of the number of people and realized there was no way all these kids needed to come upstairs with them. The more that there were, the more of a liability each of them was going to be. Phelps said, There are too many of you kids out here to go up with us. Shaun, Greg, you can come with us. You are the only ones who are able to shoot. The rest of you can wait in the lobby. It seems, overall, the safest thing. Claire held up a hand. Sir, sorry, but I'm not a damn babysitter. Can you just send them home? We don't have a home, Ellie said. Claire opened his mouth, and Phelps yelled, Just keep it shut, Claire. You aren't going to say anything intelligent. I'm not sending these kids to a home they have not found yet, unless you think that we're done with the truck, which leaves Shaun and Greg here without a ride. I'm sure there's a semi or two lying around here, but I have issues believing either one of these kids can drive one of those 18-wheelers outside. Ellie said, Sorry, but I'm not staying down here waiting while the people I care about are walking around some part of the building where there may or may not be zombies, with the only protection being a SEAL team that doesn't actually seem to care if we live or die. Phelps said, I'll bring them back. Don't worry, kid. If I lose them, then I don't have anything left to worry about. Shaun looked at Ellie. Her eyes were saying, Don't go. He knew that he needed to go, that his life wasn't nearly as important as the world's. I'll be okay, Ellie. We will be back down in 20 minutes. Christ, I got 4 guys and they all smoke. You don't think we can get away? Ellie laughed, wiping a tear from her eye. McClellan said, Is that supposed to make me feel better? Shaun smiled, giving her a quick, tight hug. No, It's supposed to make her feel better, though. Clary asked, "Sir, do we want anything just in case they come while we are up in the top of the building?" Phelps looked at Clary and at Aslan, thinking about their special skill set. "Clary, you set up something in case they make it out here. Aslan, go play God for a while up on the roof. If it looks like it wants to eat us, put a bullet through its head." As Aslan and Clary headed for the door, Shaun yelled, "Hey, check out their arms and eyes, don't forget." Phelps said, "We take the stairs. Claire, we'll radio down before we go. You make damn sure that if you see anything, and I mean anything, you get your ass on and let us know. I want to be in and out as quick as possible." Claire said, "Sir, what do you want me to do if we need something off of his hard drive? I mean, there's more than likely something on there. There's no way he did everything he worked on in longhand, is there? It doesn't make sense." Christy yelled, "Let us watch the video. We can let you know. It doesn't take a rocket scientist." Phelps nodded and said, "Claire, give her your radio. We need to get the show on the road." He looked at Shaun and Greg. "Safety's off, boys. Make sure you got full magazines." The two boys lowered their guns and both pulled back the charging handles, making sure they had one ready to go. They nodded to each other, both realizing that they were going in and were now 2 men less than before. Greg laughed. "You know, I've never missed school so much in my entire life." Shaun punched him on the shoulder. "Hey, we'll be okay. The only positive thing is that this happened on Sunday, and there weren't many cars in the parking lot. So we ought to be okay. Shouldn't be more than a couple of those things walking around, wanting to rip our heads off." Phelps and McClellan both snapped their heads back at Shaun. Phelps said, "Jesus Christ, is that supposed to make him feel better? You guys kind of have a dark side." Greg said, "No, I actually do feel better. Yeah, we aren't dark. We're just teenagers. What do you expect? Let's get going. I'm ready to end this shitty part of my day." Claire opened the door and let the 4 pass, taking the rear. All 4 of them ran to the monitors, hovering behind Christy, who was watching intently. Phelps went in the stairway first, feeling tight. His heart was pounding harder than it ever had in time of battle. He was used to having an enemy who was worried about dying staring back at him. He was a SEAL, and was the better trained of the two when in battle, something that helped him and his confidence when going to war. He looked at the edge of the stairwell, feeling better about one thing for sure. There were no downstairs signs, so there should be very little chance of a zombie coming up from the dark of the stairwell. Phelps held the rifle tight and had it up to his shoulder, peering down the sights. He walked the stairwell slowly, taking the concrete steps as quietly as he could. Phelps led the men up the stairs. Shaun and Greg were in the rear of the line. McClellan whispered over his shoulder, "You guys watch our 6. Don't let anything sneak up on us." Greg said, "Yeah, we don't speak SEAL talk, dude." Shaun scooted past Greg. "He wants us to make sure nothing comes from behind. I don't know where they are going to come from. The door down there is shut, and there is no basement access from these stairs. So if something does come from behind, we are really screwed, because I really don't care for the idea of those things being able to work doorknobs." Greg shivered a little at the thought and fell in behind Shaun, rifle ready. They continued up the long sets of concrete steps until they reached the giant steel fire door that led to Frank's lab door. Phelps looked down, not surprised to see dried, sticky blood at his feet. He tapped the mic button to communicate to Christy as his final set of eyes, and to let him know if he could pass safely, or at least start out that way. "Christy, how does my entryway look?"
It looks like a hallway filled with dead bodies, but none of them are moving. You're clear to go, guys."
McClellan elbowed Claire. "Damn, Claire. She's been on the job 5 minutes, and she already has got you beat at it." "Blow me, McClellan." Phelps snapped at the two. "Get your fucking heads on straight. We're going into hell, quite possibly. I'd like to think that maybe I have your undivided attention. Is that something that I can feel safe to say?" The 2 men didn't need to speak. It was a question they were smart enough to know they didn't need to answer. Phelps pushed the heavy metal door open slowly. He peeked his head around, rifle up, holding the door with his boot, and swinging his rifle left, then right. He motioned with a hand for the rest to come through after clearing the hallway. He whistled for everyone to move through the doorway. Shaun looked at the floor as he passed through it, realizing there was no way not to step in the darkened blood that painted the floor. He thought of what Aslan had said in the truck, about it being easier to wipe it off of your boots than your soul. He knew there was a good chance he would be spilling more blood before the day was over. He stepped slowly, watching his boots leave a dark red trail on the white-tiled floor. Phelps whispered as Shaun passed him, "Where's your dad's office located at?" Shaun pointed with his rifle and proceeded to walk that way, taking lead. Phelps gripped him by the shoulder. "I think maybe you want to stay in the back, right? It's better to have someone who has dealt with something like this take point." Greg said, "We have dealt with these things, and a few more times than you. We also had to do it with less men and weaker weapons." Phelps watched the two boys moving forward, guns up and at the ready. Phelps was in awe at the bravery and valor such young, untrained men were willing to portray. McClellan looked at Phelps like he was crazy, though. "Sir, we can't let these kids take point. Just because we aren't taking them back with us doesn't mean we should let them sacrifice themselves. They think they can take on a damn army of these things, but we both know, or at least I do, that they don't stand much of a chance. If they miss, they die. From what we've seen, if they die, they come back." Phelps thought about the two young men, who were already probably quicker than him or his team, and then thought of them enraged and thirsty for blood. He had no doubt he'd kill them if he needed to, but didn't want to have to take that chance if it wasn't necessary. He nodded to McClellan, and the two men got in front of Shaun and Greg. Claire let the door shut slowly, making sure that it did not slam shut. They walked the hallway as slowly and quietly as possible, stepping over Rogers. The look of anger was embedded in his facial features. The nurse who was on the ground had bullet holes in her chest. Greg said, "It looks like something else went on here once your dad left. I wonder who shot them. I bet it was whoever locked those front doors." Shaun nodded. "Yeah, I could see that happening for sure. Makes sense." Phelps looked at his soldiers, pointing at the room, then for them to go in and sweep it. Phelps went in first, then McClellan and Claire. They swung their rifles to clear the room. Everything in there was dead quiet, until they heard the faintest of sounds. McClellan said, "What the hell is that?" Phelps said, "It sounds like sniffing. Where the hell is it coming from?" Claire walked around and saw a room with a sign on the door that said, "Live Specimens." He sighed, thinking that, of course, it had to be something like that. He pushed in first with the other two following him. What they saw about made them want to vomit. This was an animal research facility. Animals were strewn across the floor and hanging halfway out of cages. The intestines of rabbits, dogs, and cats littered the floor and hung off from every surface, and blood painted the walls. A man dressed in a medic's uniform was standing and swaying behind the cages, sniffing. Claire raised his rifle to fire and looked over his shoulder to see Phelps's okay. When he turned back, the man was staring dead at him. Blood was wet and thick on the front of his shirt and pants. A label saying Gonzalez on it was barely visible on his uniform. His nostrils were flaring in and out. It opened its mouth, screaming at the men. Phelps and McClellan walked back a step, almost tripping and falling on their asses. Claire took a long, deep breath and steadied his already raised rifle. He sighted in on the thing's head, and it started screaming at him. Claire fired off a shot, missing its skull and exploding the side of its neck open. Claire went to fire again, but it was already on the move. He turned to run, not having the space he needed to maneuver and put distance between himself and the monster. He ran for the doors, but it jumped up and landed on his shoulders. Phelps saw this and started firing, as did McClellan. It was too late. The turd bent down and bit into Claire's neck, ripping fresh, clean flesh from his neck. The blood gurgled from his mouth and ran down his chin. The turned ambulance driver took another chunk from his shoulder, making it spray blood into the air. Claire tried to scream from the immense pain, but only bubbles of red blood poured from his mouth. He fell to his knees, gripping the wounds on his neck, pulled a pistol from its holster, placing it to his head, and cocked the hammer back on the weapon. The turned man gripped his wrist, pulling it up at an impossible angle, and broke his arm. He then bit into the muscle of his bicep. Phelps said, We gotta take them both out. He's going to be one of them. God damn it, he's going to turn. Shoot them both now! They aimed on the two, and as they got ready to fire, Claire's hand started jerking and pulling the trigger, one after another. Bam! 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 Bullets ricocheted everywhere. Phelps and McClellan ducked for cover, diving out of the space and hitting the locks on the smoky, tinted glass doors. They lay on the floor, catching their breath for a moment. Then Phelps hit his radio. Aslan! Clary! We got trouble up here! There was one of those things! It got Claire, for God's sake! He's gone! It happened so fast! A bloody set of palms struck the glass, making the doors shake. 2 red handprints on the other side smeared down the glass window. Phelps rose, waiting to see ahead, when a second set of palms hit the door, followed by a loud boom as a skull smashed into the door from the opposite side. The glass instantly spiderwebbed, which spread each time the same skull smashed into it. 1, 2, 3 times, leaving a bigger, bloodier crack. Phelps froze in place when he saw that it was Claire. He saw the bloody eyes and a distant look he gave the 2 men, knowing nothing of who they were, only that they were meals to be had. Phelps fired a shot, but the bullet could not penetrate the thick glass. It only weakened the spot where the man had been smashing his head. Phelps looked at the lab door, thinking it was the best chance they had to stay away from these things. Shaun heard the gunfire and screamed from the doorway, "You guys want help, sir?" Phelps screamed, "No!" as McClellan yelled, "Get the fuck in here now!" The 2 boys rushed in with guns raised, aiming everywhere they looked. "Where are they?" Shaun screamed. The 2 boys jumped back a foot as the doors on the other side began to buckle. "Jesus Christ, who's in there?" Greg screamed. Phelps yelled, "Get the hell out of here! Those things are going to burst through that door any minute! We stay here! You guys get to your dad's office and get those papers! Get downstairs and give them to Clary! Do it now! Get the fuck moving!" Shaun and Greg took a knee, aiming at the doorway. Shaun yelled, "We aren't going anywhere! You're going to want all the help you can get in a second!" The 2 sets of hands were taking turns between skulls and fists, smashing on the door, and then it stopped. McClellan said, "He turned so fast. Jesus, those kids must have been right about it mattering where they are bit. These things are fucking insane! What do you want to do?" Phelps said, "Kill 'em." "Where'd they go? What the hell are they doing in there?" McClellan asked. No answer was needed. At once, both doors busted open. Claire and Gonzalez came running, hungry, and ready to kill. Blood spewed from Claire's wounds. Gonzalez was sprinting, leaning so far forward that he began to switch between his feet and his hands. He soared in the air at them, mouth wide open, and his eyes insane with rage. The 4 fired off rounds simultaneously. A round connected with the turned's skull, dropping him to the ground where he skidded through broken glass, leaving a blood smear on the white tiles. Claire was unconcerned about his maker. He jumped up off the wall and onto a lab bench. He was twitching, and they saw the fresh wound on his arm and blood coming from his eyes. The 4 trained their guns on him, but he was already on the move again. Greg and Shaun rose to their feet, backing up and keeping distance between Claire and themselves. The 2 men fired at Claire, but the helmet was bulletproof and ricocheted the rounds. Phelps tapped McClellan on the shoulder. The 2 men walked backward, slowly firing bullets into the helmet, and were unsuccessful. Greg fired twice, startling the 2 men, but Claire dropped off of the lab bench, still screaming at them, but unable to move. He tried to push up to his feet and fell back to the ground. Phelps yelled, "Where'd you shoot him?" "Kneecaps. He can't stand now." McClellan walked up, trying to keep his distance between himself and Claire. "We can't hit him with that helmet on," Greg yelled. He got within a few feet, underestimating the quickness and strength of the man. Claire gripped his ankle with an iron-tight grip, snapping it. McClellan dropped to the ground, leaving no shot to hit the turned man. Claire snapped at him, trying to rip the skin from bone. McClellan screamed in pain and gripped his knife in one hand, stabbing through Claire's right hand. When that did nothing to stop the monster, he took his pistol out, pulled back on the hammer, and shoved the barrel under his chin, pulling the trigger twice. Claire's head snapped backward twice in succession from the force of the .45 caliber bullets. The blood from his gun wounds sprayed into the air and into McClellan's mouth and eyes. He rolled over to his side, spitting it out quickly. He tried to get to his feet and fell back down, forgetting about the ankle. Phelps screamed, "Are you good?" McClellan held up a hand, sitting on his hands and knees, breathing heavily. He spit everything that he could from his mouth. "I don't know yet. Just stay back. That fucker snapped my ankle. I don't think I'll be able to walk on it." Phelps looked at the man, watching him. "You stay here, and don't go anywhere. Get something on that ankle to stop the bleeding." Shaun got closer to Phelps. "You'd be doing us a favor shooting him in the head now, before he turns. That broken ankle will mean nothing to him as soon as it happens." McClellan heard this and screamed, "Shut the fuck up, kid! You aren't doctors! You don't know shit!" Phelps yelled, "Stop fighting! We don't do anything yet! We don't know what's going to happen to— Bam! Bam!" McClellan's ranting ceased immediately. The 2 bullets struck him through the skull and spun him around, leaving him dead next to Claire's lifeless, turned body. Phelps screamed, "No!" He turned around and pointed his rifle at Greg, whose barrel was raised, releasing a ribbon of smoke that faded away as it rose. "You son of a bitch! What the hell is wrong with you? You aren't God, you little fucker!" Phelps could barely control his emotions as they fought to pour from his body. He was shaking with the gun in his hand. Shaun, who was to his side, had the gun raised. "Lower that gun now and stop pointing it at my friend! He saved us a lot of possible heartache and risk. You shoot him, and I'll paint that wall with you. Lower your gun now!" Phelps looked at McClellan and Claire on the ground and thought about the fact that he was aiming at and ready to kill an American teen. He was losing hope rapidly, and how this day was going to turn out. He laughed. "Looks like we got a little Mexican standoff here, don't we, kids?" Shaun said. "We don't have anything but shitty circumstances. Just put your gun down. We go 2 doors down and get my dad's research and get out of here. You go home and we go on living here. You don't like losing men? Well, neither do I. So I suggest you lower it. Or pull that trigger. But if you do, you're fucking done." Phelps lowered it, letting it hang on his side. He hit his mic again. The chatter had been non-stop in his ear. "Yeah, we lost McClellan. He got blood in his mouth, and one of the kids took him out before he turned. I guess he did him a favor." Clary's voice came back over the mic. "Can you handle this on your own?" Phelps replied. "Yeah, I think I'll be okay. These kids seem to be just fine handling themselves. You just keep an eye out on the perimeter, and make sure we don't have any more shit sneaking up on us, all right?" "You let me know if you want us back in there. We can be back inside in a minute. We just need the word." "You two stay there. We will be out of here in no time. I hope that is the last surprise we run into." He started walking out to the hallway. Shaun said, "Don't you want to ask Christy if it's clear?" Phelps walked out, turning back around. "Do you two ever shut—" Before he could finish, a turn came out of nowhere, diving and knocking Phelps onto his back. Phelps held up his arms, gripping the man's suit coat lapels, trying to keep it from ripping his face off. Its saliva fell freely from its mouth, and Phelps grunted, keeping his mouth shut, refusing to get the potentially changing spit into his own mouth. It pulled him up by his bulletproof vest, slamming him down repeatedly. The only thing keeping him from losing consciousness was his helmet. Greg and Shaun took aim, but neither had a safe shot. Greg yelled, "It's one of the guys who works with my dad! He must have been here yesterday!" Phelps turned his head toward the boys, holding on for dear life. "Would you do something to get this fuck off of me, goddammit?" Greg said, "He's screwed. What do we do?" Shaun dropped the rifle down from aim and ran toward Phelps and the turned man. Phelps's eyes were beginning to roll into the back of his head. Shaun brought up the rifle, yelling, "Hey!" It snapped its head at Shaun, who brought up his new military boot and extended the heel of it into its jaw. He knocked it off of Phelps, who gasped for air as he rolled onto his side. It went to its stomach, pushing up, only to be pushed back down as Shaun jumped off of his back and brought the butt of the rifle into its face, smashing its nose. Blackened blood oozed from it, snapping its head backward, and it fell to the ground. It screamed, and Shaun went to shoulder the rifle, but it was too quick. It gripped the weapon and yanked it from his hands, throwing it behind him. Shaun looked at Greg in confusion, not expecting that to happen. Greg motioned, "Run! Fucking run now! What are you looking at me for?" Shaun sprinted down the hallway, jumping dead bodies and running with everything he had. He looked over his shoulder, peering behind him. The turned man was racing after him, sprinting, and as it sped up, it bent at an impossible angle, then started jumping and leaping forward with its hands and feet. It launched itself at Shaun, who ducked and let it fly past him, crashing into the elevator doors. The lights illuminated, and the doors opened. Shaun pulled his pistol, taking aim and firing. The turned man moved in time and got hit in the shoulder, spinning him around. It fell to the floor inside the elevator, but jumped to its feet again, crouching and readying itself to attack. Shaun took steady aim, and as he placed pressure on the trigger, the doors shut. The L button for the lobby lit up next to the doors. Shaun saw this, and the only thing he could think of was Ellie. Shaun sprinted through the hallway, running for the doors. Greg looked down the hallway, seeing that the turned man was now gone, and also took in the L. He knew that he'd never catch up with Shaun at the pace he was moving. He went through the door and took the steps 4 at a time, trying his best to keep his balance and not fall down head first. Shaun made it to the bottom of the steps, jumped into the handle that opened the door, and ran straight across the lobby hallway. The 4 teens saw him and were already pointing toward the elevator with their weapons. Shaun halted in his sprint, not wanting to get in the line of fire. The elevator bell dinged, and the doors opened slowly. The turned didn't wait or care about what was in front of it. As soon as it locked eyes on the teens in front of him, it sprinted. The 5 of them unleashed hell's fire on it, hitting shoulder, gut, knees, arms, and finally, the skull. It dropped to the ground, unmoving. Shaun yelled, "Reload! Now! Make sure you stay full! Always stay full! Do it!" Patrick jumped and yelled, "We did it! We took one out!" "Yeah, but it took 4 of you firing everything you had. Check the monitor. Is Greg okay?" They'd all but forgotten about anything but the craze going on in front of them. They watched the monitor in awe. Greg was standing in the hallway, holding his hands up and walking backward. Phelps was walking toward him slowly, twitching sporadically. Shaun said, "Damn it! He must have gotten bit when that thing was on top of him. It happened so quick we must not have seen it." Phelps bent his head down to his arm and came back up quickly with a flap of flesh hanging from his mouth. Shaun didn't know what to do. He'd never make it up the steps again in time. Greg said, "Hey, oh shit." He walked backward, stumbling, and bringing the rifle up, firing 2 rounds in succession. The shells ejected, echoing down the hallway. The only other sound was that of Phelps's heavy breathing and snarling. The bullets snapped his head backward, but the helmet kept it safe and sound, and still intact to kill. Phelps leaped into the air, almost hitting his head on the 12-foot ceiling. Greg's eyes grew wide in fear, watching the man who was fighting by his side a minute before, ready to rip his jugular from its still functional place, where he felt strongly about it remaining. Phelps came back down, kicking both feet into his chest, which sent Greg sliding backward on the blood-covered floor, leaving an imprint on the red floor with his body. His rifle slid backward, 20 feet behind him. Phelps bent down, crouching. He lifted his hand to his mouth and licked his own blood. He leaped toward Greg again, and Greg wasted no time rolling onto his side. He then pushed himself up, slipping in the blood, and running for everything he was worth. Greg got into a clear space of the tile and pushed his body as hard as he could to move across the space, putting as much of it as he could between himself and Phelps. He dived into Frank's laboratory and slammed the door shut. He locked it and slid a table in front of it. The table jumped with every pound of the door. Greg looked around the office frantically, scared to death. He ran to the window and tried to judge if breaking both legs jumping out of the 3rd story of the building seemed justified. He nodded that it was and looked around, seeing an emergency fire hose. Greg sprinted to it, pulled every inch of the wound hose from its place, and grabbed the largest chair that he could lift. He then launched it through the window, shattering the glass. He used his pistol to knock the rest of the glass from the edges. He'd seen enough blood that day, and didn't want to see any of his own. He threw the hose out of the window and climbed up on its edge, just as the door breached and broke in half, slamming the remaining pieces of it open. He jumped, screaming and sliding down the fire hose. His hands felt like they were on fire from the friction of the hose. Greg hit the ground hard, collapsing in a heap. He grunted, pushing to his feet, and started a sprint for his life across the property. Aslan heard the glass breaking and sprinted to the east wing of the building to see what was happening. He saw what looked like a blood-soaked Greg, running for everything he was worth and then some, but he was still running at a pace that looked like that of a human. He looked up at the window, where Phelps stood, looking for his meal. Phelps jumped, ignoring the fire hose, and landed hard on the ground before jumping back up and taking off in a sprint that would have earned him a medal. Aslan rested the high-caliber rifle on the edge of the building, taking aim at Greg, and then adjusting the scope, looking down, and seeing Phelps sprinting after the boy, closing the distance at an insane speed. Aslan fired off a round, striking him in the head without hesitating, knowing that Phelps would have done the same for him if the worst case happened. The round from the rifle did not penetrate the helmet, but the force knocked Phelps flat on the ground. He got up, growling, and running again for Greg. Greg rounded the corner of the building, where Clary had taken position. The look on Greg's face was all he needed to know that something very bad was coming, and most likely coming fast. Aslan took aim a second time on Phelps, ejecting the spent shell, then pushing the bolt back home, getting a second one ready. He fired as Phelps jumped unexpectedly. The round missed his head by a foot, but struck his right arm, tearing it from its place, and leaving a gruesome sight. Blood poured from the arm. The half that hit the ground with the bite wound lay twitching in the grass. Clary waved for Greg to keep running straight, screaming, "Don't stop! He's catching up to you! Get going now, goddammit! Do it now!" Greg pumped his arms with everything he had, dropping his pack and pushing faster and faster until he was barely able to keep his balance. He did not see the explosion, but felt the warm heat of the blast on his back, sending him into the air and 10 feet forward. He could hear nothing. There was only smoke to be seen. He pushed up slowly, feeling dizzy from the blast and his equilibrium thrown out of whack. Clary sprinted up to Greg, helping him to his feet while he shouted in his face. Greg could only see Clary's lips moving, clueless as to what he was saying. Clary picked the boy up. Greg thought he was floating for a second. Clary clapped his hands in front of him, moving his fingers back and forth in front of his eyes. Greg followed them lazily and slow. Clary nodded to him, realizing his senses were going to be jacked for a while. The smoke dissipated, and Phelps, or what was left of him, crawled toward Clary and Greg on the ground. Clary walked to his commanding officer, who had lost everything from the torso down. Only the blackened top half of him remained, but he was still trying to kill. Clary walked up, horrified that he was still ready to kill everything he saw, and unsure how the hell anyone could cure the devil's work. He unholstered his pistol, a 1911 .45 caliber, cocked the trigger back, and walked to Phelps, and then kicked him over onto his back. He placed a bullet through his mouth, which ricocheted up through his skull and bounced around inside of his helmet. The need to kill in his eyes faded and went away. Clary pulled out a pack of smokes. His hands were shaking so bad he could barely hold them. He dropped them, spilling them onto the ground. He bent down, scooped them up, and lit one before hitting his mic to Aslan. "Looks like it's just the two of us. You need a bigger rifle if you can't take out a guy with a direct headshot. What kind of pussy ammo are they loading for you?" Aslan came back into his ear. "You do realize that we are trained to shoot people in the heart, right? Like, it's the best place to shoot someone if you want to kill them. Unfortunately, that practice is going to go to shit now, since we have to shoot people in the head. People who run like insane freaks and don't ever slow down." "Sounds like it's a good thing we were getting out of Dodge, then." Greg was putting his hands over his ears, trying to get them to pop so that he could begin to hear again. He started walking in a daze. Clary grabbed him by the shirt sleeve, and they walked back to the building. Shaun came out of the broken doorway frame, rifle up, scanning the area for Phelps or whomever else had turned. He saw Greg being pulled by Clary, looking disheveled, covered in soot and blood. His hair was sticking up in 10 different directions, and his eyes looked distant and confused. Shaun shouldered the rifle, sprinting over to him. The rest of the teens came out of the doorway when they saw Greg, and sprinted to him as well. Clary stood back, watching in awe. He was impressed by how tough they were as a group. They looked out for their own, and they would die for each other, if the need came for it. He wished that there was a better chance of them surviving, wishing that they could get trained to survive in such a time, but knowing that there was nothing he could do about it. He thought about the plane ride home, and if it was possible to step foot on the plane, knowing he'd be sentencing them to death, or quite possibly sentencing them to an eternal life of death. He walked back over, grabbing Greg's backpack and looking through it. He only saw ammunition, food, water, and a change of clothes. Clary looked up, dumbfounded. "Where the fuck are the papers at?" Shaun pointed to the window, saying, "We need to go back up there and get them. It isn't our fault. Your team members kept finding ways to get turned. I tried to save Phelps, but it was too late. Whoever was there bit him. He changed while I was trying to take care of the turned man." Clary hit his radio. "We're going back in there, and then I think we need to radio and let them know what is going on. We need to get that data before anything else unexpected happens, man. We need to make sure there's still a flight out of here we can get." Clary gave a thumbs up and said, "Let's get your dad's research found. I don't know how much longer we have." The kids started walking to the building. Tina said,
Well, we wouldn't want you going and missing your ride home now, would we?
Clary didn't say anything in response. He knew there wasn't anything to be said. Patrick asked, "So, now that, everyone but the two of you are dead, do you think we have a better or worse chance of hitching a ride with you?" Clary shook his head. "I have no idea, kid. You're asking questions to things I can't answer. Even if I wanted to bring you with us, there isn't anyone who gives a shit what we think. Someone already has my life planned out for the foreseeable future. Or until the world's end." They made their way back up the steps, taking it slow, going through all of the rooms again. Shaun looked at the dogs and pointed to them. "Check them out, Ellie. The dogs and other animals aren't moving. They are just dead." Ellie said, "What? Is that a good thing?" "Hell yes it is. You want a Doberman who can't die chasing you around, trying to rip you to pieces? No. That's the answer. Actually, hell no." Shaun walked to the safe inside his dad's office. It was flashing with 6 spaces to enter a code. He thought about it, knowing that his dad wasn't a man who tried to remember useless information. He punched in a set of numbers. It flashed red and cleared itself. Shaun punched in a second set of numbers, and a green light blinked. Then an airtight lock released air and opened. Shaun swung the heavy door open and saw many different file drawers. He pulled one open that was labeled KR. They grabbed the files, and Shaun was looking at the dates, noticing they were all recent, and that there were different sets of handwriting on the files. Clary took them and looked them over. He located the earliest information, seeing the original formulas with jotted notes about the X-74. Clary flipped pages slowly, reviewing and seeing that they had been making changes over the months. He saw the final entry was made by Rogers, and that the formula was signed off and sent to be tested in mass. He said, "Hey, it looks like your dad's assistant was helping him modify the formula, but for some reason he went back to the original and added some extra chemicals into it." Clary grabbed all of the materials and said, "We need to get this scanned and into a file to send." He went to a scanner and started placing papers in it, one after another, sending all of them to become one giant electronic PDF file. He called to the base on his satellite phone. "General, it's Clary. We are 4 men down, sir." He looked around at the 6 kids, realizing that maybe he didn't want to have a life-changing conversation in front of them. He took the phone into the other room, where he could have a bit of privacy. "Sir, these kids are on their own. They aren't infected, and it looks like from the research that it was actually his assistant who made the..." The general cut him off. It happened, soldier. We don't give a shit at this point who. If you found what we need, what America needs, then you need to quit wasting my time and get it sent ASAP. Sir, I just wanted to ask if we can bring the kids back. I've got the files ready to transmit. Your men should be able to access the computers. I have the security open in his office for his computer. Son, get the information transmitted. Do it now and stop fucking around. Clary was feeling uneasy about everything. He went back into the room, trying not to make eye contact with the kids. His guilt was weighing quite heavily on his shoulders, and he didn't need to have any more added to it. He hit send on the PC. Transmitting now, sir. Did they see them yet? Hold while I get confirmation from our boys in tech. Clary held the phone, staring at the computer. It looked like it had a mind of its own, the speeds with which folders were opening, closing, and disappearing. He hit his mic to Aslan. Hey, they are getting the data now. We ought to have a ride out of here in no time. Wait, you sent them the information already? Like, they have everything they need? Yeah, he ordered me to send it now. They have everything. Aslan was deep in thought, and not very happy with the thoughts that were running through his mind. The idea of being abandoned in the middle of the country with nothing but the dead around him everywhere they turned was not a very pleasant thought. Did he say when the Widowmaker was going to be back here to pick us up? No, not yet. The phone was muffling. He released the throat mic and put it back up to his ear to hear the general already speaking. Son, you've done a hell of a job, and the country owes you the greatest of debts. You and your remaining men. Thank you, sir. I'd appreciate a ride home, though. Son, we don't know how many people we are going to have around to fly once the shit is done hitting the fan. I'm sorry, sir. What does that mean exactly? Son, there isn't a ride home. We already have Forsyth home. We can't guarantee any of you aren't infected. You need to stay safe, son, and once we learn more, there might be a ride home for you. But right now, it's just not going to happen. That is... The static he heard was gone. The general was no longer on the opposite end. He slammed the phone down and noticed 6 blank faces staring at him. He pulled off his helmet, hurling it across the room. You have got to be fucking me! This is fucking shit! Son of a bitch, this is fucking ridiculous! The teens jumped at the ranting and raving. Clary screamed, picking up the computer tower sitting on the desk, and launched it across the room, where it crashed into the same wall his helmet had. Greg, who was just finally getting his hearing back to a respectable usage, said, Something wrong? Clary said, Yeah, something's wrong! Something's very fucking wrong! Are you kidding me? That son of a bitch general left us here! We are abandoned and on our own and have no way to get the hell out of here! Ellie, with more sarcasm than a human should be able to muster, said, Oh no, that is too bad. I can't imagine what being left in the land of zombies could possibly be like. On your own, no one to care for you. She held out her arms toward Clary. Do you need a hug? I'm a hugger. Come on, group hug, Clary. He hit his mic. We are fucked! They aren't coming to get us! Get inside! We need to regroup and we need to do it ASAP! Clary had to remove his ear mic because the yelling coming through from Aslan was too much to listen to. He walked around, swearing to no one but God and the general, who obviously could not hear him. He picked up a lab stool, spun around in one flow of momentum, and chucked it out the window near the one Greg had already broken. A faint voice from downstairs echoed up, saying, Hey, go fuck yourself too, you son of a bitch! Clary stopped his wild display of anger and ran to the window. Aslan had been walking about 20 feet from where the stool had landed. It was the first thing that day that had made him smile, just a little bit. Shaun said, So what's your plan? I mean, you're done with us now, right? We got a long walk back to town ahead of us. Clary said, No, we got that shiny new truck we can take back to town. Just like you said, there are plenty of places to sleep in this town. Now we just need to find the best one. Ellie said, What truck? You mean the one that we don't have any keys for? You guys melted them when you blew up Phelps. He refused to let us keep a set, remember? Tina said, What we? We don't exist, remember? If you were getting that flight back, you were going to be waving at us from a plane window, losing no sleep about leaving teens on their own.
So now it's we, you say?
Clary looked up at the ceiling, contemplating. There was no good answer. He looked at the teens' dirty faces, some of them covered with blood. Greg looked the worst for what he had been through. It's up to you. Do you want to survive, or do you want to just hope that you'll survive? Shaun, who very much wanted to keep his group alive, stared at Ellie. He knew the chances of keeping her safe with the supplies and knowledge that they had were going to be less than fair. So, what happens if you stay with us? What's the plan going to be? You live. We can stockpile. There are supplies, we just have to get them. It won't be easy, but we can do it. You said there was a man who had his own personal armory? We can start there. That truck that you don't have keys to can be hotwired. You just need to know and learn how. We can pick up a new vehicle in town. So you train us and you can teach them how to shoot? We already know how to shoot, and we don't need you for that. Don't be ignorant, kid. Aiming a gun is only 10% of war. You need to know how to live off the land, and that means more than just being able to shoot a deer or squirrel in the woods. I can teach you how to make bombs. Aslan can teach you how to shoot better than you ever thought you could, and from further than you can imagine. If you don't think there is something that I can teach you, that Aslan can teach you, then I wish you the best of luck, kid. Ellie pulled Shaun over and whispered into his ear.
Hey, we can't screw this up. There's a good chance that they can live without us. There's a lesser good chance that we can live without them. I think we stood a chance when there was a cabin, but we can't build something like that. He is right, though. There are plenty of supplies in town. There are plenty of places to stay. And if we have them, I think we will be able to make a run at it. Maybe when things cool off, we can try to get out of town, out of the state, and go somewhere safer.
Shaun smiled. I bet there aren't any turned in Hawaii. Then he nodded. We need them, I know. I just didn't want him thinking that we were going to be kissing their asses. He looked up at Clary and the others and nodded. We need to learn, I get that. Just don't ditch us the first chance you get for something better. I'm sure there are people in town alive, and they'll come out eventually. Yeah, but I don't know those people. And you already have proven yourselves a couple times over again. I think if it wasn't for the whole zombie apocalypse thing starting, Greg would be one hell of a candidate for a future SEAL. If he could keep himself out of jail. Greg smiled, shaking his head no. Nope, that crew cut just wouldn't do this face justice. It's too damn pretty. Let's get going. If we're going together, I think we should try to get to Andy's before we find somewhere to crash for the night. Shaun stared around. You know, this place seems to be empty and could be secured. It has already got security cameras. They have a kitchen and freezer in the cafeteria, and water, and probably a backup generator. There's no way they would have this much stuff and not have a way to keep it going, right? What do you think, Clary? I think this place would be great. My only fear of it is the possible looters who will feel the same way. And the fact that we don't know if any of the stuff your dad's assistant conjured up is still in here. I have no interest in finding some of that on accidentally either. Shaun said, Well, can we at least smash open the vending machines and take all the water and meal bars that are in there? They left, finding all the vending machines that each floor offered, and packed the items onto a cart from his dad's office, until they found a laundry bag large enough to stuff them into. By the time they were done, they could drink and eat meal bars for the better part of a month. Aslan came in, seeing this, and said, What are you doing? It looks a lot like we were staying here for a while. Did you make plans without me? He grabbed Clary, pulling him into an office, and slammed the door, knowing that a little privacy when a disagreement is at hand isn't always a bad thing. Clary shrugged. You know what? These kids have connections. They know the town, they know the layout, and they probably would be one of the reasons we stay alive. If you want us to go at it on our own, we can cut our ties right now. But you think about the fact that we packed for a day mission. We were to be in and out at this point. We have a truck that needs hotwired, and nothing else to our names but a depleting amount of ammunition and a sadly slowly diminishing amount of explosive devices. You don't think we could go to a military base for refuge? You think anyone left is going to worry about letting any fellow soldiers in? I'm sure if we get within 50 feet of a base, there wouldn't be anything but bullets flying our way. You know they've gone to a shoot first and ask second policy. But worse, What if they send all the troops out to try and stop these things? There's little chance that martial law isn't completely in effect, if there was anyone left in town to enforce it with. So what? We stay here and babysit some kids until we get word that it's safe to try and move through the United States somewhere safe? I could think of some much worse things that are possible. But you can do what you want. I think we got a chance in this town. Hell, I'm kind of loving the idea of a houseboat right now. I can only pray God didn't make these things smart enough to swim. God doesn't have anything to do with today. Clary nodded. Yeah, if I was a religious man, I'd say this is nothing but the devil's hand. So what, we stay? Do we go? You really think we can do something with these kids? Clary shrugged, twisting the handle to go back out. We stay, we hope we don't die, and we go back to wherever that hardware store is so we can get some things. I have an idea if we need something. What do you mean? The kids said they react to the noise. If there's anything around, I say we make homemade pipe bombs. We can toss them down the street and try and keep those things away. Chapter 13. Andes. Clary walked out into the hallway. The teens were resting against the wall in one manner or another. You know, I hope you guys get some endurance eventually. I think you need a nap more than needing to go to a gun store. They stretched, getting back up to leave. Ellie said, What do you mean, a nap? She reached into the bag and pulled out a handful of 5-hour energy shots, untwisting one and slamming it back like a pro. The others did the same, and they went back out to the truck, loading up all the junk food that they'd taken from the vending machines, as well as some chemical ingredients that Clary insisted he could not live without. Aslan disappeared in the truck cab, and it came to life in no time. Clary climbed into the back, putting his machine gun up on top of the cab's top, extending the bipods mounted underneath the barrel, and was ready for war. Shaun and Ellie climbed in too, settling against the bed of the truck, and the other 4 climbed up into the cab. Greg sat next to Aslan. You sure you don't want to let one of us drive, so that you can get set up to shoot if we run into anything? No, if we see anything, we're going to hang back. There's only 2 of us left, and I'd prefer to keep it that way, kid. Oh, I think I stopped being a kid the first time I blew a cheerleader's face off with a 12-gauge shotgun. Was that day 1? Greg nodded, trying not to remember everything about the day all at once. So, not one of you has any family left? Greg shook his head no. Everyone but Ellie, Shaun, and I lost their parents at the Welcome Home rally. It was a feeding frenzy, and the single most disturbing thing that I have ever seen. I couldn't help but watch in awe when the first bus door was opened to save the girls inside. The firefighter on the outside was pulled in, and minutes later, all hell erupted from the bus. Christy spoke up in the back seat.
You know, even though we are young, I promise we will do everything we can to help. We want to learn. We want to make sure that we are safe, and that you 2 are also. We know you could go off on your own and probably make a go of it, but I think that a small group is going to pay off big time. The more you teach us, the less you 2 will have to do, right?
Aslan looked in his rear view, seeing a seriousness he'd usually only seen on a soldier's face. You got it, kid. Christy. We will teach you how to shoot, how to not be seen, and how to hopefully blow some serious shit up. Greg, with nothing but seriousness, said, I would absolutely love to learn how to blow shit up. Aslan said, You know I can't tell you what a shock that is to hear coming from your mouth. Patrick asked, So if you teach us how to shoot, does that mean I get to upgrade from something that only holds 4 or 5 rounds in it for something that holds a lot more rounds? Aslan stared at Patrick for a second, trying not to judge a book by its cover. He said, How old are you, Patrick? 15? Why? What does that have to do with anything? Are you a smart 15-year-old? Patrick answered cautiously. Yeah, maybe. Why? Aslan held up one of his brass rounds. You see this? I can teach you to hit something with it from a mile away if you are good at math and thinking on your feet. You seem like someone who might want to keep as much distance from zombies and yourself as possible. Yeah, I'm great with math. And yes, I'm all about not being within 100 yards of one of those things. You can teach me to shoot like you, then? Aslan shook his head no, holding back a smile. You won't ever shoot as good as me, kid. But then again, no one shoots as good as me. But you'll be the shit with a high-powered rifle, son. Patrick sat back, feeling a little better about his future, staring at the heavy rifle that was resting next to Greg's head. Greg gave Patrick a thumbs up. Man, things are looking up for us. Aslan made a turn onto the street that Andy's surplus goods was on. He slammed on the brakes, and a thud from the back came, along with a slew of curse words from Clary. "Learn to drive, asshole! What the hell's the problem?" Aslan leaned his head out the window. "Look for yourself. My driving is impeccable. You're the one on the outside. Do you want me to try and drive through that?" The lights of Andy's shop were off, and Clary gazed at the street. There were hundreds of turned in the street, not moving. They were just standing still, sniffing, and looking absolutely brain-dead. Shaun saw this and said, "Whatever we do, don't make any noise. We don't need those things rushing up here before we're ready." Clary looked around. His eyes stopped on a diner with an old-fashioned sign declaring it to be Dee's place. "Shaun, how big is that diner down there? You been there before?" "Of course. I probably would have starved without that place. It's pretty big. You want a hamburger or something?" Clary was shaking his head, looking at the brick structure, and thinking about it intensely. No, I want to blow the hell out of it." Shaun said, "You realize what that will do, right? Yeah, Shaun, exactly. Every single one of those things will come this way, and let us get into the old guy's place. Which is exactly what we want to have happen, isn't it?" Shaun thought about it, agreeing, but still unsure how the outcome was going to come to fruition. "You think blowing up the building is going to get their attention? I mean, hell, I blew up a little van. I didn't do any real estate demolition." Clary had a wide grin spreading across his face. "We aren't going to draw their attention by blowing up the building. We are going to get all of those damn things inside of it and drop the roof on their fucking heads." Shaun stared at the building for a second, and then shared in a smile, liking the idea of taking out as many of those things as possible. Clary said, "Those things are hunters. They want to eat and kill, and they want nothing else. We want to live. Therefore, we are enemies, and we'll kill every last goddamned one of them. And if they come up with a cure, they can take care of who is still left." Clary bent down, knocking on the back window of the truck. Tina slid it open. "You got an idea to get rid of those things down there? We aren't ever going to make it inside the shop if they are around." "Aslan, back up to that diner. It's too structurally sound right now." "You going to blow it up, aren't you? God, I love it when you blow shit up." Greg about jumped out of the truck. "I'm going with Clary then. I want to learn how to blow shit up. Please let me come with you." Clary said, "Get your gun. We don't know if the place is empty or not. Aslan, come back and get us in 10 minutes. Greg smiled. "You don't have to tell me to grab the gun. I'm not leaving this thing behind for the rest of my damn life." He jumped out, getting into the back of the truck. They reversed quickly, stopping in front of Dee's place. The two got out and checked the door. It was locked. Clary punched a hole through the front glass door and reached his hand in, cutting it on the glass. Greg watched the fresh blood on Clary's hand and grabbed a handkerchief, handing it to Clary, who tried to refuse it. Greg shook his head no, insisting that he take it. "You don't get it. They can smell blood like nothing else. We might need to have this in a few minutes." Clary let Greg walk in. The space was dark. Greg felt around the entrance, looking for a switch. The light coming in from the outside was dim because of the writing on the windows for the team's return. Greg said, "I can't see shit. Why don't you have a flashlight on that thing?" "Just find the damn switch." There was a growling that neither of them liked hearing. Greg said, "What the hell is that?" Clary reached into his pants, finding a small flashlight, and he shined it around the room. He didn't see anything on the first pass with it. He went back a second time, and his heart skipped a beat. Standing in the middle of the room were three turned, swaying back and forth. They were standing in small puddles of what was most likely their own blood. Greg walked back slowly toward Clary, who had a flashlight trained on the trio. He read the back of the jersey. Clary said, "You know a kid named Giles Batchelor?" Greg said, "Yeah, I know all of them. He's a foreign exchange student from the UK. That's Lisa Williams. She's a cheerleader. and the other is DeBryan. He's a football star. You got any issues taking them out? No, not if they're going to try and eat me, I sure as hell don't. Greg raised the rifle, pointing at the three. Clary whispered, You can't shoot them. Yeah I can. Are you crazy? You forgot about the mob down the street? You fire that gun before Aslan comes back for us, and I don't care what we do. We aren't going to be able to hold those things off. Clary set down his rifle and packed slowly, looking at the wall. He walked over, punching the light switch. When he looked back, the three who hadn't given him any of their attention were now staring straight at them. Giles was sniffing wildly. Clary looked down at his hand, realizing what it was that was enticing them. The football player twisted his head sideways and leapt into the air. Clary pulled his folding shovel from the bag, pushing Greg back up against the door and out of the way. Clary flipped the shovel head down as the turned teen came within inches of him. He took a knee and extended the shovel up as hard and with every ounce of power that he had in him. He slammed the shovel into his neck, slicing directly through it and sending a slew of blood in every direction. Clary turned his head, getting painted with the blood. The turned landed on its feet, hands ready to attack before it collapsed into the ground. Its head rolled onto the table, cut clean off from its neck. Greg watched in awe as the other two turned came running for Clary. He didn't have time to duck underneath the two teenagers left and ran towards the football player, picking him up with an iron grip and running back toward the counter, slamming his skull against the steel top repeatedly until his head cracked open and his brains spilled out. The girl who used to be Lisa came up growling, pouncing on Clary's back. He could feel the saliva from her mouth running down his back. He screamed, gripping her hands, but only able to catch her thumbs. He pulled her over his head hard and fast, twisting the digits in his hand and snapping them both clean off. She screamed in rage, flipping back up, only to meet a boot in the face that sent her sliding backward. She got up one last time, running and jumping at Clary, who caught her midair and twisted her around, slamming her onto the ground as he unsheathed his machete. He jammed it through her chin, not stopping it until the sharp blade stuck out of the top of her skull. Greg got up off the ground, picking up Clary's rifle and pack and carrying it to him. Clary was breathing heavily and pulling a smoke from his pocket. He looked at the three on the ground, nodding. Greg said, "Holy shit, you need to quit smoking those things." Clary nodded. "I think these are the least of my concerns." He lit one and sat at the table for a minute, staring at the teenagers on the floor while he tried to catch his breath. God, I hate those things. We need a silencer. We aren't going to be able to get lucky like that every time. We need something better. Like what? I don't know. But if there'd have been more of them, I'm pretty sure that I would have needed the gun. The two of them walked into the kitchen, staring at an ancient stove. What are you going to do? Clary pointed at the back of it and said, It's gas. I was praying that it was going to be gas. We are going to fill this room up and let those things in and light it on fire. Even if it doesn't kill them, it is sure as hell going to slow those things down. I'm going to drop the roof on their heads. Greg and Clary lifted the ancient oven, sliding it far enough away from the wall to loosen the gas valve. What do we do now? We jump in the truck and give it 20 minutes to fill up. After that, we need to get those things to come into the building. How do we go about that, then? I'm going to take the blood you think they want so much and hang it like a flag on the antenna of the truck. Once they start chasing, I jump out on the roof and run into the building. We have the truck waiting in the back, and then I run through the back and into the alleyway where everyone's waiting for me. We can trip a grenade through the back once we leave and run like hell. The two walked out after making sure the door was rigged so that when it opened, a grenade pin would come out, ready to blow. Clary was using his mic to tell Aslan that he needed to come back and pick them up when a turned came, walking slowly. Greg pointed. Shit! Great, there's another one. Clary raised his pistol, taking sights on it. Greg jumped on his arm, saying, Remember the mob down the street? Right. I think we need to look for a nice farm somewhere, like out of town, where there won't be any problems again. Clary rubbed his face and put his pistol away. He looked around the alleyway, gripped a 2x4 he found lying against the wall, and whistled as he waved the blood-soaked handkerchief in the air. The turned stared, catching the smell of Clary's blood. It crouched down low, and then jumped 10 feet in the air and off of the side of a brick wall. Clary spun in a swirl and smashed the wood directly in the face, knocking it back 4 feet. It landed flat out and jumped back up, crouching a second time, and sprinted at Clary, hands open. Clary looked at the wood that was left. A broken edge had come off from the blow, and only a 3-foot triangle remained of it. The two ran at each other. Clary screamed a war cry as the monster ran toward him. It jumped at the last minute, surprising Clary, who moved to the side of it and gripped its shirt collar, pulling it back and slamming it down to the ground. He raised the shard of wood above his head and slammed it repeatedly into the thing's skull until he cracked it open. He put in a finishing blow to its skull with the sharp end of the 2x4. Its legs jolted one time in shock, and the rage in its eyes slowly burned out. Greg stepped up closer to the monster on the ground, poking at it with his rifle. "Holy crap, you took it out with a 2x4. That was awesome! Let's hope we never need to do that again." "Don't count on it. If those things love noise that much, we're going to have to come up with a silencer for the rifles. We need to be able to take these things out a hell of a lot easier. Shit like this is only going to happen so many times before we get killed." "But it was great. I couldn't agree more, though. Let's never do that again." Aslan drove around the block, trying his best to avoid gaining the attention of the turned that filled a good majority of the streets. Christy said,
"Do you think they're all right?"
Tina laughed.
"You don't have maybe just the slightest crush on Greg, do you? Or is it Clary that you're worried about, Christy?"
Christy blushed.
"Sorry if I'm worried about someone besides myself, Tina. I guess he just strikes me as a good guy. I think he has potential."
Tina rolled her eyes.
"Yeah, you just know him so well that you can know how great he might be one day."
Patrick said, "Now, ladies, let's just settle down. It's all going to be okay. We just need to relax. It's been kind of a stressful day for all of us." The two girls snapped their heads toward him, simultaneously snapping, "Shut up, Patrick!" Patrick sat back in his seat, mouthing, "Wow." Aslan looked at the three in the back seat, shaking his head, and thinking there were some third-world countries that he had enjoyed a hell of a lot more than having to deal with the likes of teenagers. He said, "Open that window up and yell to Shaun. We need to do a drive-by and see if they are ready. Tell him to double-tap the roof if we are good to stop and retrieve our guys." Christy hit her belt and pulled open the window.
"Aslan says to keep an eye out. We're going to do a drive down the alleyway behind Dee's place."
Shaun stared back. "That's pretty dumb. Just leave the window open. I'll be like, 'Hey, there they are, stop the truck,' and then we stop the truck." Christy stared back at Aslan to give the message, but he was already shaking his head no. "God, I hate kids. I really hate kids. This is the reason why I don't have any kids." The teens smiled, proud they could push someone who is supposed to be as hard as nails to the near brink of wanting to strangle each and every one of them single-handedly. Shaun shrugged. "Fine, we do it your way." Christy shut the window to the truck, biting back a smile. Aslan pulled up by the alleyway, focusing on the task ahead of him and what was going on. Shaun slammed on the roof, doing an overdramatic drum roll on it. Melly looked up, laughing.
"You know there is a really good chance that Aslan is going to kill you if you don't stop screwing with him."
"Well, I don't want them to think they get to just come aboard and be the bosses."
"Yeah, we wouldn't want to do anything stupid like acknowledging the fact that we need some serious help if we want to make it. Cut them a break. You might even learn a thing or two."
Greg and Clary sprinted up the alleyway, throwing their gear into the back of the truck and climbing in. Shaun said, "You two okay? Did you run into any of, the turned?" Greg nodded. "Yeah. Clary smashed one upside the head with a 2x4, and when it jumped back up, ready to literally tear our damn heads off, he used the broken piece and jammed it through the thing's skull, killing it. There were some in the restaurant too, but I don't think you want to know the details about it." "I don't know if you can kill those things, Greg. I mean, I'm pretty sure they are already dead. There's something that keeps them going, and I hope to God the government is smart enough to figure it out," Ellie whispered.
I'd be happy if they just come up with something that keeps us from turning if one of those freaks bites us.
Shaun rubbed her shoulder. Nothing is going to get you, Ellie. Not as long as I'm around to stop it. Clary mistook the kind words for camaraderie, not realizing that this was the start of a love that would last, at least in some way, forever. Aslan drove down the street, where the majority of the horde was, and pulled a U-turn. Clary took the rag that had the fresh blood on it, spread the wound, and let the handkerchief soak up more blood. Clary hit the top of the cab, letting Aslan know to start the truck moving. The wind blew across the handkerchief, taking the scent of his fresh blood down the street. Slowly, one by one, the turned started to notice it, then looked at the truck. Christy opened the window, and Aslan yelled, "You got that building ready to blow?" "Once that back door opens, we've got 5 seconds to get down that alleyway before the devil's fireball comes roaring down and pours into the street," Ellie said.
"So what do we do now? You going to lure them to the building and then pull the bomb?"
Clary said. "Yeah. You got a problem with that, princess?" Greg and Shaun laughed at that. Greg said, "Oh, good God, do you have our group misunderstood, Clary?" Shaun spoke up. "She's anything but a princess," Ellie said.
"What I meant was, how do I say this nicely? You are fat and old and you smoke. One of us needs to run through and stay ahead of those things. I don't think you stand a chance if a horde of them is on your sizable ass."
Clary rubbed his chin, feeling the start of a second one, and tried to think of any sprints he'd done lately. He did not have one come to mind. "You know, that might not actually be the worst idea." Greg rose a hand, standing up. "I'll go. I know where I'm going." Shaun slid his pack off. "I'll go with you. At least if they catch up, as slow as you are, I'll be safe." "You wish I was. You stay here. You've risked enough today." Shaun pointed at Greg. "Apparently you haven't looked in a mirror any time recently. You stay. I'm perfectly capable of doing this on my own." Ellie laughed.
"You hit your head, right? I mean, that's why you're talking like such a dumbass? Did that zombie earlier throw you into something and you hurt yourself?"
"You aren't going, Ellie." Ellie stood to protest, and Shaun yelled, "Sit down, Ellie! You aren't going! I can't take care of you if those things come." Ellie opened her mouth, ready to explain to him in a very detailed conversation that she didn't need anyone taking care of her, no matter how much she appreciated the thoughtful gesture. Christy said,
"I'll go. I got this."
Ellie shot her a look she would not soon forget.
"Why in the hell is you going a better idea than me?" "I'm not better, but I'm smaller, and I'm in freshman track. I'm quick."
She crawled out the window, diving into the back of the truck.
"I can squeeze in anywhere."
Greg said, "I'll bet." Christy smacked him hard in the chest.
"Shut up, Greg. God, you're so immature."
They stared at the group of turned. They were walking toward the truck, slowly at first. Aslan gave the truck a little gas, moving down the street more quickly, as their pace of pursuit was getting faster by the moment. Aslan sped down the street. The turned started screaming guttural growls, fighting over one another, then tripping in the street, jumping, while beginning a blood and flesh-induced state of mind. Clary said, "We'll drop you off halfway down the street. You get in there and go out the back. We'll circle the block so you can get in there and down the alleyway." The truck slowed down, and the two hopped out, running. Aslan sped off and down the block to meet them again in the alleyway. Shaun and Christy pumped their arms and legs hard, flying down the street. Within seconds, the turned had made up the distance and were mere body lengths from grasping the teens. Shaun pushed her ahead of him, letting her go first. The two sprinted through the entrance of the shop, leaving the door open behind them. The turned came in, filling the place like a disease. Those that fought to get through the door were first in. Those too impatient to wait exploded in, shattering the shop's window with their faces and spilling into the room, turning it into a war zone in seconds. Shaun and Christy never stopped moving. As they rounded the corner for the back of the restaurant, Christy slipped and landed on her stomach. She pushed herself up, only stopping for a second. One of the turned reached out a hand covered with dried blood and intestines. It gripped Christy's hooded sweatshirt, pulling her back a moment. Shaun fired off 2 rounds over her shoulder, shooting it and the one next to it squarely in the skull. Shaun reached out for her hand, pulling her to keep going into the rear of the kitchen. They pushed through the door, seeing the grenade lying on the floor. It was strung up between the door and the food prep bench. They pushed hard as they saw the pin come out of the small round device. They pushed even harder down the alleyway and made it a quarter of the way when a fireball erupted behind them. Pieces of the steel door shot past them. A black fireball engulfed the sky and shook the street beneath their feet. Shaun could see the truck ahead and pushed even harder. He ran with a smile of victory on his face. He knew something was wrong instantly when he saw the look of concern on Ellie's and Greg's faces. He pulled his pistol again, looking over his shoulder, ready to shoot. Christy was standing, not running, in the alleyway. He stopped and looked at her. She had a small line of blood coming from her mouth. He ran up to her, screaming, "Christy, we have to go! Come on! Some of those things will still be after us! Come on! Christy?" She stared at him without answering, growing paler by the second. It was then that Shaun saw the piece of jagged steel sticking out of her thin chest. The black shirt she wore made it hard to see, but he could see a wet line of blood running down it, just a little darker than the shirt itself. As he started to run to her, the turned came out of the flames, burning and smoldering, but still hungry. They were missing legs and arms and doing their best to get to their prey. Christy smiled at Shaun, her lip trembling. She wavered in place, trying to keep her balance. She dropped to her knees and fell down face first. The turned that were left jumped, pouncing on her. Shaun raised his pistol to fire. He could hear Greg and Ellie screaming for him to run and to get in the truck. He knew that there was nothing he could do to save her, but it did not make anything better. He ran sideways, watching her, and finally started running again. The turned tore into her like a feast of kings was to be had, ripping at her neck, her back, her legs. She screamed in pain, a scream that would haunt all of them for the rest of their lives. Shaun stopped when he got to the truck, grabbed Greg's rifle from him, and turned around, taking a knee. He fired one shot into the top of Christy's skull. The screaming subsided, and he climbed into the truck, collapsing on the bed of it. Greg watched in horror as they devoured what was left of the girl he thought he could have had something great with. Ellie squeezed his shoulder, trying to pull him down to sit. Greg shouldered the rifle, screaming and firing off every round of the .30 his rifle held. He dropped the rifle, collapsing on the truck bed, staring with broken eyes at the space where Christy had been, and at the .30 turned who had their heads blown off, lying in the alleyway. Clary stared at Greg, approving of his rifle skills, and seeing more and more of a soldier in the young man. Clary screamed, "Punch it!" Aslan floored it down the now deserted street, back towards Andy's shop, where they prayed he would be there to greet them. Shaun took Greg's rifle, dropping the clip and slamming in a fresh one for him before releasing the charging handle. He handed it to Greg, shaking his shoulder. He was lost in his own world. "Greg, snap out of it, man. We aren't done today. I need you, man," Greg yelled. "Did you see what just happened? You just shot one of our group in the head, Shaun. Did your heart die today, too? Did you want to see Christy as one of those? Did you want to have to take her out? If that happened to me, I pray you would do the same, man." "Shaun, I don't know what we should do if one of those things comes after us and gets us." "They don't get another one of us. We learn every damn thing we can from these guys, and we stay away from them, while the government is trying to learn what they need to do to cure these things." Greg leaned back against the truck's bed, staring at Shaun. "If they can't cure these things, we kill as many of them as we can so they can't do this to anyone else. No one needs to feel like this. All these things do is hurt. There isn't anything good left in them." Ellie listened and watched the two boys, seeing a new hardness in Shaun and Greg she had not been witness to before. The truck came to a rolling stop in front of Andy's. The teens looked at it with hope, as the iron gate fence was still intact. All the glass had been broken, and most of it lay covered in blood from the turns' wounds they had endured trying to fight their way in. Aslan backed the truck up so that it was ready to go, and left it running. Aslan looked around the area. There were no turned running around, but they were everywhere. At least 50 of them, lying in impossibly uncomfortable positions on the ground. Aslan looked out his window and saw that every one of them was missing a quarter-inch of their skull, where a bullet had gone in and painted the street with their hair, blood, and brains. He bent around, looking in the back of the truck. Clary, Greg, and Ellie all were standing, but had their hands in the air. Aslan opened the truck door, and a raspy smoker's voice hollered out from the shop. "You take one more step out of that truck, and I'll shoot every fucking one of you in the head. I don't know you, and I don't need you. You shut that door and get the fuck out of here. And you do it now, or you can go ahead and consider your lifespan over." Shaun said, "Andy, sir, it's us." "Us who? I don't know any fucking us." "Shaun Fox, sir. We were here yesterday with my my dad, Frank Fox." "Well, what the hell are you doing back in town already? Christ, I gave you enough supplies that you could have lived the entire summer without having to fire one bullet or catch one fish. What the fuck are you already doing back here for? Where the hell is your dad? And who's the big son of a bitch in the back of the truck with you kids? If the army only sent in one man, they really are as stupid as everyone thinks they are." "No, sir. We aren't stupid. We're homeless." "What the hell happened to the cabin?" Shaun lowered his arm slowly and put the rifle sling on his shoulder. "One of the boys with us stayed behind and burned it down. We thought that my dad was completely responsible for the outbreak yesterday, but it was his assistant who forged records and set the day of hell into motion." "You don't say. Well, that Peckerwood is one dead man, isn't he?" "My dad actually already dealt with him. Somehow he was turned into one of those things. I don't know all the details, but it looked a lot like Dad and him had a fight, and it ended with his assistant having a broken axe handle shoved under his chin and up through his brain." "Yep, that'll do it, won't it, son? Well, what the hell are you all doing in the back of the truck? Quit wasting your time. We need to get packed up and out of here. This ain't no place to try and survive. I got a farm on the outskirts of town. We just need to grab some more shit, since y'all can't make it without me." Clary started to lower his hands slowly when Andy yelled, "No, I think you ought to keep them up just another minute or two. I haven't decided if I like yous or not yet. What are you doing here already?" "Sir, Andy, is it? My name is Clary, and me and my SEAL team were airdropped in. There were 6 of us, and now we are down to 2. We were supposed to retrieve Dr. Frank Fox's notes and files. We did that, and then the government decided that they could live without us." Andy laughed, and in the black of the store, a single light ignited, followed by warm embers on the end of a cigarette. A long glow brightened for a moment, and the smell of tobacco burning floated out from the store, followed by a very ill-sounding cough. "Wait, you mean to tell me that you got dropped off in goddamn Zombieville, USA, and you were supposed to send the government the research they needed before you got your dumbass back on that plane? Jesus Christ, you must be the dumbest son of a bitch in the world. I'm not sure you two can come with me if you are that damn ignorant." "We were just following orders, sir. Orders schmorders, son. You boys got screwed is what you got. Damn, man, you got enough problems going for you. Go ahead and put your hands down." The steel-barred door rattled, and the glass that was left shook off and fell to the ground. It opened wide, and Andy poked his head out, with the filterless smoke hanging from his mouth. He mumbled with it between his teeth. "Y'all get in here and quit wasting time, will you?" Clary stared at the old man, taking him all in, what little there was left of the old man. He had blood-covered, dingy overalls on, and a white shirt that had more blood on it than white at the moment. Clary walked into the store, looking around. He whistled lightly. Holy shit! He stared at the row of assault rifles, all set up with scopes, and pointing towards the window. Each one of them had a stack of clips next to it, and on the ground, a stack of spent ones, with more bullet casings than he would be able to count. Aslan held the door for the teens to enter. Shaun nodded and said, "Go on in, thanks. I'm going to get some fresh air. I'll come inside in a couple of minutes." "Don't go doing anything stupid, Shaun." Greg walked past him, patting him on the shoulder. He was feeling down and out, but managed a smart-ass comment nonetheless. Don't make Shaun make promises that he's just going to break Aslan. He will break your heart, brother. Shaun laughed as he returned to the truck and hopped up into the back. I'll stay put. Don't worry about me. Aslan nodded and put a military crate in front of the door to keep it open. You see anything, Shaun? You get your scrawny ass in here. Don't go playing the hero, you got it? Shaun did a half-ass salute and looked at the empty, desolate street. Aslan walked in through the door, leaving him to his own thoughts. Andy said, We need to get out of here, but I don't want to leave everything I have here. Looters are going to come eventually, and if they want anything, they can go get it themselves from somewhere else. Ellie got a shopping cart and started walking behind Andy with it.
Well, why didn't you leave yesterday, Andy?
Are you shitting me, sweetheart? The moment you all went to leave and that damn van backfired, those things came from nowhere and were crazy with rage, trying to break into the damn place. I set up them rifles after a few hours, but for every one of them I shot, another 10 took their place. I didn't know what to do, so I just kept pulling the trigger.
Where did all the blood come from on you?
Andy looked down at himself for what must have been the first time. Oh, hell, you mean this? Well, some of them were sticking their arms in the windows, and I decided after I was getting worried about the ammunition supply that maybe I'd be better off with chopping some arms from their places. It, got a little messy after a while. Ellie looked near the edge of the building, where the front show windows once had been, and saw the smashed-in glass. On top of it was easily 20-plus arms, different sizes, small and large, but all gorily chopped from their places and bloodied heavily.
Yeah, I bet it did get messy. Have they been out here all day?
Andy nodded. Yeah, some dumb shit dropped a damn bomb in the middle of town. Once it went off, those damn things came in droves through here. I don't know what the hell that dumb shit was thinking, but he brought all of those bastards into town. Ellie and Tina smiled awkwardly.
Tina said, Yeah, what dumbass would set off a damn bomb in the middle of town? That seems like such a bad idea.
Andy nodded. Those things can hear real good, and I think they can smell. I saw them sniffing for blood when nothing was there to smell, and they could tell exactly where it was coming from. A couple people that weren't turned came running through the streets with packs on their backs. Those things jumped them before they ever knew what hit them. They didn't stand a chance, Ellie said.
Well, I'm glad that we needed to come back here. I don't like to think what would happen if you had to stay here any longer than you needed to.
Andy said, It wouldn't have been too bad. Eventually, I'd run out of smokes or food, and would have blown my brains out. I'm not one to wait around for miracles, but it's a good thing you did stop by. What did you do with my van, anyways?
Tina said, Well, we had some car problems, and had to get something else.
Christ, girl, I've had that damn van longer than the two of you have been alive put together.
Ellie said, We might as well be honest with you from the start. We blew up your van. It died, and then these stupid zombies tried putting their heads through the window, and everything just kind of went downhill from there. Shaun thought it was a good idea if we tried to blow some of them up. We didn't quite know yet that those things were going to be so into the whole sound thing. We learned real quick, though.
You bet your ass. If not, you'd be dead already. You kids had a good thing up in that cabin. But you help me get all this shit in the back of that truck, and we'll be out of here in no time. Clary said, Andy, I really appreciate you helping us out with this. Never in a million years would I have thought there'd be anything like this happening but in some damn movie. Andy nodded. Yep, it's pretty much batshit crazy. You boys know what the good stuff is. You go get as much as will fit in the back of that truck. If we can kill them with it, I want it. You got it? Clary nodded. You know, they might be able to get a cure with all that stuff we sent to Washington. They might be able to heal these things. I don't give two shits if they can heal them or cure them. If those things are stupid enough to come out to my farm, then I'm going to put a round through their head, just like I did with all the others out front. Got it? They both nodded, realizing if there was a cure to be had, and one of those things had their blood rage set on them, then there was nothing they could do but protect themselves. It wasn't their fault, and it wasn't the fault of the people who turned. They knew it was better that the other guy lose when shit hit the fan. Clary and Aslan assessed the firearms, packing everything that could be useful, along with more bullets than they'd seen in some armories. They had multiple shopping carts packed to the brim, and they made their way to the door. They dropped everything when they heard the gun blasts coming from outside. Aslan looked around the store, not seeing Shaun. He yelled, "Shit! Shaun's outside! Move, move, move!" The two soldiers ran for the door, guns up and ready to blow away anything in their path. What they saw when they got outside was a street only filled with dead who had already fallen. There was no Shaun. The gun's fire had stopped, and they knew nothing of where he went. Clary yelled, "Where in the hell did he go, damn it?" Aslan kicked the truck hard, leaving a dent. "Don't any of you know how to follow the simplest of fucking orders? I told him not to be a hero, to stay here, damn it! What the hell is wrong with him?" Ellie yelled in Shaun's defense, knowing him better than anyone.
It isn't his fault. He can't help it. He doesn't quit, and he doesn't give up. He is his father's son, and he'll come back.
Aslan nodded slowly, seeing the anger and passion in her face, knowing that she truly believed there was little, if anything, that could stop the young man. "Let's hope so, Ellie. We need to get moving soon, though. We don't have a lot of time to waste." Chapter 14. Shelter. Shaun heard the gunshots and sprinted without thinking. If there was something he could do for someone else, he was going to do so. There had been too much bloodshed today, and he did not want to see any more spilt. He ran for everything he was worth toward the gunfire. When he reached the corner, what he saw made him only want to fire once. He took careful aim, dropping one after another. 10 of the turn's blood and brains were spread on the back of the brick building, slowly dripping and sliding their way to the street. Shaun never lowered his rifle. He kept it aimed, staring with cold eyes at the scene before him. Mike was crouched on the street, head down between his knees, an empty shotgun lay to his side. After the shooting stopped and nothing had eaten him, he slowly raised himself up, looking around cautiously through the tears in his eyes. He gripped his shoulders and stomach and neck to verify there really had been nothing that had eaten or taken a bite of flesh from his skin. When his eyes met Shaun's, they grew wide and were full of fear, seeing the rifle pointed directly at him. Mike put his hands out in front of him.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot me! I'm sorry. I know it was a dick move. I just...
Shaun screamed.
Yeah! You got the dick part right, you son of a bitch! You know why I'll survive and you won't? Because I got a group, and you don't.
Shaun fired the rifle one more time, and Mike's shotgun flew in a wide spin across the street. The wooden pump handle split into many pieces, making the gun useless. Shaun turned to walk back to his group. He yelled the last words that he would ever speak to Mike again.
Don't want anyone having unfair advantages over anyone else, do we?
Shaun left him there, unworried about his fate. He rounded the corner to see everyone sitting outside. Ellie saw him and came running for him, not worried about anything else.
Shaun, what the hell were you thinking? We heard the gun firing in the distance, and when we looked outside, you were gone.
She pounded on his chest.
You can't just go run off. What the hell were you thinking? What were you thinking, damn it?
I heard the shots. I thought that there was someone in need of help. I took out some more turn, though.
So, you were too late to save them?
Shaun nodded his head. Yeah, there was no saving this guy. He was already gone. He didn't stand a chance. The two walked up to the shop, hand in hand. Aslan was smoking a cigarette, worried sick over the damn kid. Well, I guess it was too much to ask you not to do anything stupid, wasn't it? Greg, who was just as worried and pissed about Shaun, yelled, Dude, I was kidding when I said you couldn't do anything stupid. Don't be a dumbass, Shaun. If you need to go run off half-cocked, let me know, and I'll go with you. 2 is better than 1. We don't go off by ourselves if we can help it. You got it? You only got so many chances, man. Don't run out of them, please. Clary watched the two, knowing they were close already, but knew that a friendship like theirs was going to be something that would make leaders out of the two. They would be able to help each other make decisions when they seemed impossible to make. He yelled, Get your skinny asses inside now. We need to get packed and gone. There is no telling how long we got until those things come back here. Shaun and Greg just stood. Shaun wanted to tell him about Mike, but wasn't sure what Greg might think. Clary snapped off like a drill sergeant. I don't think I need to say please, goddammit. Get your asses moving and get it done now. Get in that building and get all the shit in the back of the truck before I snap off my foot in your ass, goddammit. The two jumped, not ready to be screamed at, and got inside. Within a few minutes, they had everything in the truck and were off again. They directed Aslan to the outskirts of town, where they thought that they would see less of the turned. Shaun and Ellie sat squeezed to the sides of the truck. The back was packed to the brim. Clary was standing, holding on to the top of the cab, waiting to take out anything that he saw. But to his surprise, there were no more of the turned that they would encounter that day. The door to a shop slammed open, and a group of teens ran out of it, screaming. Clary took a knee, pulling his machine gun down and pointing it at the group, which was running for everything they could through the street. Shaun yelled, "Wait! I think they're normal! I don't think they're infected!" Clary yelled, "How the hell can you tell that?" Ellie chimed in,
Well, for one, they aren't chasing us anymore, and two, they're standing with their hands in the air.
Clary looked back, seeing this, and motioned for them to come forward. He yelled in through the window at Aslan to stop and reverse for them. Aslan looked in his rearview mirror and shook his head, defeated. You have to be kidding me, right? We are purposely taking on more kids? They're going to be pain in the asses. I can tell. Greg said, Wait, you said the same thing about us, didn't you? Aslan looked over, nodding his head. Yeah, and you ended up being a pain in the ass. Maybe not as bad as Shaun, but you're on top of my damn list. Aslan put the truck in park, waiting for the kids to make up the distance and climb into the pickup's bed. Clary was counting them, seeing there were 4 new mouths that were going to need to be fed. He was not enthralled about the idea of having more responsibility to deal with. The teens climbed in, 2 boys and 2 girls, all roughly the same age as Shaun, but some looked like they'd be seniors in high school. The oldest boy yelled, God, are we glad to see you guys! We just barely made it out of that school alive yesterday. My name is Jordan. Clary said, So you're on your own? You don't have anyone waiting for you? They shook their heads, and nothing else needed to be asked. Clary said, Well, find a place to sit. There isn't much room, but you are going to have a roof over your head and be safe. Aslan took the main highway outside of town a few minutes and came to a bridge made of ancient steel with a wood platform to drive across. Andy said, Well, usually this is off limits. They closed it down a few years ago. Something about it being unsafe. But when you got zombies coming after you, do you really worry about the 30-foot drop down into the Raccoon River below? Aslan looked over, nodding his head slowly. Is that a rhetorical question, or do you really want me to answer it? Patrick looked out his window at the river below. Can we speed it up a little bit there, Aslan? We got, a long-ass fall underneath us. Watch your mouth, kid. Aslan tightened his grip on the wheel, looking down as they drove across the long bridge. Greg sat next to Tina, watching the countryside go by. The crops were just starting to come up. It was something they'd be thankful for in the coming months, he was sure. Tina rubbed his shoulder. You doing okay, Greg? I'm sorry about Christy. She seemed really nice. Greg smiled, nodding his head. Yeah, she definitely had something about her. There was potential there for sure. Do you need a hug, Greg? Well, if you're offering, but I can't promise that I'm not going to try and enjoy it just a little. It sounds like you're going to be okay, if we give you a little time. Greg asked, are we almost there? I don't know how much longer I'm able to sit back here. It just feels so weird. Andy pointed to an old white farmhouse. You've been in the truck a whole 15 minutes, damn it. Quit your bitching. Look over there. That's Casa de Andy. You can call it home until you find somewhere better to stay. Aslan asked, Is there a better place than somewhere out in the middle of nowhere? Probably not, but you sure as hell ain't staying with me forever. You be happy for the time you got. I can't be wiping your asses forever. Eventually, you all are going to grow attached to me, and I don't want to have to deal with the sad goodbyes. He hucked up a loogie and spit it out the window and wiped his face on his sleeve. Yeah, I just don't want y'all growing too attached to me. Tina watched in disgust, nodding her head.
Yeah, I would just hate to have a tearful goodbye, Andy.
Aslan pulled off the gravel road onto Andy's gravel driveway that ran a few hundred yards up and had a large, overgrown yard in front of it. Andy said, "I hope you kids know how to mow. We ain't gonna want any long grass growing around here, in case those things learn how to hunt something for real." Aslan stopped in front of the house. There were 2 stories, each with a walk-around porch on it. The house was 20 years past needing its last paint job, and a screen door hung off of the front entrance. They emptied out of the truck and watched Andy walk slowly up the old wood steps, twisting open the unlocked door. "You bring all that crap in here. We're going to think it's as good as gold in no time. There's plenty of bedrooms you boys can bunk in one. There's one for the girls and one for you seals. Mine's on the bottom, and you keep your ass out of there and don't clean it. I got it just the way I want it, you understand?" They all nodded, taking a handful of items into the living room and taking the meals ready to eat into the kitchen. The new additions to the group helped carry in items and then found rooms of their own. There'd be no great meals at the house, but they were not going to starve. Andy pointed out into the field. "We get too hungry? All we need to do is take one of those cows out to the barn with a shotgun. We can smoke the meat and cure it, and we'd be set for months off one of those. There are plenty of them, too. We just need to make sure nothing eats them." Shaun helped carry everything in, making neat piles that they could easily sort through at a later time. Greg went upstairs, ready to rest away from the others, and ready to finally let his emotions run freely. The tears fell harder than he thought they would, thinking of the girl who saw him for more than he was, and could see something in him that might not have been developed fully yet, but nonetheless knew was there. She knew the man that he would become, even if he didn't know it yet. Tina went to her room, made the beds, and lay down. Aslan and Clary made sure that every corner of the house had something that they could use to take out one of the turned with. Andy grabbed a 6-pack and a fresh pack of smokes and disappeared into his room, where he lay down and fell asleep before he knew what had hit him. Ellie walked around the house, looking at the pictures on the walls. Most of them were very old, and showed much younger pictures of Andy and his family, and him as a young man, dressed in his military dress uniform. She walked upstairs, admiring the old house and how nice it could be, but knowing that there was no chance of it being what it could be, as long as Andy was around. She peered into the room she and Tina would share, and saw that her friend was out, her pillow wet with tears. She walked up and knocked lightly on Shaun and Greg's door. She whispered, "Shaun, it's Ellie. Do you want to go for a walk?" Greg mumbled through tears, sniffing his nose. Hey, Ellie. He isn't in here. Why don't you check outside?" Ellie opened her mouth to see if he needed someone to talk to, but wasn't sure if she could deal with any more heartache. She felt like she'd been on the verge of tears all day, and didn't want to worry about opening the floodgates herself. She went down the steps and outside, making sure she had her pistol that Greg had shown her how to use. She looked around the property for Shaun, not seeing him anywhere. She saw an old barn with the door open and walked up to it, slowly stepping in. It was dark and quiet and smelled strongly of farm animals. She walked into the dark, looking for Shaun. He was sitting on a milking stool in the dark, picking at hay on the ground. He whispered, "What's up, Ellie?" Ellie screamed, jumping, startled to death.
Jesus Christ, Shaun! Could you be a little bit more creepy, goddammit?
Yeah, probably. If you haven't noticed, I'm kind of on a roll today.
You've just been dealing with impossible circumstances. You know that Christy isn't your fault. Mike isn't your fault either. You've just been doing what you thought was necessary to keep people alive. Or in Christy's case, to keep her from going through the pain of being one of those things.
Shaun nodded. Just because I did the right thing, sure as hell doesn't mean that I felt I did. You know what I mean? Shaun pushed up off of the stool, pacing around the small barn. Ellie came to him, stopping him, and pressed her small palm flat to his chest. She said,
"Do you feel this, Shaun? You are still alive. You still have a chance. but you need to be able to let these things go. I know not at once, but over time, you are going to lose more people. Maybe even...
Shaun cut her off, gripping her thin arms. It's not going to be you. If it is, I'll never see it, because I'll die before I let anything happen to you. Ellie pulled herself up close to him. Shaun brushed the hair from her face. They brought their heads in together, slowly and awkwardly, before their young lips found each other's. They kissed slowly and deeply. Then Ellie rested her head on his chest.
We both need to make it, Shaun. I don't think either one of us is strong enough to make it alone.
Shaun gave her a long hug, kissing the top of her head. We will make it. We will make it together, Ellie. We just have to watch out for each other. You are all that matters to me. You are everything. Epilogue. 6 months from day 1. Washington, D.C., Center for Disease Research Center. 30 minutes after the outbreak at research facility. 6 p.m. Doctors McBell and Jacobs hid beneath a gurney. The lights in the room were flickering, making the scenery around them even worse to try to take in. They watched as the turned walked through the room slowly. They could barely hear the sniffing over the screams of tortured souls. McBell locked eyes with Jacobs. She mouthed, "We need to move. We need to get up top and report the results." Jacobs was sweating profusely, sweat dripping off his head. "We just stay here and wait it out. It's okay. You have the guard's gun. We can, hide from them." McBell looked sternly, shaking her head. Her long brunette hair was a mess over her face. She was insistent. "We need to leave. All of those people on the floor will be coming back. You know this. What don't you understand about that? They are going to—" Drool fell in front of her face. The 2 doctors looked up slowly. McBell still had the gun clenched in her hands. The zombies screamed at them, and spittle flew everywhere, making them wince. They kept their eyes shut until it was done screaming. McBell aimed the barrel square at the center of the thing's forehead and squeezed the trigger once. The bullet entered its head with force, snapping its head back and making it fly off of the back of the gurney bed. It hit the floor hard. Its legs twitched and then was still. McBell pushed up to her feet, running for the laboratory's door. She saw the turned rising slowly from their meals. One was still eating the intestines of a doctor who just an hour before had been performing an autopsy on one of the turned. The autopsy that would change the world forever. McBell punched the emergency exit door to lock down the facility. Jacob screamed, No, what are you doing? You just sealed us in with those things. We are all dead." She looked back, shrugging. "We were all dead the moment this place became compromised. This place is wired to the hilt, as you might know. They won't let anything walk out of here, if they have their say in it. The military didn't work so hard to keep what was left of the East Coast to let it fall to them." Jacobs stared around the room, realizing this would be his eternal resting place, or where he'd spend forever as one of the damned, always searching for a meal, which he would never find. "We need to get this information to the CDC, then. Otherwise they will just start again. They won't know what happened here today." McBell closed the door, locking it with her badge. "They will break through this in no time, but we should be able to transmit the footage and the data from today. Get moving on it. I'm going to put as much in front of the door as I can to try to slow those things down." Jacobs pounded the computer keys, uploading the footage from the daily testing experiments. He hit send on the computer, transmitting the answers to everyone's questions, who thought there was still hope. 5 p.m. The 2 doctors, McBell and Jacobs, walked down the halls of the Center for Disease and Control. The checklist had become a mundane task, but a process that still needed to be done on a daily basis. McBell brushed her long brunette hair from her face. "Do you think they will ever cure the disease, Jacobs?" Jacobs walked to the edge of the foot-thick glass containment cell. There was a row of 50 of them. Jacobs tapped on the divider. The turned, who had been swaying in place, waiting for a meal, twisted its neck in an impossible way and stared at young Dr. Jacobs with dead eyes, ready to decimate the man. It launched itself at the divider, alternating between its face and fists, smashing at it with everything that it had. The government had gone overkill on the cells. The video footage they had gathered over the previous months was more than enough to verify the fact that these monsters were more than sick individuals. They were hell's fire, running through the street. The Turn was relentless in its pursuit to get the flesh it could smell coming through the glass. Jacobs pushed his glasses up on his nose, writing notes. God, those things creep me out. They need to either cure them or kill them. I think they're getting worse, actually.
How could those things get worse, Jacobs? 5 months ago when they started turning the death row convicts, they wanted to rip your face off. Now, 5 months later, they still want to rip you limb from limb.
Jacobs, ever the smart-ass doctor, smiled and walked up next to the glass, tapping on it. The rage that the Turned had was never-ending. Its hot breath fogged up its side of the divider. It licked at the window with a blackened tongue. Jacobs pointed. Their tongues! They are completely disgusting. But they haven't eaten in months, and look at him. They are still full of rage. McBell stared down the row. The one before them had infuriated the rest of the patients. The pounding was consistent, and they could feel the vibrations from the group's fight to free themselves and eat them. McBell shuddered and said,
Let's get back to the top level. This place creeps me out. There is no escape if they get loose.
If they get loose, I think Washington is screwed, not just the facility. We need to go upstairs anyway and check in with Erickson. He said something about trying a new vaccine. There was a general who was very impatient about the fact that there were little to no results. You know how the military is. They want it all, and they want it now. It's now our fault that they can't keep the Turned from breaking through their barriers. I mean, Christ, they have goddamn machine guns.
Do you really blame the general for being in a hurry? There's little they can do against those things. There's little chance of stopping them with bullets. They just keep coming, and their soldiers aren't trained well enough to be able to stay calm with those things charging at them. The only thing that seems to help is having armed citizens. They all have guns, and they are keeping the Turned at bay. But they're quickly losing. The countries who have firearm bans are much worse off than America.
Canada isn't helping us at all. They've got very few people left. There aren't any reports coming back at this point. They are more of a liability at this point. Mexico's army is doing okay, but only because they put up the fence on the border.
How ironic is that? Really, now they are trying to keep us out.
Jacobs said, Yeah, but they're doing a hell of a lot better job about it than we did for them for years.
Yeah, but when someone actually cares and their lives depend on it, there is a damn good chance that they're going to put a little more effort into it than just a bunch of politicians complaining about such a thing.
Jacobs looked at his watch. Shit, we need to get to the testing lab, or we are going to get reamed beyond belief. The two hurried to the elevators, swiping their badges. The two men guarding the doors with machine guns nodded to them. Done with the freak show, doctors? Jacobs smiled. No, just heading to the lab. We will be around these things all day long. Never a moment's rest when you are busy saving the world. The guards laughed, and one of them said, Yeah, no rush. They're just eating America with every minute that passes. You two take your time. Maybe stop and get some coffee on the way. McBell ignored them, trying to remain professional.
Don't you know that we have 20 scientists working day and night 24 hours around the clock trying to cure these things? There's nothing that we aren't doing, and that we aren't trying with chemicals to cure them. We are doing everything we can. Sorry you have to sit on your asses holding guns. I'm sure that is about the most stressful thing in the world for you.
The two men opened their mouths with smart-ass comments on their tongues and waited a moment, thinking it over. One held up the rifle, saying, Well, I think I have about 30 cures right here in this gun. Neither doctor responded. It was pointless. They were still hopeful that they could be cured. They thought science would cure the Turned, and they thought that they were just days away from a breakthrough. They waited until the doors shut, and McBell extended a firm middle finger toward the guards.
God, I hate those guys. They just want to kill every one of them. It'd be so much easier if we just had the cure. We could gas all of them and make them change back into human form again.
You know how it is, McBell. You either believe or you don't. There is very little room left in the middle nowadays. The doors parted, and Jacobs threw her a wink. Come on, let's go change history. They walked out, nodding to a long line of armed guards going into the main medical lab. Inside the back of the lab were 4 patients who had been exposed to the gas, and were currently past the point of being referred to as humans. They were fighting the restraints with everything they had, but weren't able to free themselves. They had been trying every type of injection that mankind had to give them, waiting, but rewarded with no results. A 4-star general, General Nolte, was there, presiding over the testing and research. He was pacing back and forth in the room, screaming in his normal rant, but seemed to be worse than usual today. He, like the others who didn't have a background in the field of science, could not comprehend the fact that it took time to develop drugs. The urgency of the matter made no difference to the amount of time it took to create. It was not a simple process, and they weren't wasting time. They were trying to make sure a second outbreak did not happen, especially on the east or west coasts. He stopped screaming at the director in charge of the team of scientists, Dr. Bailu, and took in the 2 doctors who had just entered. He looked at his watch, his eyes saying, "You are late, damn it." He yelled, "How's the freak show, doctors?" McBell said, "Still freaky, General. Still in their cages and all accounted for. They aren't any weaker, though. It doesn't seem to matter how long they go without food. They just stay insane with rage and hunger." The general nodded. He was fully in charge and had the means to do whatever he wanted to. He said, "God damn, it's a shame we couldn't get something like this for the boys on the ground. It seems there's something that none of you have done yet. That might be the best thing you could do at this point. You know, since we aren't getting anywhere yet with what we've been trying to do. It isn't as if there's a lack of these freaks down there, right? It's about time we get our hands a little dirty, and maybe you can find something new." Dr. Bailu shook his head, unsure what he was talking about. He hated to ask the man for answers when he was pretty sure there weren't any, but if it was something that could put them on the right path, something they hadn't been able to figure out, then he was damned if he was going to pass up on the opportunity to say he didn't take every chance he could in curing the worst thing to hit the planet. He rubbed at the bridge of his nose, taking his glasses off for a moment, and said, "I'll bite. What can we do that we haven't already tried? We have so many separate groups working, it's only a matter of time until we—" General Nolte walked to the edge of the room, where the turned patients were confined, being watched carefully by surveillance cameras. Every step towards progress they were attempting to make was being recorded and sent directly to the head of the CDC. Nolte pulled his sidearm as he walked with purpose across the room to one of the 4 turned, who had been strapped down to the gurney. It was bound by its arms, waist, and legs with the thickest of leather straps. The general pulled his sidearm, aiming it at one, and firing a round, followed by a second into the patient next to it. The other 2 turned were screaming. The rage they were sending out was at levels that they had not yet seen. Jacobs pointed it out to Bailu. "Sir, look at them! They are mad!" "When aren't they mad, Jacobs?" McBell said. "Yeah, but not like that. They don't like seeing one of their own harmed. They understand, sir. You know what that means, right?" "Enlighten me, Dr. McBell." "They think, sir. They don't just hunt in packs like those we saw on the video footage. They really look like they are thinking. That is bad." The doctor nodded, walking past her, looking at the 2 patients who the general had just taken out. The general stared at him, and when it didn't come to him instantly, he slammed his hands down on the table next to them, making the instruments that were laid out bounce. "For being the smartest man in the room, you sure aren't too goddamn bright when the answers are looking you right in the face, are you? Pick up a scalpel, split this fucker in half, and see what is inside there. Maybe you can find something that we don't already know about them. We haven't had an autopsy on one yet, and it's about time we do." Bailu walked over, keeping his distance from the 2 still in the gurneys, and motioned for Jacobs and McBell to join him. They all put on the rubber gloves and started a Y incision down its chest. They split it open. The stench that came up made them gag, coming close to losing what they'd recently eaten. They stared down, seeing that its lungs and intestines had blackened, and that the heart was no longer pumping. McBell gasped. "Oh my God, do you know what this means?" Bailu opened his mouth to say something, but Nolte shot in, unable to stand the weight. "What? What the hell does it mean? God, you scientists take your sweet time. Spit it out!" McBell looked up, tears in her eyes slowly coming out. She tried to speak, but her lips only quivered. She pointed to the open incision directly at the heart.
The heart exploded. The drug that we gave them, the X-74, it keeps them alive even with the heart being in this condition. There is no cure, General Nolte. We are trying to cure those that aren't curable. They can't be saved. We have been wasting our time.
The general walked around the gurney, staring at the 2 remaining patients. So the only thing we can do is kill them. Kill or be killed. The day just became much darker for America, and its hope to keep her land safe. We need to make an announcement to the world. We have to let people know that the only hope they have lies within themselves. The turned patient behind him was screaming relentlessly as it fought the restraints, unable to free itself. It stared at its arm for a moment. It held the restraint with one hand and pulled with everything it had. The general jumped when something wet and sticky hit the back of his neck. He put his hand back to wipe at it, looked down, and saw the blood. He started to speak when he looked up at the shocked faces of the 3 doctors, shaking their heads no, and pointing behind him. The turned was sitting up on the gurney, its arm ripped off brutally by its own strength. It leaned forward, ripping its hand off from its wrist, freeing its upper half completely. Nolte tried to back up, but the turned reached forward, wrapping its one arm around the general's neck, and leaned in, ripping the flesh from his neck. His green dress uniform became soaked in blood. If the turned were capable of smiling, it would have. The doctors screamed, running for the door to hit the emergency button. The general fell, twitching and shaking from the blood loss, as it pooled around him on the floor.